into turn number 2, and Ken Schrader goes inside and gets the right side tires off the track, creating a bit of a traffic jam behind him. Everyone else, however, getting through there smoothly. And here's a major traffic jam as several cars have been involved in a crash. The number 19 machine, driven by Bill Cooper, is one of those damaged. He's the driving instructor here, was expected to do very well, but a lot of damage to that car. Lake Speed is also there. Richard Petty moves around, and we'll see if we can determine who else.
There are race fans all around this course, Bob. There's many viewing points around this racetrack. And
look at Kowicki. He spins. He just broke too late going into corner number 11, and Kowicki spins around. He'll be able to get it headed back in the right direction. There goes Davey Allison by. But Alan Kowicki's attempt to take over the...
going in a little high, and Kowicki tried to get down on the inside and just spins her around. He breaks loose, but he does slide out of the way of the other traffic.
And we understand that Kowicki is still having problems as he has spun again up in the turn 3. The Stroline Ford has been running so well. The yellow flag is out on the racetrack. Full course caution is out because of the 79 car of Roy Smith, who has slid off course and is in a rather dangerous position. So it is the judgment of the NASCAR stewards that they will get the car off the course. And
a tire or something on the 26 car. Yeah, I think Ricky Rudd has just headed out. Mark Martin's on his roof. And here goes a tire down the racetrack.
Mark Martin's car has overturned.
There's Mark Martin down the car. Can't get away from the racetrack, boy. Well, yeah, but he'd like to turn that thing back over. He said, I bet it'll run if I can get it turned back over and get it back to the pit, then it might just do it. It doesn't have a tire. I guess that's
corner number 1 under caution. Mark is walking off, crossing the racetrack. He obviously is okay, but what a scary moment it must have been for Mark Martin. We have a replay of what happened.
Mark Martin's wheel comes off. He gets off the course and gets up on the bank, gets those tires Ned was talking about, and it just upsets the car and flips it right over on its roof. Just stays right there.
Yeah, the wheel obviously came off of the car as he was dejected and unhappy young man after having rolled over in turn 1.
Today, he is one of the drivers who people have been so impressed with down there as he's coming out towards...
He spins, Jerry.
He loops it around in turn 11, and Richard Petty is also involved. A lot of cars out of turn 11, Bob.
All right, Johnson and Petty both spin. You can see Dick trying to get headed in the right direction. Now he is.
For that right front.
Henry cars running together again. Jeff Bodine and Darrell Waltrip. And Dick Johnson has parked his car on the tire barrier. I don't think he wanted to do it that way, but...
There's the camera. We talked about a horizon a moment ago. That certainly is a...
Through turn number 1, uphill. Turn 2, lap 70, green flag showing. Last year at Watkins Glen, this race so reminiscent. And Mark Martin is off the course again, slides into the tire wall. He turned over earlier in the race and got back in competition, and now he slides off course once again.
That's the same spot that Dick Johnson was off the course just a moment ago. But Mark has the car going. Will not
in second.
And trouble out here on the front straightaway just after they came off a turn 11. There again. Getting tangled up with... Is he ready to take Wallace?
Trying the outside line again. It's not going to work. Ricky holds on to the lead. The white flag is going to come out, and we've got one more lap to go at Sears Point. Ricky Rudd is the leader. Rusty Wallace is running in second spot. The final time they go through corner number 1. Rusty Wallace trying to take over the lead and win $76,000 in addition to the first prize money. Now closing in very tightly on Rudd into turn number 3, turn number 4. Rudd holds off the challenge of Rusty Wallace. They come down and enter the carousel for the final time. And Rudd still has command of this race.
I think he's withstanding that pressure very, very well. He's still driving his own race out there. I can't hardly believe as high as the emotions is right now, Ricky Rudd doesn't appear to have slipped one time. Now here's the corner that Rusty Wallace has been able to gain. Can he this time? Well, he did going in, but his sled. He went in there so hard, he slid a little bit, but I believe he did pick up maybe a little bit. But Rudd has been doing pretty well through the S's from here on back to turn 11, but Rusty has really been going into turn 11.
Let's see how things shake out here as they're nearing the checkered flag. They move through the S's. Turn number 9 now. Continuing uphill through corner number 10. They'll enter a short straightaway here and then hard braking for corner 11. If Rusty's going to do it, he's going to have to do it here. I don't think he's even going to make a challenge. Well, he smokes the tires, gets sideways in corner number 11, and it appears as if Ricky Rudd is going to win the Banquet Frozen Foods 300. He waves the hand, he crosses the line, and Rudd wins with Wallace right behind him.
Well, you can see one happy crew there. They haven't won since they won the road race at Watkins Glen, New York last August, and they were very, very hungry for a win, and I'll tell you, this guy deserved it. He drove his heart out.
Yes, he did. Ricky Rudd really performed to perfection this afternoon at Sears Point International, and now Rusty Wallace pulls alongside, and they both wave to each other and say, nice job. Clean racing, no question about that here today. Just a lot of sportsmanship and good, clean so far. We have moved through the, whoops, just as I say that, we have a car spinning. That's the 19 car of Chad Little that has gotten sideways on the racetrack, trying to get it refired. Looks like he has done so and begin to pull away now. Chad Little, the 19 and the 76 cars also. That's Bill Sedgwick from the Winston West Division, as he apparently has stopped someplace on course and maybe out in the area, and get a report on Jack Sellers.
Well, Bob, on the first lap, and then when you're having a bad day, it gets even worse. The jack broke and the car fell off the jack, and Sellers said, hey, what the heck, I'll go out and run it anyways. If it's going to blow, it's going to blow. Well, apparently, he didn't make it very far.
He did not. The car is against the tire barrier, and that's around turn number 9. So the full course yellow out for the number 44 car driven by Jack Sellers. Brick in full course caution. It involves number 34. Here he is moving off turn number 10. Just got the car off the racetrack.
Yep, got out in the grass, lost his traction, spun it down on the inside against the tire barrier. You can see the tires coming loose.
Again, that is Ted Kennedy from Fresno, California, a Winston West competitor. So lots of action here in the first 9 laps.
It was about 10 or 12 feet in the air when this car got off the road course. So apparently he got airborne a little bit in the car, and they went to him and tried to get him out of the car, and they couldn't get him out of the car for a minute. I don't blame him. I wouldn't get out either. I wouldn't wait till that thing lands before he climbs out of the car, but apparently he is okay, and but had a tough day here on the road course.
Yeah, he is running back to the pit area, so Rob is okay, and a large amount of smoke coming from Richard Petty's car, and he's got some tire rub.
Well, he has a broken rear sway bar is what's wrong. Oh, you see the rear housing going back and forth, and we see it dragging on the ground just underneath the right rear. That's the rear sway bar dragging the ground, which keeps the rear housing located in the center of the car.
So there is the STP Pontiac with some serious trouble, and you can win a Pontiac Grand Prix if you know who is leading at the halfway point of this event, and the people at the Right Guard Halfway Challenge call you back. Now, here's how you register. All you have to do is get the telephone and dial, make a pit stop here on lap number, and the King spun the car.
Well, the left rear tire has been flat the whole time. I guess when the Panhard bar broke, the left rear went across, hit the quarterfinal, they cut that tire. It's been flat the whole time, and evidently the whole rear housing has just become disconnected because he could not get back. Both rear tires are flat now. We can see the car just sitting on the ground. Richard motioned for the wrecker to come pick this thing up and get it back to the garage.
Yeah, you can see him trying to spin the wheel, and it won't go.
You know, we talked about track position earlier in the show, and here's a guy who has great track position. That is Mike Chase from Bakersfield, California. Well, that's a little bit of an... Oh, Tom Kendall with a lot of damage on the right front of that car. That's a tough break for Tommy, who was running so well. It happened at corner number 4, and he's leaving debris all over the racetrack.
Boy, he sure is. He'll be lucky to get that car back to the...
Boy, oh, there's another car. Looks like Chad Little is off the pace right in front of him.
And looking for a full course caution. Chad Little goes right down the drag strip, so he is not on the racetrack.
But Kendall didn't do that. He's
tripped. So, out of harm's way.
car is still able to move.
Well, he thought about
the spots right here.
He thought about it. It looks like
The transmission. Here's a look now at the incident. Here comes Tom Kendall, and boom.
Yeah, I think the 19 car of Chad Little had spun, and then Kendall ran into it once he came around that curve. He didn't see it. That's a blind curve.
Had no place to go, and there was Chad Little right in the middle of the racetrack.
well, Kendall made it back to the.
Some people say these guys aren't athletes.
Mark Martin doing battle with Ernie Irvin. And the 98 car of Butch Miller is in the tires.
I'd say he's sitting right on top of him.
Yeah, that thing's not going to pull itself out of there.
Rusty Wallace, is he going to be able to make the move?
Yes, he did. Ricky Rudd goes to second position. Don't count him out. A big spin down in corner number 7. Whoa, lots of cars off the course, including Ernie Irvin and Alan Kowicki. The finger of fate has struck Alan Kowicki once again, and the number 18 car of Stan Barrett is also off course, but he gets going again.
Man, I tell you, I can't believe the luck that Alan Kowicki has at this race course.
Unbelievable. All right, here they come down now toward turn number 11 once again.
And here's for the lead.
Yep, Ricky Rudd is going to get the lead afternoon, and now he's in the top 5. Here's a replay of this melee down in turn 7.
Boy, there were a lot of them. Hut Strickland was involved. He had to just stop to keep from running over somebody. Ernie Irvin just made him a lap out there in the grass and came back on around.
Bobby Hillen was also involved. The 44 car, that's Sellers, Jack Sellers, also off course momentarily. That's the second time this afternoon he has been off course. It's been such a lucky day for Troy Beebe in car number 93. He was involved with several other cars in an incident that we'll show you right now.
Okay, we see Beebe coming into the picture, the yellow car.
Kyle Petty and Bill Smith make some contact.
Yeah.
And Troy Beebe comes along in his Kyle Petty right in the right rear.
And everybody else was able to move away except spent many, many laps behind the wall repairing a transmission.
And there's trouble down in turn 11. Davey Allison and the Terry Labonte car are nose to nose.
I believe that could be, is that Labonte or, yeah, that is Labonte.
Yeah, Davey Allison spun and Terry came into the turn, just couldn't get stopped and hit Davey. Now they both kicked him.
Davey Allison just loses control going in.
Oh, a full course caution. This may mean the race will end under caution. And there's a contact between Terry Labonte and Davey Allison. Afternoon, it has caused the race to end under yellow. This will be Rusty Wallace's 18th Winston Cup career win. And it will mean that he continues to dominate road racing in Winston Cup competition, having now won 5 races out of the last 7. Here comes the pace car.
Ricky Rudd says, I bet I can beat those guys to the line.
Rusty Wallace wins the Banquet Frozen Foods 300 under caution. Rusty Wallace from Fenton, Missouri adds another win to his resume on the road course. Mark Martin finishes 2nd. Ricky Rudd 3rd. 4th would be Jeff Bodine in number 11. And the number 8 car of Bobby Hillen finishes in 5th position. Let's go to the pits very quickly.
Over there around Benny Parsons there in the car off course.
Looks like it could be R.K. Smith. R.K. Smith has gotten that car way up on the banking. You can see steam and smoke pouring from that car. We don't see any movement inside. One of the corner workers and the safety officials has arrived on the scene, and he will notify the ambulance and the other safety workers to come to the rescue. But as you can see, RK's car is up on an angle, and obviously he had a wild ride. Here it is.
It hits that banking and throws up a lot of dirt and a lot of grass. Fortunately, it didn't flip over for him, Bob. Even though it's sitting on the side of that bank, but it did remain on the wheels.
The yellow flag is nationals. NHRA races are held, and the drag strip is what those cars are running on right now. And the 19 car of Chad Little off course momentarily. He's okay, though, and running again.
You notice the red.
Oh!
Well, he just came in there a little hard. He's coming up in our direction, but he's not going to quite get here.
Let's hope not.
So Chad Little coming up on the outside.
He made contact there with Mike Chase, didn't he, Ned?
Yes, he did. They did make contact. Of course, Chase has been able to go on away, but Chad now trying to get his car going.
What's the deal here, Ned? Was he maybe having some brake problems?
Well, I don't know. He just, it looks like he locked the brake up coming in there, made just a little bit of contact. You can see the smoke coming from the wheels as they were locked up, and of course it sent him out in the dirt. Mike Chase stayed down on the inside, never did really spin around. Then Chad Little was on
course while Rusty was crossing the line.
A little close racing there. Rick Mast in car number 1, and Bill Elliott in car number 9 gets a little bit of an assist from Ernie Urban, and around Bill goes. Bill not having a good day here today, and he's a good road racer too. He's just not doing well today.
24th is where he was shown before. Pit down toward turn 1. A car off as a double zero of Scott Gaylord.
And Bob, if the full course caution comes out, this is something Darrell Waltrip did not want, because he went a lap down to the leaders when he made his pit stop. We see Rusty Wallace, the leader, coming through.
As we watch the Scott Gaylord car spin out, what a break for Tom Kendall with a full course yellow, if that is in fact what we get, because he has already made his pit stop. Rusty Wallace and Ricky Rudd would come in, and he would be the leader of the race if we have a full course yellow.
Yeah, I think that was a good strategy.
He comes out in 9th position. Here is a spin by Mike Chase. Now the question is this going to bring out a caution? Another car stops.
The caution is coming out because Morgan Shepherd is stopped up in turn 2.
Yeah.
There we're seeing Mike Chase. We're looking at Mike Chase, but Morgan Shepherd has stopped up in turn 2 with a blown engine.
Shepherd's right there on the left. And there is... Was
tremendous break for Tommy Kendall. That's the break that he needed. Now everybody else will come in. He'll stay out on the track, and they'll be behind him.
And there's the caution flag.
The full course caution.
Oh, Richard hard into the wall up here in turn 1, Bob.
Richard Petty has gone into the tires, and oh, he has hit hard. Look at the damage on the front end of that car. Another full course caution is going to come out, and Richard Petty has had serious contact with Autolite Bridge right now. Richard Petty, and you can see he locked up the brakes and it just wouldn't turn. The car went hard into that cement barrier, which was protected by some tires. Couldn't see the actual impact with the wall, but there's how much the car was torn up. They continue to work over the STP Pontiac.
We've seen several times they touch a little bit coming into the turn. Martin drives her in deep and locks the brakes. That won't get it. Well, here he comes back up on the outside. He might be able to do it. Oh! Again. Martin spins around and slams into the guardrail on the inside. Wow.
Mark Martin has spun, is going to be able to pull away, however. He's going to put one of those tires in the middle of the racetrack, and Bobby Hillen hit it. A lot of action has been seen in turn.
Gets together with a couple of cars, and he's down on the inside, so all kinds of action here in turn 7.
Man, Marcus is going to be able to get headed in the right direction, I believe.
Yeah, he's got a left rear tire flat on the car. There's a lot of damage on that car. That would had done away with his situation of being able to pass, but then he got out there, and Kendall put the bumper to him.
And Davey Allison, meanwhile, has passed Kendall. And
because they were hooked together there for a little bit, and they probably did cut
the question is, can Rudd catch Davey Allison?
Here he comes into turn 7, driving hard in there, trying to do that. He picks up a little bit on him coming into the turn, but Allison pulls away.
Allison leads Rudd down through the S's. Dave Marcus just ahead of Davey.
Bob, surprise, surprise. A Ford Davey Allison win of a road course. Is this the checker or the white flag? I've lost track.
It's coming up on the white flag, Benny. Here they are.
Rudd is there.
11. Oh, and Davey Allison is spun. Ricky Rudd now has the lead. All kinds of contact here in the last few laps. And the white flag flies for Ricky Rudd. we'll see what happens here in the final lap.
Davey Allison did get the car going. He still is in second place.
Well, there's going to be some tempers flaring in the garage area.
Oh, you can say that again. Yep. Davey Allison had the lead and was tagged by Ricky Rudd in turn number 11, coming down for the white flag. NASCAR officials apparently talking over this situation. He's headed toward you for the final time, Ned.
Big Baby is not here
Comes
today.
into turn 7 here in very good shape. As the NASCAR officials talk over what they're going to do.
Davey Allison's crew looks on.
Davey's not too far behind him, too far behind him to catch him before they get back unless Rudd has a problem. But
I'll tell you what, that's not a happy bunch of campers we just saw in that tied pit. I don't know what's going on down there, but they didn't look like they were jumping up and down with joy, Ned.
Ricky Rudd brings the car once again down through the S's. This will be for the final time this afternoon. Now entering turn number 11, and Ricky Rudd is apparently going to receive the checkered flag and the win of the Banquet Frozen Foods 300. Here he comes, waving to the pit crew as he passes by. The black flag is shown to Ricky Rudd. Rudd has shown the black flag. Davey Allison is shown the checkered flag.
They did not give the win to Ricky Rudd, Bob.
No, they gave the black flag to Ricky Rudd as he came down and passed under the start-finish line. They waved the checkered flag to Davey Allison, and he apparently is going to win this race.
Well, why don't somebody jump up and down, guys?
they're confused. That's what that crew is. They don't know exactly what is going on.
Wow.
Wow is right.
And I guess Rusty Wallace would finish second then, according to that. It looks like he's the car behind Davey Allison.
You're right. And Ernie Irvin, I believe. And Dale Jarrett has spun in turn number 11. His car is on the inside of the track, off the track itself.
Looks like he's just waiting for a spot in the traffic that he can get going again.
And again, you just lose valuable positions as you sit there. Here it is again, and he may have gotten some help from Brett Bodine.
I think Dale ran in on Darrell Waltrip there, and Brett then ran in on Dale and tapped him just a little bit.
So Jarrett loses the
Chevrolet.
Oh,
and here's Wally Dallenbach in turn 7 down on the inside, Bob. That car might be hung up on the tires. It looks like the back end perhaps has the wheels off the ground. He's probably
Wally Dallenbach.
Let's see if we can see. He was right in.
Doesn't look like he got hit by anybody.
I don't think he did. I think he just spun around as he started off of there, Bob.
Well, guys, that's bad because then it goes in.
The car spun.
Did I see a car going the wrong way?
Yeah, there is a car. It looks like the car number 51, Benny, that spun backwards here just off of turn 7.
I thought something
That's
looked
Rick
awful
Scripper.
funny. Yeah.
And he's off the track completely now with his nose down sort of in the ditch as he tried to get it going, but he's still moving a little bit. I don't know if he'll be able to get that thing going or not.
Boy, a great job by Rusty Wallace. And a car has spun in turn 11. That's the Quaker State Ford driven by Brett Bodine. He was in 10th spot. Boy, he's just sitting there hopelessly losing positions. Now he finally is able to get back.
Where you see those tire marks on the side of him. And here's Wally Dallenbach making a spin.
And he was running in 26th.
Well, there's the Bodine brothers.
Oh, how about that?
The Bodine brothers was contesting the 10th spot and got in the corner and got together, looks like.
The flag is displayed to Ernie Irvin. He's on his last lap. Ernie Irvin on his last lap, headed for victory at Sears Point. Second consecutive road course win. He won at Watkins Glen last year.
Now he just got to be careful that no one in front of him gets off the course or he doesn't get off the course.
Well, one just got off the course up here in turn 7, Benny, but he's way off the course. I don't think he's going to bother anything. That's the 09 car of R.K. Smith. He came in here hot and just went completely off the racetrack. He's out of harm's way, though. I don't think he put down any oil or anything like that.
Ernie Irvin coming over the hill, headed down through the carousel for the final time. Through turn number 6 now, out onto the straightaway. And Ned, you can see him.
There he comes, and for the last time, at least under competition. And he knows he's got, and here's another car in front of him, almost the Ron Hornaday car. Locking the brakes, a lot of smoke there. He had to give Ernie an anxious moment, but he had his car headed through that corner the way it needed to be. Headed right down towards Benny Parsons in turn 8.
Here he comes, no problem. Left-hander. Now back to the right. Coming directly at me. Congratulations, Ernie. Dropped in 4th gear. Here comes Terry Lavani.
Ernie Irvin about to win his 4th Winston Cup event. He comes down toward turn number 11, his final difficult area of the racetrack that he must negotiate before accelerating to the start-finish line, in this case the finish line. Here he is, Ernie Irvin, off of corner number 11. He sees the checkered flag from starter Doyle Ford, and here it is, the checkered waves, and Ernie Irvin has won the St. Martin Supermarkets 300 from Sears Point International Raceway. Here's the battle now for the 6th spot. Dale Earnhardt trying to hold off Rusty Wallace as they come through turn number 11. And it appears as if Dale Earnhardt will hang on. Rusty gives it one last shot, can't do it. Dale Earnhardt finishes in 6th position, Wallace 7th.
Sideways and then get back on the gas.
Oh.
And Bill Smith in the tires, looks like up in turn 3 or 4 someplace.
One of the Winston West competitors is in the tires.
And he's not going to be able to move that car. I'm sure this is going to bring a caution flag out to get him off those tires.
Yeah, he's not too far off the racetrack. You can see him. Back when I was running road courses, Bob, that's what we did. And here's Jimmy Spencer spinning around in the Odyssey Ford car. He gets it headed again. Everything's okay. Caution in that corner, but that doesn't mean that it's caution all around the track. And maybe have to hit the brakes going into that turn, and the back end just gets around, and he can never get it back. Bob, I started to say back when I was driving race cars and running on road courses, we only had Riverside at that time and Bridgehampton, New York, and that's what we did. We couldn't get a caution. This car number 81 has spun again, and he can't get going, and yellow flag will be coming out, and these drivers, those that have not stopped, will have to stop under caution. That'll put them farther back in the field. So could be a definite advantage for those who have made the pit stops.
That is Jeff Davis again that is spun up there.
What a tough break. What a tough break for Mark Martin and Ernie Irvin, who chose not to pit that time, to stay on the racetrack. Now they've got to, like Ned said, start behind all these guys that just pitted.
This is the only place that you can do that. It's a disadvantage by pitting under caution if someone else has pitted.
Sears Point, look at the rubber on the racetrack. Dale Earnhardt is your leader. Jeff Bodine second as the green comes out once again. Green comes on lap number 53. We've got 21 more laps to go. Oh, and Kendall spins right in front. Oh, and collects Earnhardt. Can you believe that?
Man, oh man. And Kendall is sitting there facing all the oncoming traffic, and so far looks like everyone except with Kitty Wallace. And look at the damage on Earnhardt's car.
Oh, the race leader who was looking for his first road course.
I think he gets a little bump from Derek Cope. Just a little bit of a nudge from Derek Cope, and around he goes, and Earnhardt comes by and has no place to go, runs right in the back of Kendall.
I don't believe that it would have done any damage to Earnhardt's suspension on the car, but it tore some sheet metal loose there, maybe knocked something in on a tire, and he doesn't really know how much damage is done to it.
Is leading here this afternoon.
By the way, Bob, whatever that was there.
Whoa! Big crash. Wally Dallenbach and Brett Bodine are involved. 2 other cars are also. Can't see the number on them.
Looks like John Krebs.
And the yellow is out. Overall caution coming up. There's a replay on what happened up there.
Well, Brett Bodine, the back end, gets loose on the Quaker State Ford, and Wally Dallenbach is right there behind him. He gets stopped, but Brett keeps spinning in front of him, and he hits him. And then the car number 20 spins around. Here's John Krebs. He just comes in there and stops. He didn't have anywhere to go in the Diamond Ridge car.
Yeah, that's Dirk Stevens at number 20, and there is what the Quaker State Ford looks like as a result of that incident up there in turn 2. Back in a moment.
Man, we're out here to test. Nothing but rain.
Hey, where's Mario?
Two champions sharing a winning formula. Haviland Formula 3.
I hear your power is looking good for you this year. It's unbelievable. Must run pretty hot in a tight draft, though. Got that pretty well beat.
Complete.
The pass, I believe he has, and here's Jeff Gordon spinning out right as you come off of turn 7.
Jeff Bodine spins. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Bill Elliott. Oh, and separate now, Terry Labonte is up on the bank. Elliott backs into the guardrail, and all kinds of problems here.
Well, they were running side by.
Here's the replay.
Okay, they're coming through the S's, and Elliott and Labonte do indeed get together. A lot of smoke there. The cars behind them don't know where to go because of all of that smoke. There you see Dale Jarrett coming out of it, and Labonte up on the bank on the outside. Elliott backs into the guardrail down on the other side.
And Michael Waltrip has to go
All through the S's.
Yes, he really worked fast in turn 7 where Ned is located to where I am.
And we could have a caution, guys. Here's Dorsey Schrader in the car number 68 that's hung up out here. He and Bobby Labonte came off of this turn side by side a moment ago. And here we'll take a look at it as they came off of this turn. There you see Bobby Labonte in the Maxwell House car down on the inside. Dorsey up on the outside. There's Earnhardt back behind it. Here we are back up there. And Dorsey just gets slid right on out into the grass. No traction out there. The car spins sideways and gets hung up there.
Ran out of racetrack. He was in 8th position when the incident had occurred, and the caution is out. We are under full white flag at the same time, and here we go to determine who the winner is going to be at Sears Point. Up through 1 and 2. Rudd closes in.
Jeff Bodine got a bad corner up in turn 1.
On a spin. Dale Jarrett spinning, nailing Davey Allison. Other cars are involved. Most keep going. I believe that's Bobby Labonte back there that got collected.
And the left front tire on Dale Jarrett's car is and Jeff Bodine is sideways and saves it. Now here comes Rudd on the, well, he blocks that move.
Cannot make the pass. Jeff Bodine was totally sideways and saved it. Now they come down through the carousel in turn 6, and then they head to you for the final time. Irvin gets below Rudd.
And he makes the pass. There's Kenny Schrader right there, too. Here they come off of turn 6 into turn 7. As they head in here, but you can rest assured that Ernie Irvin's going to try to move on the outside. He runs in there hard. Can he make it? Bodine hard on the brakes, too. Now hard on the accelerator as he comes off the turn. He keeps the lead. And heads are in for the S's.
Jeff Bodine looking for his second road course career victory, his first since 1984. He's holding off Ernie Irvin and Ricky Rudd as they head up toward you, Benny.
I mean, Jeff Bodine has been so strong through the S's all day long, and once again, he gains that 3 car lengths that he needs so desperately. And here they come for the last time, turn 11, Jeff Bodine on the brakes hard. Ernie Irvin trying to close, but not being able to make much of a move. Bodine slipped a little high, but I think he's going to make it back to you, Bob.
I think he's going to make it. Here he comes. Bodine with about a 5-car length advantage. Jeff Bodine wins. Ernie Irvin finishes second, then Ricky Rudd, Ken Schrader, and Kyle Petty. And for Jeff Bodine, he becomes the 7th different winner in NASCAR Winston Cup competition in 1993, and he wins his 14th career Winston Cup event. Jerry Punch is with Donnie Wingo.
Donnie, Western Auto mechanic in the race. Being talked to by the officials here. Donnie, congratulations on a tremendous effort.
Yeah, Jeff drove a heck of a race. You know, the car worked good. We got a little bit behind on that first pit stop. Made it up a little bit there toward the end. But everything worked good. You know, I want to thank our sponsor, Motorcraft.
Monty and Jeff Gordon.
Now, there's a name you've never heard associated with road racing, Jeff Gordon. Or Kyle Petty, as a matter of fact.
Uh-oh. We've got Lake Speed into the tire barrier. Looks like he's going to be able to drive the car, though.
The tire's outrunning him. There he goes.
Coming off of it. Let's see if we can see what happened. He gets the right wheels off on the grass as he goes into the turn. And that's where all the damage is done, Bob, as he hits that tire barrier hard with the right side of the car. Spins on around. You can see the tire is rolling everywhere. He's off the racetrack. That one tire looked like it was headed out on the racetrack, but apparently didn't get there as Baker tries to make his way back to the pits.
Bobby Labonte spins, but gets going again.
No damage down here. There he goes. Right in front of Greg Sachs.
Labonte Labonte has several members of the San Francisco 49ers football team on hand to witness his performance. Let's take a look at what happened up there in turn number 11 in front of you, Benny.
Well, just comes in the corner, hits the brakes a little too hard, and around he goes. Unfortunately, look at that mess of cars behind him. They all missed him.
So Terry Labonte is...
Whoa!
Oh, and Derek Cope has gone up over the tire barrier, up over a bank, and the Fingerhut Ford.
Oh, my goodness.
That is a wild ride. Full course caution is out once again.
Cope's okay. He's moving around.
He is moving around. In fact, he is trying to get the car started.
No, he's trying to get the steering wheel off so he can get out.
Yeah, and he's talking on the radio also. Boy, that is good news, because obviously he took a wild ride, and it appears as if he almost went into a spectator area. That's a very large dirt embankment that separates the track and the spectators. And Derek, let's see what happens.
Well, it was side by side with
John Krebs.
Oh, John Krebs goes, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Out through there in front of Derek Cope.
And the car overturned several times. So our concern isn't about Derek Cope. He's okay. Our concern is John Krebs. And he did not come close to a spectator area. They were...
All these guys come charging down. Oh, and Martin. And Ricky Rudd makes some contact. Martin is backing down the racetrack. So far, no one has hit him.
There it is from the in-car as he lets the others go by. He still has not got the car.
Okay, once he gets out here, maybe heading towards turn 7, but...
Oh, Terry Labonte spins, gets in the side of the 4 car, and meanwhile, Jimmy Spencer's involved. But I tell you what, it could have been a lot worse than the good.
Yes, it could have. There's the in-car camera with Terry. He is up against the tire barrier, and this could bring out a full course caution. No, he's going to get the car going. I'm not sure how well it's going to steer. But Labonte is going. Yeah, that could have wiped out several cars because they were very tightly bunched in that area when Terry got sideways. Tore off the left corner of the car up front end. But the Armor All in-car camera still works perfectly.
Sterling Marlin having a major problem as he went through the turn here, but let's watch this replay of Terry Labonte.
Oh, he and Jeff Bodine get together.
Yep.
And look at all that traffic behind him. How all those cars missed him. I see the 4 car didn't miss him.
Yeah. Tagged Sterling pretty good. Oh, and Jimmy Spencer ran up over Darrell Waltrip, ran up on the side of his car. Here's another angle.
Yeah, we'll see Labonte come in the screen sideways. There the 4 car. He's the guy that did all the damage to the left front. Now watch Spencer as he rides up over.
It was obscured by the smoke, but he got way up on the side of Waltrip's car. Harry Gant had to get into the grass, but he managed to avoid everything. And the number 50 car is off the course. That is Mike Chase.
Looks like he's way off the course.
He is. Terry Labonte has made it to the pit area, Jerry.
And Terry limps by.
Boy, you're like on one of those tilt-a-whirls at the county fair, huh? How it got in that position.
Under the red sign, we'll see Mike Chase make contact. That might have been, I don't know, I want to say the 90 car, but I'm not sure. Looked like Mike Wallace and Mike Chase made some contact.
And just before that, there was this incident resulting in contact between Terry Labonte and Jeff Bodine.
Bodine tried to get on the inside of Labonte, spinning Labonte around, and heavy traffic behind. There's Jimmy Spencer going up over Darrell Waltrip, almost. A lot of damage done to his car. And of course, Sterling Marlin was caught up in it as well.
And both Marlin and Spencer were in the pits to get their sheet metal torn away. Here's the in-car camera from Terry. made it back to the pits. And the 50 car is carrying one of the tires from the tire barrier.
He's driving the car, isn't he?
The course. He's trying to get it going again. And looks like he will do so successfully. Darrell was being shown in the 18th position. Saw on the wheel there.
Yes, he is. Rick Mass going very slow coming in here. And here's a spin by Waltrip, and he spun out there a little bit ago. Just looked like
he was all by himself.
Yeah, just got in there a little too quick and spun around, and he got it going again, though. And Darrell's...
Here's Jeff Burton, the highest rookie at the moment. And this is a battle for 15th position between Burton and Ricky Rudd. Ernie Irvin is on his last lap inside with Ricky. Up to third.
And meanwhile, here's another great race. Mark Martin is closing up on the back bumper of Morgan Chevrolet. Tried to get alongside. Down on 11, lost 2 or 3 car lengths.
It's a battle for 7. Morgan has 7. Mark 8. Ernie Irvin, meanwhile,
coming into turn 7, Bob. Just nice and smooth around here. No traffic in front of him. Huck Strickland is up, a couple hundred yards in front of him, but no threat as he comes through the S's here. Just nice and smooth as he has done most of the day. I'll tell you, don't often see a car that dominant in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. As Jenny said earlier, that crew did their homework, prepared a great car. Ernie Irvin has done a great job of driving it today as he heads towards Benton. And they took this car to Road Atlanta, just north of Atlanta last week, and tested it for 2 days so they'd be assured, all the bugs worked out, and it looks like Road Atlanta is a very good tested place for Sears Point.
Off of corner number 11, Ernie Irvin sees the checkered flag waving, and Ernie Irvin crosses the line and wins his 3rd race of 1994 and registers his 12th career win in his 186th start. Ernie Irvin from Modesto, California wins the Save Mart Supermarket 300 at Sears Point in Sonoma. We pick up on this best battle on the racetrack between Burton and Rudd. They just left turn 7. Here they come up through the S's.
Rudd, one of the best road racers in the business. His Ford sort of mangled a little bit today. Got involved with Mark Martin earlier in the race. But he continues to drive hard. Wants that other position. If he can get it, that'd be 4 points if he could pick it up. And a little bit of money as well.
Right now, Burton is in 14th, Ricky in 15th. How they look headed to you, Benny?
Looks like Rudd's going to try to outbrake him. No, not going to be able to do it. Burton moves over. Outbreaks Rudd. Now Rudd's going to come on the inside. They're going to drag race towards you, Bob.
Oh, this is going to be a good finish. It is a drag race to the line. And, Rudd, I think, got him by maybe a fender. That was a good battle. And Jerry is with Larry McReynolds.
Larry, that's what I call domination. What an outstanding day you guys had. Congratulations.
I'm telling you, that's
Spin number 31, Ward Burton, is off course, has nosed into the tire barrier. Doesn't look like the car is hurt very much. He's trying to back it up. As soon as he gets a little clearance, he will be able to do so.
As Mark Martin is down and away.
It's a 19.6-second pit stop. The yellow flag is out, and Joe Nemechek, who we just saw leave the pits moments ago, is into the tires and has crashed pretty heavily here. We see him moving around.
How did he get in that kind of position?
Man.
He's on the wrong side of the tire, isn't he?
Well, looks like it, yeah.
That's how he got in that position. Oh, I see how he got in that position.
He just drove over the tires, didn't he?
Man.
John Kernan, what do you know?
Bob, I just talked to his crew. They're headed back. They're busy now, running back to the garage area. Mike Borschinger to get the car fixed when Joe can get it in, when he can get it in. What Joe told them on the radio was, it just didn't stick when I went into the turn. That's all he had to say.
It's unbelievable to me that Rusty Wallace. Oh, and what happened? We got Dave Marcus.
I was coming up the hill toward turns 2 and 3. Looks like Dave's okay, but he sure damaged the right side of it.
Yeah, we can see that the right front tire is rubbing the fender. That's where the smoke is coming from. But we were talking about Rusty Wallace hasn't won since 1990 on a road course. That's unbelievable.
Really?
There he is. There comes Hutch Strickland by. No, now don't turn now, Jeff. Don't turn now. Okay, turn now. Man.
So Jeff Bodine will lose some track position because of his spin.
Bang with Dave Marcus heads for the pits. There we see him coming the corner. He's trying, I guess, to get on the outside of Ricky Rudd. And around the back end went and has to sit there and watch all those cars go by.
But he's running again with
Kyle Petty in next time by because Kyle said the tire may be going down the cruise just up on the wall. And
Bill Elliott spins right ahead of Kyle Petty.
Looks like he might have a flat tire or something because he slowed as we were watching Kyle Petty. It looks to me like the right rear tire might be flat on that car.
Yeah, I think it is, Benny.
Yep, it is.
Yep.
He was running in 12th position, not doing it again.
And Rusty Wallace spins here in turn 8. Dale Jarrett goes over, gets up on the side, he hits the base. And Davy Jones is involved.
Dale Jarrett is up on his side.
Yeah, he got into that dirt bank, Bob, and certainly an uncomfortable way to be hanging in your belt. He just needs somebody to get that thing righted.
Hey, Ned.
Yeah.
If you want to get unhooked.
Now the record's coming there. I'd go to help do it myself, but they're going to get there before I could. He's only about 75 yards from me.
Now they're going to get it over there. There we go.
Now to get him out going, he can stay in the lead lap.
I was going to say, he could very easily get that thing going again.
Give me a push. That's what he's saying.
There maybe just a little bit coming in, and then here comes Rusty into the picture. He was up beside trying to pass Ward Burton, and Dale Jarrett just trying to dodge him, locked his brakes, but he got on the grass about the time he locked the brakes, and into that dirt bank he went, and it just stood right up on the side. But again,
indicating one more lap to go, and Jeff Bodine has spun from 9th position.
He was trying to pass his brother on the outside. He's trying to get going the other direction, and he turns right in front of him.
Jeff and Todd.
Jeff on the outside down in turn 11, and we saw that before, just around he went.
Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt now has the lead of the Save Mart Supermarkets 300. Mark Martin, back on pace, is within a car length or so. Jeff Gordon runs third, then Rudd and Labonte.
Here's Earnhardt coming into turn 7 for the last time. He's going to come in a little bit easier this time than he's been coming. Martin will close in on him. Gordon closes in on Martin. Martin gets right up with a car length. But Earnhardt, going through here easy, was able to accelerate off that turn. That's exactly what he wanted to do. Keep the car in as straight a line as he possibly could because he knows it's going to be tough to pass down through here. The only problem he has now, Benny, is down there at Hughes.
Turn 11, that's right. That's what Mark Martin's only hope is, to outbrake Dale Earnhardt in turn 11. But Earnhardt has been getting in the corner a little bit better than Mark. Here they come. Earnhardt comes down in the corner. Mark down in the corner.
They come through the corner, and for the first time in his NASCAR Winston Cup career, Dale Earnhardt wins on a road course. There's the checkered flag. He beats Mark by about 3 car lengths. Jeff Gordon, Ricky Rudd, Terry Labonte, and Ted Musgrave are following. It's his second win of the 95 season, his 65th career win. Now look at Rusty Wallace still trying to pick off positions as he comes alongside Ward Burton.
And the defending champion. We got Kenny Wallace spun down in turn 11. Also, the 8 car is spun of Hutch Strickland. But it looks like both these cars will get going again in the corner. And there we see, I guess, the 8 cars who got in the back of 81.
And he spun too.
And he spun as well.
But everybody is okay and underway once again as we turn our attention toward the front of the field. Earnhardt closing in now a little bit on. Wow.
Who was it, Bob?
I think it was Rusty by a matter of inches.
Well, you're standing down there.
Yep, Rusty Wallace. They come up to the area where Joe Nemechek's car has gone off course.
That's turn 2.
Now down by Benny just a few seconds ago.
There we see old Larry come in the corner a little bit too high. He nails up that thing. There we see Mike Wallace go by, the Heilig-Mars car. There goes the 41, the Kodiak. Steve Grissom, the cartoon character, goes by. And there goes Jeremy Mayfield. Meanwhile, up in turn 2, there we see Nemechek come in the corner. Uh-oh, gets on the grass. This is bad. Oh, up and over we go.
Pretty
No
rough
traction
ride up there. Yeah. And so the Burger King car is smashed against the...
We're on to our third full course caution of the afternoon. Derek Cope's car ran off the track.
Now, Benny, there was some contact between Kyle Petty and Derek up your way a while ago.
All right, they're coming in turn 2. Michael Waltrip and Derek Cope both were able to get by Kyle Petty. And Derek Cope thinks he has Kyle cleared. As he comes off the corner, he turns over, and Kyle Petty hits him in the left rear and turns it nose first in the wall. And, folks, you just got to watch this from the in-car camera of Kyle Petty. It is unbelievable. There he's on the outside. You see Ob Cope and the 21 car. Cope runs in the back of the 21 to try to get him going. Now he comes off the corner, thinks. How's that for a shot?
How about that?
And both the cars, both Cope and Kyle.
What happened?
Man, he is completely on the dirt.
All 4 tires.
Man, oh, man.
Rader is also among the top 10. He is in 8th spot, and oh, there is Jeff Crow nosed into the tire barrier. It looks like he had a problem with Dave Marcus.
Well, it would be good if he could fire that thing up and get off the tire so that the caution flag would not be waved.
It sure would.
But it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
So at the full course,
they go down in the corner, and yes, Dave Marcus just touches the back of Crow, and into the tire barrier he goes.
Too many race cars for not enough racetrack.
Looks that way. But Darrell Waltrip was fun.
Wow. Waltrip was 23rd. Ron Hornaday is going to get in trouble here.
Looks like he might have gotten a bump from the Jeff Burton car. I don't know. It looked like Burton was the next car behind him.
Look how everybody bunched up there trying to get around Jeff Gordon, and all of a sudden in the bottom of your frame, here comes Ron Hornaday Jr. sliding in and scattering tires everywhere.
That's our robotic camera. That's
the one that got taken out yesterday, isn't it? But it still worked.
Let's see what happened on the restart. There we see Elmo
Martin Dallenbach running first, second, and third, nose to tail.
Oh, there's the car spinning. Looks like Jimmy Spencer has got his car going again.
This will not cause a caution. The car is moving again. And another wreck. Brett Bodine is involved. Who else?
Jeff Burton, I believe. They were running right together on the racetrack.
Yep. It is Burton. They were going for 12th position and look at the mess they created.
Yeah, that is Jeff Burton, and Rick Mast also had to stop his car. But meanwhile, there comes the leaders, Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin, and Wally Dallenbach. See Earnhardt back in 4th place and Jeff Gordon in 5th. Inside of Jeff Gordon.
White flag is out. 4 laps to go. There's Ken Schrader, who is 8th. Bobby Labonte is 9th. And Ward Burton is in 10th position. They come up the hill for the final time under competition. There's Jeff Gordon, who has Ricky Rudd all over him. Rusty Wallace continues to lead, but the advantage is less than a car length over Martin. Downhill they come now to corner number 5 and then to number 6.
And that's where Mark Martin got past last year. He was hoping that he might return the favor to a different driver this year, but he didn't pass Rusty there as they come out of turn 6 here now. The old Rusty out front as they head into turn 7. Martin will try to outbrake him coming this turn, but Rusty has been driving hard coming into this turn. I think he'll be able to hold him off. And here comes Dallenbach. He's moving in closer as well. Earnhardt down on the inside. No passes made here. Folks, there it is. They are going as hard as they can possibly go and keep that car going straight. Rusty Wallace, the 2 car. Mark Martin in the 6th. Wally Dallenbach, the 15. 1, 2, 3. They charge towards me. Turn 11 one more time.
It's going to have to happen here, Benny, if it's going to happen.
Does Mark have anything for Rusty? He tries. He's hard on the inside. Now he comes off, tries to get to the inside. He can't make it. Rusty Wallace accelerates towards you, and I think the victory, Bob.
Let's see if he can hold him off. It looks like he's going to. He pulls ahead. Rusty Wallace wins the St. Mark's Supermarkets 300, his second win of 1996, and his second here at Sears Point, his 43rd career win.
Going on up in the dirt.
Yeah, he was going to spin it out if he turned that car right going in there. He was in there too hard. He realized it. So the best thing he could do is keep it straight, not spin it, get on out there in the dirt, lose those positions, and come back.
Now from his bumper cam. He had to go over some rather rough terrain there.
My concern.
All right, let's take a look at some replays here.
Oh, he's smoking. I mean, it looks like the engine's gone or something.
That's what caused him to go off
that's
course.
What caused him to go off course.
Yeah.
Wow.
He just keeps going out through the grass.
Yeah, he loses an oil line or something, and the car is still running, going back to the pit area. So, man, there we'll see where he got that damage.
Well, Robbie cut his teeth, of course, in the desert, but that isn't my idea of desert off-road racing. And here is how Skinner got off course.
And he comes right back out beside of Bobby Labonte. Bobby goes on by. And there we go. Bill Weber, you got the story on Robbie Gordon?
Yeah, he may have cut his...
Bad.
And this is one of the bad times. You try to get on the inside of Morgan Shepherd in the 78 car. He nails the gas. He does a 360. Jeff Davis goes by in the 9 car. There goes Sean Woodside, the 07.
And the 81 of Kenny Wallace is up in the tire barrier. We see him moving around in there, so hopefully he's okay.
We also see some damage, pretty serious damage to the right front.
Look at it. There he goes off course.
Down in the carousel.
Wow. Just shot straight up in there. And,
looks like he might have locked up the rear brakes going in the corner, started the thing wheel hopping, and just had to back off the brakes.
And so
and it's going to get better.
There's the carousel. Oh, John Andretti is spun.
John had made a pit stop, I believe, and was in 22nd position, but he's going to go back to the 27 car.
Went to break. We saw that Derek Cope had spun, and that's how he did it.
Yeah, Derek Cope goes around. A little help from Ernie Irvin in the back of the Skittles Pontiac. And tell you what, Derek does a 360, continues on, but he did lose several positions.
And it looks like the John Andretti and another.
Who's the car number 9?
Is that Jeff Davis?
I believe it is. In the number 9 car. They have crashed outside of turn number 11.
And there's a fire.
And a fire in Jeff Davis's car.
He's trying to start the car. That was the fire in the exhaust, but it doesn't seem to be wanting to go very well.
It looks like he's rolling, but John Andretti isn't.
And here he's going to come off and boom, he and the 9 are going to make some serious contact. I guess John felt like once he got by the 77 that the racetrack was clean.
And he couldn't cut the car any further. Let's see. Right there, the wheels get together, and John Andretti couldn't turn the steering wheel.
Pretty serious damage to both of those cars.
John Andretti finally got going and continued around the racetrack. Now he has made it to the pit area. The last lap and a half of this 300-kilometer race at Sears Point Raceway.
Oh,
It's Sonoma, and Bobby Labonte is spinning.
Oh, he just moved into 6th place. Oh, don't think he's done a lot of damage to the Interstate Battery Chevrolet, but he's lost a lot of positions.
Ooh, he missed a shift.
Yep.
He missed a shift and just got his rhythm messed up, and around he goes. He was going to 3rd gear there and just missed it.
So that moves the 11th car of Brett Bodine up, and Ted Musgrave and Ernie Irvin are having a battle for 8th position. Here they come toward the start-finish line, and the white flag is showing we've got one more lap, 2.52 miles to go.
Wow. Remember last year, Martin looked like he had this thing won, got down to the carousel, slipped, and Dale Earnhardt got by. Now he's got to get around this course, make every shift, hit every braking point.
By the way, Bobby Watt dropped back to the 18th. Let's see. I'm sorry, to the 21st position. Last car on the lead lap. Not the last car, but the 21st position.
To turn 5, up the carousel, turn 6. This is right where Martin last time slipped. This time he's dead on the inside. Going to turn 7, he makes it through fine. Remember Rusty Wallace making the mistake here earlier, turn 7? Smoking the tires. Boy, Jeff Gordon drives in there hard.
Oh, it really closes up now. They've got the S's to go. Let's see what happens. Gordon tried to go to the inside. Couldn't make it happen.
His last shot to pass will be down into turn 11.
Mark Martin trying to break a 42-race winless streak. His last victory was at Charlotte in October of 1995. He didn't win a race all during 96. Here they come up through the S's now. Turn 10, and they're headed for that final opportunity. The best passing place is coming up. Jeff Gordon closes right in. He looks like he may try to go to the outside and pass Mark Martin. He's not going to do it, though, and he gets sideways coming off the corner, and that allows Mark Martin to take the checkered flag and win the Save Mart Supermarkets 300. And congratulations to Mark. The drought is over.
Did you see him just lay his head over and say, thank God?
Look at this finish. Ernie Irvin and Ted Musgrave. Several cars. Michael Waltrip all there battling for position.
And Musgrave I think Musgrave ran out of gas coming off the last corner, Ned.
Oh.
And Bill Weber is with Steve Meal.
Well, the water. Right now, Jeff Gordon's worst nightmare. He said, I shouldn't be seeing any traffic this soon, but Brett behind the rest of the cars made a pit stop. And right now, Jeff Gordon is being held up a little bit, which lets Dale Jarrett just close right up.
Here's a Hardee's field summary showing the manufacturer's battle that continues to wage here in NASCAR Winston Cup competition, with Ford only 2 points ahead of Chevrolet. Gordon will undoubtedly be able to pass here as he comes into turn number 11 and put Brett Bodine between himself.
And Dick Trickle is fun.
That's in the S's.
Go ahead, get her going, Dick. He's trying. Rest assured, he's trying. That thing missed the engine died. He's trying to get it cranked. So far, hasn't been able to do that. Gordon does get by the 11 car.
Turn 2.
Yeah, and he finally did get it fired, but he has gone a lap down now.
Looks like he has a flat tire.
You can see that yellow flag waving back in the for that portion of the racetrack. The caution was out.
Local yellow, meaning there's no passing at that particular point of the racetrack, but you can elsewhere.
You ever see Dick Trickle coming up the hill running all by himself, so obviously he's having some problems. Gets in the corner, and we see the left rear tire is completely flat on his car.
Apparently he's run over something and cut it. Tough break for Dick.
But he has the car righted and making his way to the pit area as Jeff Gordon and Dale Jarrett continue to run first and second.
What did they do? Where did Jay Nadeau?
Well, he's been passed by a couple of cars. Bobby Hamilton and Mayfield have both been able to get by, and now Rick Mast does.
I'm just wondering if when he got off the racetrack, we can see him get here and go off the corner and nail the gas, and around he goes.
And he sees all those cars there. Where am I going to get in? He takes it back, gets him a wide spot there, and says, guys, you're going to have to dodge me. I'm coming back on the racetrack.
Look at all those positions go by.
He's in the top 10 and now falls back to about 28th spot.
I wondered about Jerry Nadeau when he went across that dirt on the very first lap, if he didn't possibly knock some brake hoses off that car, and now the brakes are getting overheated.
And another spin.
And there's no way in the world to see where we're going in that deal. And someone is running the back of the 98 car.
Bickle, car 98.
He does a 360 and keeps going. That was approaching turn number 2. Here's Wally Dallenbach now. And
Steve Grissom.
They're back there 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Look at that incident back in turn number 11. They were 3 wide in front of Kenny Irwin Jr. That's Nadeau, Mast, and Hubert.
He just nails the gas. He says, I want to get me some positions too.
That's exactly what he was trying to do. He saw an opportunity, he thought, to shoot by those guys, but it didn't work.
And instead lost several positions. Now here's what happened to the 98.
Well, it looks like that maybe he and Dallenbach might have had a little bit of contact.
It looks that way. I
Makes
think
a 360.
I think that Ward Burton, let's see. Dallenbach's on board. We see contact now.
That's contact.
What happened? Ward Burton in front of them got in the corner too hard and slid the brakes, and Bickle backed off because he thought Ward Burton was going to spin, and when he backed off, Dallenbach nailed it.
Bickle threw up a screen when he did the 360. There's the leader, Jeff Gordon, leading this 12th race. This ties him with Dale Jarrett, who, of course, is running second. We understand there's 3 in turn number 11.
Oh, yeah, right there. Pretty good size something. That's not roll bar padding, I don't believe.
Well, it could be a chunk of rubber, I'm not sure. But in any case, the green continues to be out.
Could have come off a Dick Trickle's tire, maybe a rubber piece of chunk of rubber. All the drivers have been made aware of it now. That is the slowest part off the racetrack.
Mark Martin has moved up to 16th position, started 26th. He was the fastest second round qualifier yesterday. But look how he's been able to pick him off about every lap.
Also, in happy hour, had the second fastest time last hour of practice yesterday afternoon. He had the fast race car.
Just ahead of him is Ricky Rudd.
Rusty Wall started back in 28th spot, and we see right along with Rusty, he's currently in 22nd spot as he goes through the main squeeze. Right there it is.
Oh, there's a car up on the bank.
Jerry
Oh,
Nadeau.
it's Nadeau, indeed. Oh, my gosh. Well, he's trying to get the car down off that dirt bank.
But he's got a lot of damage to the front of that car, it looks like.
The guy says, was that us? Yes, it was.
I'm afraid it is. Doctor.
Well, as you see Jerry Nadeau's car there coming to rest on the bank, we were down here talking to Jerry Pitts, the crew chief, and some of the crew. Now, Jerry looks over at our TV screen to see exactly where Nadeau's car is. And I said, if he had the front when he ran off the track on the very first lap, Jerry said he hadn't said anything at all, but we're going to ask him in just a moment. They were going to ask him as he came by, but as he came by, he keyed the radio and said, I think I broke something on lap 1. I don't think it's going to. And the radio went off. The next thing we saw was his car up on the dirt bank. So obviously something was broken. So Benny, you may have been exactly right. Either maybe brake ducts are ripped away, but something was amiss on the car number 13. And now it has come to rest off the course.
And we do have a full course caution also. So this is going to slow the entire field.
Let's see if we can check. He's racing with Kyle Petty.
And they make a little contact, it looked like. Not much, but then all of a sudden it just veers left on him. Something must have broken. A tire went down or something broke and just shot him straight into that bank.
From his onboard camera.
Just listen. He had to cut a left rear tire down. He's looking. I think he's bit his tongue.
Yeah.
When he made that contact, because he's trying to see if there's any blood in his mouth.
Boy, what a disappointment day for Jerry Nadeau, who had high hopes going into this event. Well, what do you think? We're going to see some pit stops here. We've completed 14 laps.
I don't know. I don't believe so, Bob. I don't believe the front ones will. The others might come in as we look at Jerry Nadeau there.
Like he may have wrenched his neck or something also.
Yeah.
He hit pretty hard.
Yes, he did. Took a very hard lick. But they can make this race on 2 pit stops, and giving up track position here would be tough. Now, if you're back at the back of the field, yeah, you come in, you don't have that much to lose.
See, Jeff Gordon's trying to fake. Is he faking? What's he going to do? Everyone's watching, and what are they going to do? They all drive by pit road. Well, Jeff Gordon drove by pit road anyway. But here comes Brett Bodine. He's a lap down. He has nothing to lose.
Yep. Brett is a lap down back in 41st, so he will come in. But all
Gordon's 1 second behind Jared in 6th place. Martin Dahlin back. Here comes Martin. He is in 4th place. He'll have a pit stop coming up before too long. That's Rick Mast behind today. There goes Jared and Gordon.
Hamilton. Sterling Marlin. Labonte goes by. By the way, Rick Mast has lost a lap. He's running 37. And Bobby Hamilton moving to the inside of Dahlin back, and so will Sterling Marlin.
Now remember, Dahlin back's got a pit stop coming up. Whether he can make it a run or not, one more pit stop, I don't know.
Well, the smoke indicates somebody. Who is it? Tyree Labonte.
Track. He's moving right now. Got some damage to the rear tire is flat. That's probably why it went off the course.
So he comes back to the pits. And we see the gravel and debris on the racetrack, and that, that's one cause for concern. If you get in, cut a tire down. We see Kyle Petty and Bill Weber.
Kyle had the great qualifying effort. Now he's stopping on pit road to get his 4 tires. Of course, again, they'll do the right sides first. Then he'll get 2 more tires to the left side. Since they're in his Hot Wheels Pontiac, they loosen the lug nuts on the left side. Continue to fuel the car. Now they've completed that. Waiting for the tires to be bolted on. And Kyle Petty will return to the race. Meanwhile, Terry Labonte limps to pit road, and John Kernan will be waiting for him when he arrives.
And Terry coming around the last turn to get onto pit road. You see a lot of damage. In fact, I think he might have a little more than the flat tire. He just radioed in and said it feels like one of the trailing arms is broken. So we'll look around on the right rear of the car. I have a feeling Terry might be on pit road for quite some time. Of course, I'm on the left side. I can't see on the right side. The NASCAR official, they're going to put the right side tires on it, and Andy Graves made the call. They're going to have to take the car behind the wall, so possibly it is a broken trailing arm where he'd been in.
Terry Labonte spun coming through the S's.
And we see that tire go flat, just exactly what you said, Ned, and back it in the bank.
Battle for 3rd position involves the 94 of Bill Elliott and the 6th, 2nd and 3rd.
Yes, the 2nd car, Tommy Kendall. 91 car, first Union Chevrolet, and that's 94. Elliott has closed up on Kendall. And we'd expect him to pass him, but it looks like right now Kendall says, no, I don't think so.
Well, Steve Grissom continues to lead this race with about a 3.6-second advantage on Tom Kendall. 48 out of 100 laps have been completed at Sears Point Raceway.
They will throw the official, get a wrecker out there to pull him out.
You can see how deep that right rear tire is buried into the sand. He tried to get out, but the more he tried, the deeper he went into it.
So now, what does this mean for some drivers?
Oh boy, for Mark Martin, it's a huge, huge break. So too for Bill Elliott and Tommy Kendall. They had pit stops coming up here very shortly, but now they'll get to make under caution.
But you knew who got the biggest break of all? Steve Grissom. He had just pitted a lap before that. He will stay on the racetrack and probably be somewhere very near the front with 4 fresh tires and good to go to the next run.
Good point. That's what we said earlier, that you make a green flag pit stop and hope the caution comes out while you're in the pit for the lap after.
Yep, that's exactly what happened to Steve. Let's take a look at what happened to Ernie Irvan that's caused this caution flag.
Well, it just all of a sudden spins right out into that sand.
There is the chute, and I didn't see any other cars go by, so hard to imagine there was any contact. But there we see the leader, Tommy Kendall, Bill Elliott, Mark Martin, follow the pace car.
All this from the Pennzoil copter can as it flies over turn number 11 here at Sears Point. There's the entrance to the pits on the right, and Mark Martin is going to take advantage.
And the other 2 cars are going to pit in Gilligan's Island. See, they're pitting in Gilligan's Island.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
yeah.
now they will go into the pits on the right side. Here comes Jeff. Here comes Gordon.
Now Dale Jarrett did not pit.
Down to John Kernan in Martin's pit.
It'll be a 4-tire change for Mark Martin. They were hoping that the leaders, the other guys they're competing with, would come on in and pit because they'll still be 1 more pit stop. Only an air pressure adjustment to the tires for Mark Martin. Left's already going on. Looks like it's going to be a great pit stop for Martin. Now let's go down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Jeff Gordon will be able to make it on 1 more pit stop. They come in and change right side tires. Looking at the left side tires, they come out. They will be
Out so far. And Ernie Irvan also was into the sand trap just moments ago. The leader is Sterling Marlin. There he is, followed very closely by Bobby Labonte.
And Rick Mass for the last 2 or 3 laps has stayed in front of these leaders. Here we see Jeff Burton trying to get by Dale Jarrett. And
That is an area of the racetrack you don't normally see a crash. I can't remember anybody ever having wrecked there before, but Jeff Burton backed into that barrier very, very hard.
And this will be the break that Rick Mast had been looking for. He's right in front of the leader. Jeff Burton don't know how much damage is done to the back of his X-side Ford.
Caution is out. The overall caution is out, and so Mast will be able to go around the entire racetrack.
if he can beat him back. If something doesn't happen, he can beat him back. I think Sterling Marlin will back off and let Rick Mass get that lap back.
Talk to me, Sterling. If we stay out for 10 more laps and we get under green, they have to still stop it. They have to still stop it.
See, you hear him discussing the strategy. Yep.
Felix, did you hear what the 88's doing?
They haven't said a word.
They haven't said a word. They're trying to eavesdrop.
There is Mask getting
Mask is in the 34th position. So he will get the all the way around.
Well, Jeff Burton crashing here right at the start-finish line. He has all top 10 finishes in the last 6 races, but it isn't going to end that way today. He's climbed from 16th to 8th in the point standings. Here's what happened to Jeff.
Coming off turn 11, we see Jeff Burton, the 99 car, on the inside of Dale Jarrett. And they're going along, and all of a sudden they make contact. And then the cars just, they hit tires. If they just hit sheet metal, it'd been okay, but they hit tires, which basically, I think, knocked the wheel out of Jeff Burton's hands, and the car just went sideways. And we saw when he backed in the retaining wall that he actually cracked the wall. There we see, when they touch tires like that, he just jerked the wheel out of his hand.
Now in a separate incident, let's jump on with John.
Ken Slater runs in the back of Kenny Irwin. Irwin's car, we saw it smoking going up the hill after that. We didn't know what was causing it, but
maybe next week or maybe next month or next year, then I need to find me a driver. So he put Kendall in the car for this race. Is that
Yeah, worked out a deal with Felix Sabates, who had the First Union sponsorship. The 46 car that Kendall was originally scheduled to drive did not get it. So they worked out, brought the First Union over, and Kendall in the car. Jerry, add more?
And then I asked Joe Falk this morning, what about Daytona next week, Joe? Who's going to put the car in? He looked at me very blankly and said, Doc, I have absolutely no clue. If you have a suggestion, give me a call, will you?
Field summary here. We're going to show you how all this judging has affected the point standings. It's been up and down for Jeremy Mayfield. He was in, then out, then in. Now he's out again. And Bobby Labonte moving up a spot as of right now. Terry Labonte down 2. His point positions changed just about every lap. John Andretti looking pretty good here as he pursues Jeff Bodine.
He had a run on Jeff Bodine going into turn 2 just a moment ago, but not quite able to make the pass. John Andretti's been pretty good into turn 11 as well. Let's see this time. If he's going to try to outbrake, well, he's going to try to go on the outside. Oh, and some contact.
Jeff Bodine collide.
And a lot of evasive action taken there. Now Bodine gets going. Now Rudd gets going. So I guess there'll be no caution. Nope, don't see one.
Nope, everybody's...
Well, that was a costly situation for them.
Damage to that 7 car, the Jeff Bodine's car, the Phillips car, some heavy damage. And you can see where he ran in the quarterfinal Rudd's car. Some damage to that car, pretty heavy damage as well.
There they are, right back on the racetrack together.
So now it's Bobby Hamilton, John Andretti, Rick Mast, Jeff Gordon to 4th, and Rusty Wallace to 5th. As Rudd and Bodine will fall in here at the back of the field. And his brother Brett passing by. Brett is back in 35th position, 2 laps down. Here it is.
Wow.
Close call for Bobby Labonte.
Man, I'm telling you. I guess Jeff was just trying to get the car in.
Down pretty low. Getting into that corner. Of course, you go in there low, but you normally go high then low, but he was down pretty low, and Rudd had taken his line that he normally would come in there and right down in front of Bodine as he came down through there.
Jeff through the S's once again in turn 10. Here's corner number 11. No threat from Hamilton this time. Jeff moves the car out onto the straightaway. He looks at the white flag, indicating one more lap to go on this 1.95-mile course. There's the white flag waving. It's a 3.1 second advantage for Jeff Gordon here on the last lap. Dale Jarrett led 5 laps in this race. He's back in the 18th spot.
Just past 10 months right
now. He's still trying to pass Dale Earnhardt in 11th position. Battles raging all over this road course, but the concentration right now has to be on Jeff Gordon, who is close to another victory. Second place, Bobby Hamilton. Oh, look at Grissom and Kenny Irvin Jr. out there rubbing paint.
That's about the 9th spot. Grissom was able to get by Earnhardt and move into the top 10.
Jeff Gordon enters corner number 11 for the final time this afternoon.
He'll tiptoe through that corner this time. He's got a big enough lead that he doesn't need to push it.
Jeff Gordon wins his 23rd of 83 NASCAR wins road course races. He won it from the pole position. It's his 6th top 5 in his 11th road course race. He also wins the Winston Leader bonus of $10,000 because Gordon will move into the playoffs. Jeff Gordon wins at Sears Point. Let's watch Bill Elliott and Dale Earnhardt race to the line here for the 11th position. It looks like Earnhardt is going to down to John Curtin.
And we're with a very happy crew chief, Ray Evernham. Ray, you guys did a great job. He was patient, and there at the end made his move and pulled away.
He really did. You know, he did a great job all day. He's a tremendous little driver. Shows a lot of patience. We came out here and tested, and he picked gear ratios, and he's just a great driver. And today he did a great job with the transmission rear end. The guys did a great job. You know, I never thanked DuPont, Quaker State, Pepsi enough, and really want to say thanks to them. I'm real excited about this. This is a place we haven't won out. We got to thank God because he makes us.
And we have a car into the tire barriers. That's Steve Park. This is at the exit of turn number 2.
I think that's where Richard Petty hit the wall here a few years ago.
It sure is. Yeah, it's a full course caution. First time this afternoon. Comes on lap number 25. Ooh, Park is way up on the tires and the barriers. John Kernan has a report.
They just talked to Steve on the radio, and they asked him if he was okay. He said, yeah, I'm all right. Then they asked him what happened. He said, I have no idea what happened.
Well, it was incredible is all we can say.
I tell you what, that's not going to be easy to get off there. Well, I guess they just hook to it and just jerk it off. But folks, look here what happened. Steve Park is going to come to watch as he backs in the fence.
Overturns completely in the air, comes down on all 4.
Looks like those guys at the X Games, the way they do those skates. Wow.
Man, oh, man.
That was
Well, we talk about the X Games. That's when racing turns into an extreme sport. We just hope.
Comes in, looks like he makes a normal entrance into the turn. But I guess it maybe was a little bit hotter than it looked. And
just like DJ a while ago.
As a matter of fact, Mark Martin behind him smoked the right front tire. He was in hard enough. He smoked the right front tire. But look at him go through.
Yeah.
But he knows that he can't stand. He can't stand to get stuck. So that's why he was going there so rapidly. Jerry Punch.
Ordinarily, a driver would try to explain to his crew.
He would spin out. We'll show you exactly what we're talking about. There's Earnhardt having trouble up there. Bill Elliott goes off in the corner. Tommy Hubert, same problem, gets in the corner, can't turn. Into the sand he goes. Let us see Rich Bickle, the 10-10 345 car through the sand. Dale Jarrett gets in there, gets the front tires in the debris, will not turn. Off he goes. Wally dialing back, gets the rear in there. I think the front started first. And Jeff Gordon, he had the same problem. There's Mark Martin, goes to the corner as Jeff Gordon, the lead of the race.
That'd be bad for that. As much as you need those transmissions here.
Oh, and we have Derek Cope into the tires. That's up at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that definitely would cause a caution. What happened to Derek Cope?
Comes in the corner, and all of a sudden, the car just goes straight, like the left front tire might have been down or something. He drives into the tires and just drives right through them.
And up on the bank now from the onboard. State Fair Corn Dog on board. There he comes.
It's like the left front tire went flat.
Yeah, that's the way it looked. That's too bad. Derek needed a good...
The brakes just will not do enough. But Kenny Wallace on the inside in the Square D car. And Jeffrey was trying to give him room and got in that debris, and through the dirt he goes.
The car up on the wall here is Ken Schrader. Just like the one car.
Oh,
he stays on the roof.
Yeah. Steve Park landed on all 4s, but Schrader is upside down in exactly the same area of the racetrack that Steve Park had his crash early on. You see, that's exactly the area where the pace car comes onto the track also, and the 2000 Monte Carlo moves on to the race. Again, it's just about the same type of crash. He goes over once, 1.5 times, and then rolls back on the hood.
Looked like he was going to roll on the wheels, and all of a sudden, whoa, he's going to go down and talk to somebody. No, guess he just running across the racetrack.
Maybe looking for somebody, but I think he's more interested in
He was in the thick. You know, remember a few moments ago when we saw those cars passing Bobby Hamilton down in turn 11, there were a lot of cars that were running awfully close together there, but we didn't seem to make it.
Bobby Labonte and Joe Nemechek.
There's that dust you're talking about. And all of a sudden he tries to go on the inside of Nemechek. Nemechek pulls over, and right there both of them are smoking tires trying to get stopped. But unfortunately, Bobby Labonte has tires in front of him, and that's what caused the damage to his car.
And if he would have cut over there to the left a little bit to stay on the racing portion of the track there, he would have hit Nemechek. And
couldn't quite make the pass.
Remember, Spencer has fresher tires. He made a green flag pit stop way back there when he was running up towards the front. Ooh, Kyle coming in there hard in that turn. He's going to get the spot. And he pushes out in the sand, and that's going to cost him dearly.
Loses 8 or 10 positions before he's able to come back on track.
And there's Ricky Rudd on the track. Rudd on the racetrack. Oh, my goodness. Hard contact.
Ward Burton hard into the tires, as is Rudd. Man, that was quite a crash, and it occurred right in front of our broadcast position here, near turn number 10. They are racing to the line, and Gordon, of course, will win the battle there. And with 107 laps completed, now the caution is out once again.
Rudd's trying to drive his car out.
Rudd trying to avoid Rusty Wallace going back on the racetrack, gets off the racetrack. When he goes back across, that's when Ward Burton came in and banged into him. It's up in front of the, there we see Rudd, and here's going to come Ward Burton, and across the racetrack comes, wow, and and we see Jeremy Mayfield's going to have some damage as well.
He got hit on the front as well as looked like up on the deck lid.
Ward Burton's car got airborne before coming back down on all four.
Now watch Rusty Wallace. He's going to miss a corner here. Right there, Rusty goes straight. And when he comes back on the racetrack, Ricky's trying to avoid him and runs off into dirt himself and just cannot ever get him back under control.
And then, boom, there's the impact with Burton, who goes down and slams hard into the tire barrier and the guardrail. So here's the white flag coming out for Jeff Gordon. There will be a couple of more opportunities that Mark will have to make the pass, but so far Gordon has been successful holding him off.
Right here, Mark's been getting to this corner. I thought maybe he might try to drive under it. Could not, as Jeff gets to that corner well.
John Andretti has moved into third position.
And I mentioned a moment ago that Kyle Petty moved to 6th. He's dropped back to about 8th now because Jimmy Spencer has moved up to 6th.
No driver has ever won 4 consecutive NASCAR Winston Cup races on a road course. If Jeff is able to take the checkered flag, he will be the first driver ever to do it. He's through turn 7. There was a good passing opportunity for Mark, and now really there's only one more, BP.
Turn 11, this is the S's. Mark is right there. He's on the back bumper, and he's driving his heart out. So is Jeff. The left-hander turn 9. They'll go back to the right in 10, and then down for 11. Downshifting on the brakes hard.
Martin is trying everything he can to pull even and pass Jeff Gordon. He's got one last shot. He looked like he might try from the outside. Now he goes to the inside, but no, the car is sideways on him once again. And here comes Jeff Gordon to take the checkered flag and win the St. Mark Rayleigh 350 at Sears Point. His fourth road course win, second here at Sears Point. And the fourth win of 1999. He also won the Daytona, Atlanta, and California. He's going to go to our McDonald's Winner's Circle. Later tonight, we will have the interview for you on RPM tonight. Jeff Gordon wins here at Sears Point. Now
they go to backup. Had a really good race car. Here's that qualifying lap Friday afternoon. Gets that left rear in the dirt. The Caterpillar car goes around, backs in the fence, and watch this, climbs that fence and does a slow roll over, lands on its wheels, and Ward got out, threw his helmet, and said, I made a mistake.
Well, he started in 37th position. He got the first provisional spot, now running in 3rd place.
By the way, that qualifying crash was right.
Rear tire was right. Yeah. That's why, I mean, it looked like it locked up. It just looked like the thing absolutely locked up.
Hey, Benny,
Yeah.
you know, he said it was stuck between gears. What I'm wondering if maybe he broke the rear end.
That's what it looked like, because the thing just snapped around.
And if that would have happened, it would have snapped him around like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they probably don't have a gear in Gilligan's Island. For sure, they'll take it back to the garage.
The drive shaft. So they're also getting the drive shaft. They're also pulling out a new transmission, too. Back upstairs.
Big problem on the racetrack. I don't think anybody got hurt badly, but...
there's some flame in the back one of those cars. It looks like it might have blown an engine.
Sean Andretti. Boy, the fire is coming out of that car big time. He finally gets it stopped just shy of turn number 7 around turn 2.
Well, there's Brett Bodine. The 11 car was off the course. And let's see, there's Bobby Labonte coming up on John Andretti. Everything looks okay right there.
Rusty Wallace might get into Brett Bodine. Yeah, I think he might have just touched him there a little bit. Around goes Brett. He nails the gas, so the car starts stopping because of the view being obstructed. And evidently, somebody stopped. Dale Jarrett has an onboard camera, the Ford Quality Care. We still haven't seen who John. We haven't seen the 43 car, but I don't know he ran the back of. That's scary looking. And we saw the water on Dale Jarrett's windshield or camera lens, which means that John Andretti, not only the oil cooler did he break, he broke the radiator.
Before we went to break. Oh, it looks like he may have gotten some help there.
A little nudge from Jimmy Spencer, and around he goes. And the smoke that we saw here's when we saw Stacy Compton leaving before, it was just tire smoke as he was trying to accelerate. Another shot from the Citgo onboard camera of Elliott Sadler, and there's the contact from Spencer.
Jerry Nadeau drove that car that Stacy Compton is in today, qualified at 3rd here last year. And the 23 car of Boris Said goes off course.
Now that puts him a lap down after his unscheduled pit stop that he had. He is not up to speed.
Wow.
Something broke.
Yeah.
Something in the steering or whatever just simply broke.
You just don't fail to make the corner and drive into the tires intentionally.
No.
And Boris has taken the car back to the garage area as another spin has occurred. This one is Brett Bodine.
Brett Bodine has really had that Ralph Supermarket car running awfully good today, but now he does get the car rotted again, puts it in gear, gets it refired, and away he goes, but in many, many positions.
Well, here he comes into the turn behind Elliott Sadler. Boy, that thing, the back end just goes around. Looked like it was braking a little heavy coming in there, and the back end just got out from under him. And fortunately, no one hit him. And he
turn 2 and drives her off course.
Yeah, gets out into the tires. So
Scott Pruitt picks up the lead, but now he is in for a pit stop on the 46th lap of the race. Jerry Punch.
Second of what will probably be 3 pit stops.
Here's Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s problem down in turn number 11.
Well, unfortunately, we can't blame that on anybody but Dale Jr.
No one was around him.
For the hill once again, and Stewart is right alongside him, and Pruitt has to hit the brakes.
And Tony goes around. And Burton gets back in front. Here goes Gordon trying to take the lead.
And I doubt there's going to be a caution as Stewart is able to maybe get back on course. Yes. Well, the effort to get the lead results in several positions lost for Tony Stewart. And Scott Pruitt is also off.
Well, let's see. Is he going to be able? It looks like he's rolling, just waiting for traffic to get by. He might be able to go again if he can get an opening in the traffic. Yeah, he gets traction, so he'll be able to go. So no caution for him.
Those running first and second get off course, and Gordon's got the lead again.
There's some pretty good damage to the right and rear of the tied Ford. And Scott Pruitt slide that front tire, goes up, gets in the left rear of Tony. Around goes Tony. Pruitt gets his car going again. Burton gets in front. Now here Jeff Gordon's alongside Pruitt. Watch this. Watch Pruitt slide that left front. Going to make contact.
Now what happened to the 32? Well, we shall see here.
Goes up the hill, slides that right front once again. And a little contact from Jeff Gordon.
Yep. And
around he goes.
That puts Pruitt, and Scott has driven into another tire barrier, this time deeper than before, and so the fourth caution of the afternoon will come out. Jerry?
Well, Scott Pruitt radio just prior to going into that barrier a moment ago, he thought he had a tire going down after possible contact a moment ago up there in turns 2 and 3, and apparently he did have a tire going down. He just now said on the radio, I think I cut a tire or blew a tire, and had no control over the car. He's off.
He apparently got in pretty hard because he's moved one of the cement barriers.
I think he's got a flat tire. The car just would not turn, and in that barrier he went.
Wow. So a lot of damage to that car.
And Rusty is fine. It's down in turn 11, the hairpin.
He's running 22nd. See if he loses any position because of it. Gets the car going once again, and he'll cross the line to complete his 108th lap.
I think Terry Labonte got by.
Yeah, he brought down to 27. So a tough afternoon for Rusty Wallace.
Wheel hopping. You can hear it. And around he went. When he downshift to the car, you hear that bub, 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 bub. That was the rear wheels hopping, and when you lose control, all control. There's one way.
Nice and smooth now. One more time.
Maintains that second spot.
White flag.
White flag is indeed out. One more lap to go. Jeff Gordon with a 5-second advantage on Sterling Marlin, but can the fuel carry him the distance?
Talking about Bobby Labonte when that pass almost happened for second spot. Terry Labonte is a very accomplished road racer. You know has taught Bobby a great deal about getting around these road courses. It sounds like and looks like that Bobby has listened well. He's done a fantastic job here today at Sears Point.
Down through the chute, quarter number 7 for the final time for Jeff Gordon. He started on the pole here last year and won. He started third at Watkins Glen last year and won. He's up through the S's.
Now going downhill, but still he's got to have some fuel, got to have some gas to get on back to the start-finish line. But it looks like he's still running good when he comes by our position here.
Well, he was born in Vallejo, California, not too far from Sears Point, and the hometown fans are loving it. The people gathered around us here have their arms in the air cheering for Jeff Gordon, but let's see if he can make it. He's through corner number 11, still appears to have adequate power, and Jeff Gordon comes down and wins his 6th consecutive road course race at Sears Point International Raceway, beating Sterling Marlin and Mark Martin by 4 seconds.
Ricky Rudd comes across the line in the 5th position. Bernard is 6th. Jarrett 7th.
Schrader having problems, and Jeff, why does this create so many problems for drivers?
Because the guys are coming down in there trying to make passes. Guys are trying to make this corner.
So you'll see the yellow waving for Michael, but that applies just to that one corner.
He was on the brakes really hard, got loose, under braking. But yeah, there's 11 of those flag stands that has that local yellow, and only the yellow that counts for the be a full course is at the flag stand.
So he got off the course just a little bit back there around 10, and I think that probably got maybe build up on his tires and spun out.
He was running 15th. Hey, there's action on Gilligan's Island. Down through the S's, just in front of our booth. Fortunately, no cars oncoming, and Skinner gets away.
Whew. Boy, I tell you what, track's so big, things happening everywhere. Hey, there goes the 55 car trying to catch up to Gordon and get his lap back, too, guys.
Here's a look at Skinner chasing Dorsey Schrader down through the S's right in front of our California condo here.
Oh, just ran him out of the racetrack. Mike did a really good job of not wrecking both of them.
Now, the reason Mike Skinner was this far back, he had pitted on lap 10. He was on his own pit stop agenda.
And Ron Hornaday is off course at turn 2 up at the top of the hill.
Played at the flag stand. No one can pit until he displays that green flag right over there.
Steve Fark is, he's got the fire extinguisher.
Put his own fire out.
So a short day for Steve Park, and pit road is closed here at Sears Point.
Until the pace car goes by, it will wave red.
Steve Park's race has gone up in smoke. Caution. Mike Skinner in trouble. And Now this is leading to turn 4, coming up over that hill, that blind rise we talked about, Darrell. Oh, get out of that ditch.
If he goes in that ditch, he'll never get back out. Left.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has spun off the course.
Now, if I'm anywhere close to the entrance of pit road, I'm going to be saying pit, possibly. They're right there in that window.
He's going to get going, though, Larry. I don't think that's going to really cause any problem. He didn't.
Now, just prior to his spinning, let's show you what happened to Dale Jr.
They get all 11. They get all wadded up right here. Watch this 01 car. He gets sideways. They about all wrecked right here.
Bam. Dorsey Schrader. And Dave Blaney.
Boy, really had to get on the binders.
Now climbing the hill to turn 2.
Oh, no.
Just lost all the rear
wheel. Yeah, just had to spun the rear tires and around she went.
Ricky Rudd thought that caution might come out. He's in the pits. They have a caution, but now we have Dale Earnhardt Jr. off the course again. Let's go to Matt.
Pit road strategy may cost Robbie Gordon the victory here for another year.
Dave Blaney.
Caution, full course caution.
Turn 10 is a fast corner, but you need to get on the brake there, and Blaney just shot straight across the racetrack, hard into the tire wall. You see how those tires have all dispersed and scattered after absorbing some of that energy. And Blaney well off the racing surface, but a hard hit, and he's driving it away.
Gets out from under. I was looking at it, and he come around on him as he got down there, and that's it.
But Darrell, look at how little damage to that car. The force of that impact, that tire wall really did its job.
And you are carrying some speed right there. It's one of the faster places of the racetrack.
And it's easy to lose the back end right there because you're coming downhill.
And he does. He gets it away just past Gilligan's Island. Let's see what happened here to Fellows battling Bill Elliott.
Just gets out wide right here. They hang together right there.
Oh.
You know what, guys? I'm not sure.
Stewart, get past Gordon. Here they come. They're running to the caution.
They're racing back to the caution flag.
Well, that lap car, Harvick, I mean, I can't fault the kid. Don't get me wrong.
Let the 29 have his lap back. We worked the deal.
Let the 29 have his lap back.
Come on, Rose Harvick. Now, can he get past Stewart before the start-finish line? I'm not sure.
Because Stewart's got Robbie Gordon that'll be racing over. Beating and banging, Stewart saw it happening.
And Tony, Stewart had the momentum.
You see, this is just what drives me crazy. Robbie Gordon is worried about a lap car, and he lets Tony Stewart take the lead.
Now let's show you why we're under caution. Ron Fellows getting inside Bill Elliott, gets under there, but coming off the corner.
He thinks he's clear. He thinks he's clear, but he is not quite clear.
Hard impact.
He's also not quite running anymore. On board Elliott. Bump. Run.
He did everything right until right there.
Yep. I'm sure he thought Bill would probably give him room, but...
and Elliott had nowhere to go. He was out of racetrack there.
We're down inside at 10 to go. You don't give up a lot of room. Close, but not enough.
But he still accelerated, maybe bad off that corner.
Last lap.
Boy, Stewart went way wide down there, but so did Robbie.
Oh, a big pileup, and Johnny Benson and Dale Jarrett go around at turn 11.
And Dale Jarrett had to work his way back up to 17th after overcoming that earlier spin down in that same corner.
Here we are on the final lap. Let's see if we got anything left here, guys. Tony Stewart keeps her on the track.
Tony picked up a lot of margin there. Dale Jarrett still stalled at turn 11. Now he finally gets going.
Well, this is one place.
And Terry Labonte has spun.
It doesn't matter. We're on the white flag lap. I'm sure the spotters will be telling these guys.
Yeah.
Terry Labonte's sitting right where those cars come off turn 11.
But they come to the flag no matter what on the last lap.
You race back.
The caution is out, but they race to the checkered flag on the caution. Stewart by 6 car lengths.
It's going to be interesting. Watch Robbie Gordon going down in this turn 11. This is a time you might as well go in and drive her down in there, Robbie. See what you got, buddy.
No, he's too far back, Larry. Let's Tony lines it up and slides out of the groove. They know about Terry Labonte's car here.
Tony Stewart.
Look at Robbie. He's got her smoking sideways back there.
Off the corner, and Stewart will get his 11th career Winston Cup victory. He wins on a road course in only his 5th road course start. There's Ward Burton coming across after a great day. Bobby Labonte, Jeff Burton, Bill Elliott at the top.
Coming downhill there, you get a run on the, you get a look on the inside, and you think you've got the room and the position, but it closes up in a hurry down there. It's a sharp turn. He just what he does, he just gets out of the groove just a little bit coming up the hill here. Buddy, I tell you, that's a good save.
But just look at the Fox tracks, 110 miles an hour into that corner, down to almost 25 miles per hour once he finally got it back on the racetrack. That was a very good job of saying. He got a little damage to the left front there. You can see the hood bowed up just a tad. But like I said, aerodynamics is not that crucial here.
Kurt Busch now out front by 1.7 seconds. His Ford leads the Dodge of Bill Elliott, the Pontiac of Bobby Labonte, and the Fords of Ricky Rudd and Boris Said.
And you have to keep that car on the racetrack. We already remember our points leader, Sterling Marlin. He's in the garage because possibly his belts were knocked off by some debris or dirt or something.
And a surprise to me, Chevrolet, who've won 5 races here of the 13. Chevy does not have a car in the top 10.
No, and the other thing is that 97 car gets awfully good gas mileage. We saw them stay out there a pretty good while that first stop.
And our point leader coming into the day, Sterling Marlin, who's led the points about all season. He's in the garage with Jeff Hammond.
I'm in here right now with Sterling Marlin. First DNF in 44 races, man. What happened?
Looks like we run 3 or 4 laps there, and I think the 30 car run through a bunch of rocks, and one of them got under our belt, knocked the belt off, power steering belt, and the water pump belt. So could drive it about 4 or 5 laps, and I looked down, the water temperature was like 210, oil was 250, and I said, well, maybe we're okay. And then run another lap, look down, it's 250, and just cook the motor and start the motor up. Hate to call the guys, they really worked hard all week, and everybody here at the shop just want to thank them. And you know, mid-season coming up here at Daytona, July, and we'll just start clean again at Daytona and see what we got.
They'll be trying to turn it around at Daytona come July 4th.
Well, Jeff Gordon, who came in here second in points, tied with Jimmy Johnson. Gordon's had trouble, so Johnson is right now not in the NASCAR penalty box. Whoa, around goes Todd Bodine, who was the race leader. He and John Andretti did not stop under the caution. Andretti had just stopped, so Todd Bodine too hot into turn 11, and he goes around.
And we're pretty sure Todd Bodine had not pitted. That's how he assumed the lead. What he was going to do is run just a few.
A look to the inside, and he just got too much rear brake.
And what you have to remember, he was out there on much older tires than any of the rest of these drivers were.
And he's letting those guys carry him down in there a little too fast. You hear the rear tires? Hear that thing wheel hop, Larry?
Yep.
This has a lot of rear brake in that car.
Now you saw the yellow flag waving. That is just a local yellow for that part of the track. Turn the tire wall hard.
Hard contact.
Caution is out.
Yeah. A hard crash for Boris Said. And this will certainly help the drivers who could not go the distance on fuel. And his Jasper number 67 is pretty rent.
Take it to the garage.
Well, we told you that Boris would be spectacular. Just gets in there, turn 10. That's the most deceiving turn on this racetrack. You don't realize how fast you're going, and when you do realize it and you start to try to slow the car down with the brakes, off the track it goes.
And it's flat. There's absolutely no bank in the hose.
It's banked the wrong way.
Off camber.
19 was running 9th when that happened.
Stewart has knocked it down to 3.8 seconds, but if Rudd hits his marks, he'll get his second Sears Point checkered flag.
Ricky Rudd will hit his marks.
No question. For a long time considered one of NASCAR's most accomplished road racers.
And of course, he pretty much has promised us within a couple of weeks that an announcement will be made about his future, what he's going to do and with this 28 car.
The way his year is gone, just trust me. Let's get him back around here, okay?
Okay.
I know things look really, really good, but at Pocono last week, a couple weeks ago, they looked really, really good too.
And he cut a tire. And at Dover, leading the race, missed a lug on the last pit stop. And Richmond, mechanical trouble, was up front there, and here he comes down through the S's to turn 10 for the final time.
One more corner, Ricky. Turn 11.
Tony Stewart closing in at the final corner. For the first time since Watkins Glen 1990, Ricky Rudd's going to be a road course winner. Ricky Rudd and the Haviland Taurus win the Dodge Save Mart 350.
Boy, look at the battle for third here. Terry Labonte holds off Kurt Busch.
Great job for Terry Labonte. Way to go, Terry. And Jeff Green, good.
His car always was good on the long run. Seemed like he really was good and consistent over the long haul.
Looking from Boris Said, the pole sitter, back at Ron Fellows, two of the road racing ringers, we call them.
And you talked about Ron Fellows being an endurance racer. What I'm seeing with him on into this run, his car is getting stronger. Now he has gained a couple positions.
Bobby Labonte has spun. Cars split him on either side. That's out of turn 7.
Bobby was running back in the 17th position.
What happens there, there'll be what they call a local yellow.
And Fellows dips inside Boris Said. Puts his Chevy in front of Said's Pontiac. That's 3rd and 4th.
And I think that start was made. I know that Ron's been in a lot of big races with a lot of cars, but I don't know if he was ready for a start of the Winston Cup race here the way these guys attacked from the get-go.
Let's see what happened to Bobby Labonte at turn 7.
He gets down under Bill Elliott right here, and I think what happens is he tries to stay off of Bill, and he gets it locked up and spins it around. You know, right there's when you say, "Oh, Bill, you should have. Why didn't you let me go? You know, I had the position on you, and I could have really knocked you out in the dirt."
And here's Ron Fellows coming off turn 10.
Turn 10,
down into 11.
Boys had to get out of the gas a little bit, stay on the course, and Ron was sitting there right in position to jump all over him.
And we talked about making mistakes and not getting off the racetrack, not spinning. That took Bobby Labonte in 18 from 17th back to 30th.
Then bounced off the fence.
It looked like a bag of walnuts. Actually, Darrell, he bounced off the tire wall. And the soft barrier kept them from having to go to a backup car.
Just a little sheet metal damage.
Rusty right there, Tony Stewart, who won this race 2 years ago. And don't forget, this is our final Winston Cup race on Fox, but next Sunday, the NASCAR Busch Series is on FX. From Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Mile, and Elliott Sadler is off climbing the hill at turn 2. Oh, man, that can't help.
That wasn't very good. That doesn't look very good. That thing, you don't use that for a snowplow.
Yeah, I mean, it's killing that front plate at the bottom of that front bumper.
Right there. Got the 43 and 7 behind you.
And he came around in 21st position.
Nice and smooth.
So we'll give you an idea how much ground he lost. He's about going to go all the way to the rear of the field.
Had a top 10 finish here last year for the Wood Brothers. The racer.
Yeah, when you come up the hill, as far as turn 1 is concerned, it's a blind spot there. When you come back across and go to turn 3, it also has a problem. And I believe the 74 car, Tony Raines, right there, has a flat right rear.
Yep, and Tony Raines is in trouble with that flat tire. And let's take another look at what happened earlier with Tony Raines in the 74 car.
As you can see, he locked it up right there. He kind of slid it off the course right there, and probably that's where he knocked it either off the rim or cut it down when he got off the race course.
And we had not had a caution up to that point. Bobby Labonte earlier had a little spin that he kind of brought himself back in and got there without the caution coming.
This is turn 4.
Whoa, man, he just overcooked that turn big time. It's almost like something happened, Larry.
Let's go on board.
It's coming downhill here, and it's very deceiving. Oh, hear that? Bop, 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 bop. Wheel hop. I knew something had to happen.
And that's caused a lot from a lot of rear brake along with the downshift.
Now, you know what's going to happen to that car next?
That's Hideo Fukuyama from Osaka, Japan.
Yeah, sorry, I could see him sitting up there off the course. Thought he was going to get going, but I believe it's terminal.
That's pretty well out of harm's way out there.
But that's the kind of thing they'll throw a full course yellow.
They have thrown a caution.
Yeah.
So he is up at turn 7, right up there at the top of our map.
That's where Kurt Busch and Rusty got together, and you can have some serious trouble coming across that short sheet right there when you snatch that thing back into second gear.
You know, we're talking about characters. John Lasseter, who runs Pixar, and Mario Andretti are the heads of the Grand Marshal Alumni Association here. And with track president Steve Page and Tommy Smothers, they got Tom Arnold from Best Damn Sports Show, who's the Grand Marshal. And Friday night, they gave him elbow-length gloves, a feather boa for a head and neck restraint, and you just picture Mario Andretti trying to put a tiara on top of Tom Arnold as the gear he needed to be the Grand Marshal.
Yeah, the only other thing they needed was Bobby Unser there to tell him how foolish he was.
Now, guys, I'm going to say, even though we've run 10 or 12 laps since we went back to racing on fresh tires, most of these guys know they cannot make it from here. And remember, you race the race, you race the racetrack. I'm going to say most of the leaders are probably going to stay out till they get to that window.
See, that always confused me, but I know you're right.
The guys at the back.
No, that you're always right.
The guys at the back to be in, because you know why? They're at the back and we can get better. Back completely missed the corner, but he was very, very lucky.
Come down those S's, and that's, as we've said before, the fastest part of the speedway into that turn 10 area.
See this? Oh boy, Jack Sprague and Steve Park at turn 7.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
Yeah, I killed it on the right front. Stay down.
They were back there battling for about 33rd position. Both of them still on the lead lap.
Leader has taken the caution, and both of those cars are pretty well used up. But Darrell, that pass for the lead, we see this time and again on a road course. Two cars go into the corner side by side. They're each trying to stay off of each other, each trying to win the corner but not upset each other, and somebody times it right and drives right under and past him, and that's just what Ron Fellows did.
Yeah, Ron was setting in the perfect position to watch the whole thing and take advantage of it.
That was the catbird seat.
Yes, it was. Oh, the 38 cars.
Gets into Kyle.
Taking Kyle around. Here comes Tony Stewart. Rodon going by, and then all of a sudden Kyle
drove right in front of those guys. Jack Sprague had to check up. Steve Park had nowhere to go.
And now you know the rest of the story.
It's always the rest of the story.
And more to it, right? Now, DW, you have to believe in me. I'm still about 12 laps shy of my window. Keep those tires cleaned off, because when I look at our top 5, Darrell, and you and I were talking about this earlier. Kevin Harvick, Robbie Gordon, Rusty Wallace, little off-road excursion. But Robbie Gordon, Kevin Harvick, and Morrison all ran that race yesterday.
All that dust is causing these guys a problem coming down the hill there to turn 4.
Yeah, he was running in the 9th position.
I think he probably got caught up in some of that delayed reaction.
And it is debris all over the track. Rusty Wallace got turned around. Here goes Dale Jr. Cones flying, dust flying.
I heard Rusty say he thought he was having a brake problem in the front. I heard him say he thought he smelled brake fluid, possibly having a brake problem in the front. So that may have added to that problem. Looks like Rusty's around way early, almost like he may have gotten booted coming up over the top of the hill back there.
See from his onboard, as he was coming down the hill toward turn 4.
Rusty went from about 6th or 7th back to 33rd, and then Dale Earnhardt Jr. went from 9th to 32nd.
That would not make me very happy if someone did that to me right there.
And see what happened to Junior here.
You know, it looked like
he checked up and got booted.
Yeah. Man, I'm going to tell you something, and that sounds serious. Trying to avoid an accident, and I tell you, I think he may have damaged his drivetrain.
Yeah, American Motors.
Yeah.
Wow, that's using up all the road and then some.
Here comes more cars. Oh,
rewind! That can't work. More work. It did work.
Silhouette.
There you see Dave Blaney and Bob. Look at them stacking up behind them.
Like I said, big and ugly.
Synchronized spinning. No caution. No caution.
I give him about a 10. Well, 9.5. I give him a 9.5 on that.
Well, that was ugly. Ricky Rudd and And our point leader, Matt Kenseth, got through it. Now, no yellow flags as yet.
Yeah, poor old
Dave Blaney's in trouble. He's got a flat tire.
Blaney's got problems.
Here comes for good reason. That just won't work.
Yeah, I kind of felt like something like that just might happen, you know. They're just back in the pack back here. You get everybody real aggressive, and look at that. I mean,
I've never seen anything like it.
You couldn't do that any prettier.
Look at Ryan Newman in the 12. He barely gets by.
And who was just bragging on Dave Blaney keeping his nose clean not seconds ago?
It was not of his making.
No.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it this time.
He was a victim. Well, that sure shuffled things up, and we have not had a caution as a result of this synchronized spinning. I'll show you what Michael Waltrip saw of all this.
He came to pit road, Michael did, so I'm not sure if he had damage or not, or if he's just in that fuel window.
Yeah, the guys that hit it there, you see Michael Waltrip just stopping. It's Michael Waltrip, Greg Biffle, Jimmy Johnson, Ricky Rudd, Kevin Harvick, and Robbie Gordon all came to pit road at lap 66 with 44 to go. Bobby Labonte's on pit road as well. Dick Burke.
Just talked to Todd Berrio, crew chief for Happy Harvick, and he said they are all done pitting. I wanted to be sure, so I asked gas man Brian Engelhardt, and he confirmed, unless something untoward happens, they are all done making their pit stop. And just now, Berrio has come on the radio and told Harvick, pick your spots, be smooth. He could win this race with this strategy. Matt.
And Dick, that's exactly what Kevin Hamlin just...
NASCAR Winston Cup Racing on Fox is brought to you by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. New Quaker Steak, the power to reduce friction. And Pepsi-Cola, experience the joy of Pepsi. Caution is out. Once again, this will be the 5th one of the day. Christian Fittipaldi backed it into the tire wall. You see there on the outside of turn number 10. And the Cheerios Dodge headed for pit road thereafter. That is not one of his tires. That's from the soft wall barrier there.
Now, Larry, Ron Fellows, our leader, has not been to pit road. So obviously he's going to have to come to pit road. But I ask you this. All the guys that have been to pit road, can they make it from here on fuel?
Yes, they can. That's the reason they've been on pit road. And I don't mean to make a bold statement. With this many laps to go, that caution just cost Ron Fellows this race.
There's no
and Boris said.
If he'd have come to pit road 1 lap ago, he'd be in the catbird seat.
And it's not good for Matt Kenseth, who's running in 3rd right now, points leader. We know he has to come to pit road. Now, if you were not to your fuel window yet, different story. But if you were, let me tell you something. You hadn't been to pit road, you have a sick feeling in your stomach.
Yeah, I saw Mark come back in and top up. So I think that was what I was wondering in a case here where if some of these guys are going to at least have to come to pit road to top up to make it on fuel. I was just curious if some of them would make it or not.
And again, don't forget single file restarts. There's only one car off the track. That is Jack Sprague. So if you pit now, it's going to be a long way back to the front. Kyle Petty and Scott Pruitt got together just prior to the caution flag coming out.
Kyle has had a very eventful day.
Yeah, it's the same place we've seen trouble just about all day there. Kyle's obviously his car, based on what I'm seeing.
Here's a look at the incident that brought out the caution. Christian Fittipaldi locked it up and backed it into the tire wall at turn 10. Now remember, we race to the caution flag at the start-finish line, unlike most road racing series. Robbie Gordon.
If I'm Robbie Gordon, I say, I didn't know the caution was out.
But he knows if he didn't get by him there, he may not get by him.
That's right.
Looks like possibly Ryan Newman in the 12 got in the back of him there.
And here you just don't have a caution flag and gather up and get going for a set. You know, this race stays green. You've got to gather it up and you find yourself half a minute or so behind.
Right in turn 11, he pretty much had to go all the way around the racetrack to get back to pit road.
There he is. That's it. Sure.
And Tony Raines has spun.
Caution is out.
Burton sliding all the way up toward turn 2, and Ward gets into the tire barrier pretty hard. That'll give us our first full course caution of the day.
Tony was looking underneath the Ward as they come around turn 1 right here. Tony saw he wasn't going to make it.
Tony Stewart, you're in good shape.
You see Tony, he sees it's not going to be, he doesn't have enough room to make the pass. Tony, I don't believe, hit anything, and Ward just barely hit that outside wall. Tony was really lucky.
He gets in those tires pretty hard. Ward Burton into 0.
Just a little bit too aggressive for the second lap of the race.
Look way up ahead of Casey Kane here. There's the spin. Tire walls were racing's first so-called safer barriers, giving a soft landing zone as opposed to arm coat. Here's what happened to the Wood Brothers car, the 21 of Ricky Rudd.
Or just got loose.
I believe it did. I think what happened, he run out of room, hard on the brakes, round she went.
Traffic, excuse me, pardon me.
And Darrell, it was almost like, there you see the 59 car come up there and bump him. It's almost like he was trying to enter that corner odd because of the position he was in right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic right there, and he just didn't have a good entrance. Hear the wheel hop, pop, pop, pop. We've heard that more here this weekend, I think, ever before. Could be a product of this
pit road, but no, it's not. It wouldn't even turn. He's over in the tire wall. The caution is out.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen a race start, any race really, with the kind of things we've had happen so far.
New pavement, a lot of drivers counting points, chasing for the champ.
But it didn't appear that the center of the wheel broke out, at least what we saw right there.
Which is what we'd expect.
I was looking to see if there were lug nuts there. At first I thought there was. I don't think there's any lug nuts on there, Larry.
Of course, this drags about everything under the race car coming, trying to get back to pit road. Sway bar arms, everything else.
No left front tire, no turn to the right. This is a great camera that BSD gave us on the front bumper, Robbie Gordon's car.
Yeah, this is going to hurt. You might want to draw up a little bit right here.
Couldn't get it stopped, couldn't get it turned.
Second caution of the day, Robbie Gordon, last year's winner, in the wall.
So he's got a good race car.
Junior. Round again.
More coming. 2 more coming.
I'm just almost convinced, Larry, the problem with that car is it keeps getting keeps
clear.
The rear tire.
Somebody got into us in the corner.
Well, if somebody got in.
Yeah, I know.
Left rear. I think it's the left rear. Somebody.
Talking to Tony Jr. so they can look at the fender.
Well, also damaged the right rear.
Yeah, I think right now he just needs to back off a little bit and survive this baby.
He came by in 22nd position that last lap. He's going to be further behind now than that, though. They're trying to go 3 wide into that turn 7 up there.
PJ Jones in the 50.
Just a big bottleneck.
Yeah.
I believe Robbie Gordon's got problems getting in the 31 car. It looks like he maybe's got a right front
now.
Down
the right side's messed up on his car.
So Junior recovers from the spin, but again, this could have big point standing implications. One more look here as he gets hit from behind. And look at here at turn 11. Tony Stewart got P.J. Jones.
That's about the second car that Tony has got into down there in turn 11 in the hairpin.
And the 31 here, he's got a tire down the right front, and he just went by his pits.
And this is the opposite side. This is not the left front as a while ago. This is a right front.
Now, he knows that's out on the racetrack. Will there be a caution?
You think there's method to that madness?
There may very well be.
See, he was trying to get the pit road right there. There you see the tire rolling across the infield.
I wonder, Darrell, and maybe this view will show, could he have not made the turn to the pit lane?
I don't know, but that's making me dizzy.
Let's see as he comes toward the pit lane. That is a great camera shot. Thanks to the guys at BST. Trying to turn. Steve?
Mike, I'm listening to Robbie Gordon talk to crew chief Chris Andrews, and it sounded like he knew that he had enough time to get to pit road. Chris Andrews
is what Robbie ran over.
That's the third tire he's had cut down today.
And that really kind of tells you why. A lot of times we'll see a caution and say, oh, that wouldn't hurt anything. But that's what can happen with anything that's on the racetrack.
Turn 10 here.
Yeah, just rolls the casing right off of the wheel. I was going to break into a fine time to leave me loose wheel for Robbie, but I don't think he'd be in the mood for it.
And, of course, what makes it so bad, look how far up the racetrack he is. He's got half the racetrack to come around. They do not run that interliner, that safety shield here, the tire within the tire at the road courses. I bet they don't throw it on the air hose this time, though.
Been around twice today. Not around the block, but spun around. Whoa, Mayfield.
Jeremy Mayfield. He was running in 11th position. That's a terrible spot. We've seen how close cars have been.
Yikes!
Not good.
Come on.
Not good.
Poor old Schrader just gets run plumb off the racetrack. Look at that.
And Schrader's having a good.
Just gets down that and comes down that hill. Just a little too hot.
And now what do you do? Now it looks like he's got a gap here to go. Yikes.
Oh, that was... Raven just barely gets stopped. Here where it gets real close, Kenny Schrader, the 49 car, somehow squeaks by.
I think I might have just sat there.
Can he get the run off turn 11 here?
Boy, doesn't matter what. I mean, if Michael makes it back around this last lap, he's had a wonderful day here. Oh, Rusty's out of gas. Rusty's out of gas.
He sure is. So Jimmy Johnson goes by. Now Rusty Wallace has got to make this whole 2 miles back around here.
There's no way. He'll barely make it up to the top of the hill there, Larry. Unless he's...
Outside. No, inside.
He's done.
Of course, that asks the question again. Half a lap to go. Can Jeff Gordon in that 24 car make it?
The good news for Gordon, it's all downhill from here.
Better not sputter. That's all I can tell you. That 42 is close enough that if anything should go wrong.
Down about 1.3 seconds first to second.
Scott Pruitt has backed completely off of his teammate Jamie McMurray now for second.
Boy, look here. Jeff is just being so cautious.
1 corner to go.
And he has every right to be. I mean, he's just driven a flawless race all day long.
McMurray is almost there, but Jeff Gordon will come off turn 12 and score his 67th career Cup victory and his 8th road course checkered flag.
But what a run for Jamie McMurray in that 42 car, right there behind him.
That's a career performance, Larry.
In only a second start here, you see all the course caution is out.
Let's go to the garage, guys. Let's go to the garage.
Jeff Green involved.
Junior just was coming by the start-finish line here around turn 1 and lost it.
Great qualifying effort. Started 10th. Probably did cut the tire down.
Right.
Remember, these tires do not run that interliner. When you cut one down, you're on the rim.
Yep. That's exactly what happened.
We'll see from another angle now. It looks like, I don't see it on this one, but Junior, wow, up and in the wall.
Well, what happened was he just didn't know Bliss was out there. It happened so many times off 11. A guy will get a run up on the inside, and you won't know he's there.
And, Darrell, that happened right here in front of our booth. The spotters are up on the mountain behind us, probably couldn't see this area.
Ron Fellows checks up and spins.
Full course caution, got a 3-car wreck.
You'll see here that the 0 is all the way to the outside of the racetrack, right up against the wall, trying to avoid contact.
He just doesn't know he's there. Mike Bliss on the outside in the 0 car. Junior doesn't know he's there. They make contact, cuts down Junior's right rear tire into the barrier.
And then we saw the onboard from Fellows where he checked up and then spun his car to avoid contact. So there he is. Could anything have gone worse with Dale Jr.'s season so far? 88 of Dale Jarrett. He's just coming into the corner.
right there, and inside him is Carl Edwards in the 99, and so on and so on and so on. And who got the worst of it? The 0, Mike Bliss.
Carl Edwards, he's going to sneak through the infield here, but a lot of damage to the front of Mike Bliss in that 0 car, and this all happened right in front of Greg Biffle in that 16.
A race, and a car's hit the wall, and it is Casey Kane up at turn 7. And that will put us under caution for the 4th time today.
In this area, we see a lot of caution.
Casey Kane had worked his way up into the top 15 before this happened.
Let's check. More damage on Brian Vickers' car. He had some earlier. Here's Steve.
Yeah, Mike, we had just heard Casey Kane saying or complaining about the throttle sticking on his 9 car.
Let's see here, Steve.
Down the short chute, headed into turn 7.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. Whoa. Oh. That's how he got into. I knew he and Vickers had made contact.
Vickers actually slowed him down just a little bit as he was headed towards
actually
that
got him
wall.
turned around. Yeah, I think that's. Hadn't it been for that, he may have gone head on.
Now this pit stop or this caution doesn't really do a lot to change the complexity of this race, because we're about 11 or 12 laps from now. That's 43 laps when he pitted. 42 to go to the end of the race. He can do it on 2 stops. One more stop from here.
Yes, he can. Oh, big trouble.
Big mess.
Kyle Petty
Caution
gets
is
away,
out.
but 2 cars are still parked, and it is the 4 of P.J. Jones atop the 99 of Carl Edwards.
That's ugly right there.
Oh, yeah.
4 cars out. There he goes. Carl, feel it out. You might have to take it to the garage there, bud.
Yeah, I got a feeling you have to take that one to the garage, boys.
There's the first hit. Who's that sliding in the inside was P.J. Jones into Kyle Petty. And
Brian
the 33.
Simo, yeah, and the 33.
Yeah.
Drove him right into it.
Yeah, Brian Simo pushed Edwards into the crash.
I think Brian heeled when he should have been towing.
Ron Fellows again gets around the outside of it. Oof. But it all started when P.J. Jones took it real hard into turn 11 on the inside of Kyle Petty.
And that's a shame, Carl Edwards, because he's making his first start out here. He qualified back in about 23rd. He was in Milwaukee racing last night, finished 14th, and he was in the top 20.
And the 4 cars attempt to get into the top 35. Not looking good here.
Welcome back, Northern California, and our thoughts are with you. Jack Noter, battling cancer, part of our technical.
Whoa, Jimmy Johnson. Around, and nobody hits him.
There, Chad. Watch your traffic here, Jimmy. Get it fired up if you can. Chin's out, Jimmy. Caution's out.
Caution is out. I'm sure some of those leaders.
He's got a tire down, I think. I think his left rear's down.
We got a flat tire right now.
Coming off the corner, they make contact, more contact. I don't think Dale was real happy with Jimmy Johnson trying to force his way back.
Now here's the pit entrance at a high rate of speed. Waltrip spins again, and
Good. Clear on this track right there. Y'all clear.
That's not worthy of a caution.
All clear.
Back to Ron Fellows. He's done a great job today. Got himself up there in the A spot, right behind.
Piece of something.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a cone or a piece of brake duct or something.
Now that caution.
Oh, one of those.
This caution is the good news, bad news for Ricky Rudd.
Gear, fired. Good. Clear on this track right there. Y'all clear. You're fine. All clear.
Off the corner right there.
Jeff Burton has spun. Boris Said is off course.
Uh-oh. And that's a shame.
He was running in the 11th position.
Burton's been doing a good 20th here and come home in the top 5. Whoa. Yeah. That'll get you a meeting over at the 31 truck. Got more cars spinning.
Jeff Green. Not the first time he's gone around today.
We're probably not done yet, I'm sure.
Oops.
Jeff Burton probably wondered what in the world happened.
Well, when you get these guys bunched up here with 5 to go, inevitably this is what happens.
Tony Stewart in a 20 car, 4 laps to go. He stretched it out by over a second over Ricky Rudd in the 21.
39 car just went by real slow. Jeff Gordon slowing. A lot of problems.
Scott Pruitt in that 30s, maybe after the 7.
Robbie dirt tracked and got him.
Jamie's waving at him out the left side, and Robbie's going by on the right. I don't think that's doing any good, Larry. This is just at that point where you got what you got, buddy.
White flag, yes, sir. White flag.
If you run out now, just don't even tell me about it.
And it's hard to believe. 109 laps down, 1 to go. 34 cars still on the lead lap. Only 1 car out of this race.
And that is Tom Hubert.
And Jeff Gordon, who had climbed his way back up into the top 20, all of a sudden had another problem, and he's back in 32nd spot. So
Jimmy Johnson, with him in 32nd, Darrell. Jimmy Johnson in 36th. Dale Earnhardt Jr. 42nd. Tough day for some of the biggest stars of the sport.
What we said coming in here today could make a big difference in the points, and it obviously has.
Greg Biffle's going to lead the points for the first time in his Nextel Cup career.
I believe our battle for second is heated up. Ricky Rudd here in the 21, looking back at Kurt Busch in the 97.
Hard. Guard your inside down there in 11. We're driving deep. Guard your inside.
Or they didn't need to tell him, because that's been...
Rudd got a good run off of 10 there. I think it's going to pay off for him.
And Kurt might not be expecting Rudd to hold the bottom here. Checkered flag will be in the air. 20th career win for Tony Stewart, his 4th Nextel Cup road course victory. And Ricky Rudd holds off Kurt Busch for 3rd. Rusty Wallace, Dale Jarrett, Elliott Sadler. And Ron Fellows is the first of the road course ringers. Nice job by Brian Simo to finish in the top 10 as well.
One happy group right there.
And 2 cars coast or lip across the line. One is Robbie Gordon. The other is Scott Riggs.
The other one is Ricky Rudd in the 21.
Teammate out. We need to talk a little bit more before Sunday.
All right. Well, I hope they've talked, because we're about to go.
Well, and that's the other thing. See, you don't even know which side the pole guy starts on here. It's so different.
He has his choice.
He does have that option.
Turn 11. Good passing zone entering turn 11. It's the slowest corner on the course. You get down to 35 miles an hour in the middle of that corner.
The best place to make a clean pass.
DW, best I can tell, I don't know what to tell you to expect here on lap 1, so you better reach over and pull those belts tight one more time.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go road racing today, boys. Got a drag race to the top of the hill. Whoa, man, McMurray's in trouble. Seen that happen so many times.
The blue flag waving means there is a car off course. Now there are 2. Bobby Labonte is around.
Happens almost every time we come here, that little chain reaction back through the field.
The blue flag is a local issue. Be careful. It does not mean we're under caution. The yellow flag is only used for a full course caution. Whoa, Robbie Gordon right out there against the barrier.
Racetrack.
How many drivers were in on that little deal you did tonight that they all got the message, I assume?
Yes, and the fella who Kurt said might end up in the weeds got out there in the dirt. Jamie McMurray in the car that Kurt drove here last year.
I think he's going to get back. Kurt Busch, got another car around over here coming through turn 8. Oh, no!
Hard lick.
Kenny
Schrader Sterling Marlin in the 14 car, and they're still stacking up. Casey Mears.
1 car, T-bone Schrader extremely hard.
Oh, it was an incredible lick.
That's Tom Hubert in the 27 car.
Tom Hubert nailed Kenny Schrader.
We are under a full course caution now here coming to lap 1.
So we fail to complete a lap under green.
Racetrack is so narrow there through the S.
And Larry, these tires that they're running here this year do not hook up very well for a couple of laps. It's a little harder rear tire, and the tires just don't hook up like they have here in the past.
Schrader's okay. Casey Mears will pilot his car back to the garage. Sterling Marlin is okay. Now,
You're
this is at turn 9.
Yeah, the 21 car gets sideways. I don't know if he got help or not. We'll see here momentarily. I don't think he did. Carl Edwards didn't touch him. Kenny just spun the car, got up on the curb. But, man, when he comes back out in the racetrack, the melee breaks loose.
And you can see Dave Blaney getting in the back. And look at Jamie McMurray, the guy that sat on the outside pole because of what happened up there in turn 2. He was almost involved in it.
Scott Pruitt shoots through. You won't believe how Clint Boyer got right through the middle of this storm.
Yeah,
here's Kyle.
NASCAR Next Cup Racing on Fox is sponsored by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horn. Dodge. By AOL. Want a better high-speed internet? You belong at AOL. By McDonald's. And by Singular, raising the bar.
One lap complete in Sonoma. Red flag is out. So the cars are stopped behind the Dodge Pace Truck at turn 7 while cleanup finishes at the exit of turn number 8. 3 of those 4 cars are likely done for the day. Marlin, Schrader, and Hubert. There is Sterling Marlin's car, and there is Tom Hubert's. Kurt Shelmerdine Ford being pulled back to the garage. Time for our singular virtual crew chief question. First one of the day. Let's look at Jeff Burton waiting to go again here. In the 10-race chase for the championship, should a road course race be included? Yes or no? Text the word crew to 191 on your Singular wireless phone or log on to foxsports.com/singular and vote. 2 big incidents on the first lap. Jamie McMurray, the outside pole sitter, getting onto the curbing at turn number 2 and spinning. And then Kenny Schrader getting loose through 8, which is toward the end of the S's, and piling things up, putting us under the red flag. Let's deal with that one first. Watch the 21 of Schrader.
Gets up on the curb, but the 99 is right behind him, but he doesn't make any contact. Kenny just got loose after jumping off the curb. And right here, gosh, that is a lick.
And then Tom Hubert, the 27, stuck behind Sterling Marlin, just nowhere for him to go.
A bunch of guys are really fortunate to squeeze through there and not get any damage.
That pretty much told the tale that Carl Edwards did not get in the back of Schrader. That shot right there. Dale Earnhardt Jr. just getting by.
Bunch of guys right here, the 42, the 07. They just squeeze through.
Now let's go back. Watch the second place car, McMurray, get 2 off on the sand and slide right across track.
Yeah, he just got dirt on his tires when he got up top of the hill there. He didn't have any grip. Thing just slid off the racetrack. See all these other cats kind of bottling up there as well.
Great aerial coverage.
My favorite shot, man.
Vegas.com Cessna Skymaster giving you these views. Steve Burns.
Mike, I've been listening to Jamie McMurray and Bob Osborne as crew chief talk about what to do. What the concern right now is not the first incident where Jamie ran off the track, but the second. He ran off the track again when Kenny Schrader got drilled, and they're concerned about damage to the front valence of that race car, but it seems like the latest thing they've decided is to go ahead and put tires on it. Bob Osborne is concerned about the tires, and he also told his crew to look at the front nose, but be careful of the ductwork if we have to hammer anything out.
Well, Steve, there's nothing to lose here because he's basically at the back of the field. It takes a long time to get around him under caution, so they can look at that nose closely, go ahead and change tires, and oh yes, Jeff Hammond and I mentioned, fill it up with fuel too while you're there.
Kenny Schrader's Little Debbie's car being hauled off as Sterling Marlin's. Looks like Casey Mears will continue.
NASCAR Next Cup Racing on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR, and proud sponsors of Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the number 8 car.
So he's coming up there. He's got to get the lead here short.
Newman's lead, 1.1 seconds.
Whoops, back
Scott
here.
Pruitt. Everybody gets past.
He was trying to get it going again.
And that's turn 7. Once again.
Now Scott was running in the 16th position, so he's going to go all the way up to the back of the lead lap cars.
Let's see what happened to Pruitt. The number 40.
Another turn 7 incident. Looks like Elliott Sadler may have given the old Coors Light car a little bump. The train was coming. The gravy train, the dog train.
Oh, yeah.
Well, a lot of cars just squeaking by. Listen to this here.
Oh, there's a motor man somewhere that's cringing right now.
Tony Stewart has passed Robbie Gordon. So that will change 8th place. Boris Said has also gotten past Gordon.
It sounds like sounds like Robbie Gordon's having a problem with the car now that he's that damage. He hit Boris Said pretty hard there a little bit ago.
In what Tony Stewart in the 20 car, we've got another car off in turn 7. I believe that might have been Jamie McMurray, the 26 car.
And Ron Fellows is limping to the pits.
Been a long day.
After turn
Get me
10.
out clear. We got 2 more. And coming by you. 1 right there. Clear. All clear.
Brandon Ash goes by. And here's what happened to Fellows.
I don't think he looks like he's stalled right there.
Caution is out. Caution is out. That's the caution that Tony Stewart needs right there again to get caught up more.
It was the caution Ron Fellows needed until he became the caution by stopping and blocking the entrance to pit road.
Looks like Stewart's got a good bit of damage on his left front fender too.
Watch the 26 of McMurray come sailing in. Oh boy, P.J. Jones just body slammed him.
Turn 7 again. I mean, you get a run across that little short chute there, and then there's no place to go. The guys, you got to make the corner. You got to give a guy room to make the corner. Just wasn't enough room there for 2 cars. Pretty hard. That was a pretty hard shot that time. Very hard.
Looks like that possibly could be rubbing a left rear tire on that 4 car, P.J. Jones.
Yeah, the 26 has got a lot of damage down the right.
You got to wonder with the speed that Jones carried in there, did the brakes lock up or did maybe the brakes fail?
I don't know. I don't think he was using a whole lot of brakes, so it's hard to tell.
Leading with 55 laps complete, halfway.
Can't fear anyone or any track.
NASCAR Nextel Cup Racing on Fox is sponsored by DLP Picture Technology from Texas Instruments.
We're under caution for the 4th time today as our DLP camera shows you the stacks of tires that protect turn 11. One of those stacks has been moved by Joe Nemechek. And there it is.
Oh, yeah. Say that Joe may have gotten a little shove there from the 99. And look at those tires. They just...
Nice 2-point landing.
Let's see what happens here. Here comes the 99.
He got loose on his own.
Poor Carl. He's 21 car earlier in the day. We thought he may have had something. He didn't have anything to do with that either. Good job, Carl.
Sorry, Carl. Wish we had an onboard camera, though. And a tough break for the Army car of Joe Nemechek. Now, we told you and showed you earlier that Tony Stewart had gotten past Robbie Gordon, and so did Boris Said. We didn't show you how it happened. But now we can. It was turn 11 once again. You're watching from Boris Said. Tony just ahead. Punt, pass.
A little rough out there.
Now, Boris had already had a run-in with Stewart.
The 20 had a little bit of an issue with the way you passed him. That's why he retaliated like that, supposedly. But just that information for you. We don't need to take each other out here. Let's be smart about this.
Amen. Both of these guys, they've got good race cars. They just need to settle down, put that behind them. If they want to talk about it after the race, have at it. But you've got 2 cars that potentially could finish in the top 5.
This caution gives everybody a chance to settle down. It's the 4th one of the day.
I wonder if it came in as loud and clear in those cars as it did up here in the booth. I didn't hear a voice respond.
I didn't hear a pit four.
They were getting their practice lap times off of fan view. Pretty neat trick, and you can rent that for use at every NASCAR Nextel Cup race. There's the Dutch Quality Stone car of David Gilliland, a Dodge. He is running in 37th. He is 1 lap off the pace right now.
Robbie Gordon was, gosh, got an old left.
He would not turn when he got on the pit road.
Hit the wall.
He'll try to nurse it to his pit stall. Cut tire and maybe trouble in the steering.
Saw him coming down through the shortcut back here. Let's see if we can figure out what happened to his tire. He may have just locked it up and blown it out. I kind of think that's what probably happened. He must have locked up that left front tire and just locked it up and slid it and blew it out.
Labonte, the leader. Jeff Gordon, the fastest car on the racetrack. Let's check with Dick Berggren.
Yeah, and I just talked to Labonte's crew.
Old school when it comes to fuel mileage. That computer does not know how much he's on and off the gas, where he's shifting. There's a lot of things that computer does not know.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of things that the computer doesn't know and the crew doesn't know. Only that driver knows. And Terry Labonte is a crafty old dude. And I'm telling you right now, he can milk that thing. Running out, coming down that hill is not going to do you any good, though, because you can't make it back.
Another thing that computer doesn't know is uphill from downhill. And if you run out going uphill, you're not only run out, you're out.
That'd be an uphill climb, wouldn't it?
It would be a bad day.
NASCAR Nextel Cup Racing on Fox is sponsored by the auto parts experts at AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. By State Farm, great service and great rates. You can get it all from State Farm. And by Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR. This is Budweiser. This is beer.
$14 laps to go. And the pace truck is out in front of the field once again. This time it is Joe Nemechek who goes for a quick spin. And a very quick caution flag is waved as he spins in front of Scott Riggs.
And that would be different from some of the other things we've seen today. Oh, interesting. I think it's subliminal.
There's Boris Said Jr., who has the curly blonde locks and a hairstyle much like his dad.
And probably pretty proud of Dad right now.
Yep.
Dad's sitting up in 6th place. Now, let's give you the scenario here. I think this caution for Terry Labonte in the 96 car, going to be close on fuel, is good news because you can save a little fuel on the caution. For Terry Labonte, this caution is bad news. It puts a bunch of hungry wolves on his rear bumper.
No, but you know what? He was running pretty good lap times right there before that caution came out. He had picked it up a tad. See what he had to say.
A lot of discussions on pit road.
Good, Eddie. We need that. That takes the pressure off of Terry. Terry, do everything you can do under caution to save gas. I know you've been, hopefully you've been helping us out here.
Pit road is open. No takers among the leaders.
Oh, no.
Picking up speed down through the S's.
Listen, we got cameras in the sky. We got cameras on the ground.
We got Jib Cam, RoboCam, DLP Cam, you name it. And Skymaster Cam. Big brake lock up on Kurt Busch coming into turn 11 and down to 35 miles an hour.
Seen that a lot today on that car. It keeps locking up that left front.
They were 3 wide mid-pack into that corner. And somebody pays the price.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Scott Pruitt again in the 40 car.
Poor Scott.
He's going to be dizzy.
He was in the middle of,
And clear. You're clear all the way around.
of 3 cars abreast going into that corner.
Yeah, getting a little busy right here. Looks like Harvick got into the back of him. I think it's a slow corner because there was a lot of oncoming traffic.
There, outside and inside. Clear outside.
And at turn 2 moments ago, Uh-oh. Second time today for Bobby Labonte. This time he's into it with Jeremy Mayfield.
There's some of that synchronized spinning we always see here. But what he's doing and the cautions that we've had here over the last few laps, that could be the difference in making it and not making it.
Just got to sit there and keep focused. You don't want to get carried away here and start racing somebody and run yourself out of fuel. You got to try to maintain where you are, but don't let those guys behind you make you do something that you don't want to do.
6 laps to go. Forrest said in 9th place now. Our leading road course ace gets the Ford Bold move of the race for all that fancy footwork. And a big pile up here. Joe Nemechek involved again. Dale Jarrett, J.J. Yaley, Reed Sorensen, and Bobby Labonte were back under caution.
It's inevitable. This always happens with about 10 laps to go. Felipe Lopez breathing again.
Felipe, light one up, buddy. You're all right. This is just working beautifully for these guys. I mean, think about it. All they need is a few cautions. They can make it to the end.
It's going to take several cautions to clean this mess up.
What happened?
Top of the hill here, it just seems like it inevitably on these restarts. Dale Jr. gets in the back of J.J. Yaley. Kyle Petty just rams into the back of Joe Nemechek.
They just start stacking in after that.
Remember too, Darrell, you're the elevation change there. You're coming out of that corner, and look at Kyle. You're kind of blind coming up over that hill to what might be in front of you right there.
Okay, come on. Watch out, 01. There you go. Clear.
As simple as it seems, why didn't he stop or why did he do this? It just happens all too quickly up there to make all those things happen.
Steve Letarte, Jeff Gordon's crew chief, Felipe Lopez, Terry Labonte's crew chief.
Bobby Labonte's okay. I believe Dale Jarrett's already out next to a Cup race since they took over ownership of that team.
I really believe he could challenge Jeff Gordon if he knew he wouldn't run out of fuel, but he's sitting there, he's kind of between a rock and a hard place. If he tries to challenge, he runs out. If he kind of hangs in there and holds on to second, maybe he can make it.
Only in Sonoma. Track officials have just gone up and down the line of drivers distributing bottled water.
It's a little hot out there. I'm sure it's a very welcome bottle of water.
Nice touch.
They'll be handing out Grey Poupon next.
Racing is different here. Yes, it is. And the take on racing from some of the celebrities who attend the event is different as well. Take a look at what happened at the Grand Marshal's dinner Friday evening.
With the NASCAR, all you got to do is go. Go. And how do you know you're going the right way? Pretty soon, you end up where you was. And they're cheering for you, and you're right where you was. It's great.
But this race is different because you go fast, you turn left, and then you turn right. So it's like the thinking man's NASCAR race. So it's
Don Novello is Father Guido Sarducci and Grand Marshal Cheech Marin.
That's pretty good. Never thought about it that way.
They had a lot of fun. Steve Page puts on a great dinner, and Tommy Smothers was there. John Lasseter from Pixar, both past grandest marshals of this race, and had a great time. Another way that this is different is the road races at Infineon and Watkins Glen, New York, 1,400 right turns, and in an Nextel Cup season, Darrell, only 42,500 left turns. Makes this very different.
And the most amazing thing about this place is we first started coming out here in 1989. This is the 18th race here. And I mean, there is nothing that looks the same. I mean, when you came here in 1989, there was hardly no stands. When we even came here in 2001, our press box was a construction trailer over in the S's, and look what we've got now.
I'm going to see if I can get a hold of the old Iceman. Let me see if I can call him up on this radio
here. He might talk
to you. Hey, Terry Labonte, this is DW up in the Fox Sports booth. How you doing, buddy?
He's very relaxed.
Relaxing.
Let me. Terry Labonte, DW, you got a copy?
Right here on Fox.
A slip sliding away there.
Watching and waiting. Bobby Labonte's Cheerios checks 43. Back to the garage. Told you to talk to Richard Petty, who made that number 43 famous, and talked to him this morning. He's a little overwhelmed about all the attention he's getting for his role as the king in the movie Cars, and but the grandkids really wanted to go see the movie to see Grandma, to see Linda Petty's role as a station wagon.
Yeah, it was symbolic of the station wagon they drove to the races back in the 70s. Took all the kids to the track and picnic lunched out of the back of the car while Dad went out and raced a little bit. It was fun to be a part of that whole thing. I tell you, I enjoyed the heck out of it.
Jeff Burton has climbed to 7th place, looking all over Carl Edwards for 6th.
It's going to be a challenge right here for Terry, because we saw the 12 get a run on the outside. Here comes the 12 again on the outside, and gosh, I think he's going to drive right by him.
Push on the inside of Biffle.
Not a whole lot Terry can do right there.
No, he just got to give it up. White flag this time. We know we will not go into overtime because we're on our last lap.
And Biffle is up to 4th.
Boy, Terry's got to hang on, because if he ever opens the door, there's a chain up behind him.
There is a whole pack of them.
And they're all looking all over him.
Tony Stewart still on the lead lap. He's faded to 29th. Jeff Gordon makes it look so easy.
Smooth, baby. The smooth operator.
All he's got to do is just hit his mark for about another half a lap.
Turn 7, final time.
The battle's back there from 3rd to about 8th or 9th. That's where it's going to get exciting.
But Newman got around Terry.
You just wonder, Greg Biffle saw where Terry Labonte was pretty weak getting down into turn 11. He saw it with Ryan Newman, but Terry actually stretches it out just a little bit down through the S.
I think Terry could really stretch it out if he just knew he had enough fuel, but right now he's just trying to get back around here, make turn 11, and he's going to come home with a pretty good finish here. Scott
Pruitt in the tires on the back part of the course, and Newman dropped to the inside to protect the inside of 11 against Kurt Busch. 9th road course win, extending the all-time record for Jeff Gordon and the DuPont Chevrolet. It is the 5th win here for car owner Rick Hendrick.
King of the road right there, boys. Nice job, Philippe.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Fine 3rd place finish for Hall of Fame racing and Terry Labonte.
And nice job, Terry Labonte, but still Philippe willing to roll the dice and
50 laps on
and go for that pit strategy. That was pretty cool.
Tony Raines, a regular driver up there with Philippe.
He'll be back in the car next week at Daytona.
And Ryan Newman said he had a good car and was looking forward to this race. He'll enjoy a 2nd place finish. Pruitt got out of the tire barrier and came around to complete the final lap in 30th place.
Jeff Gordon, who fell out of the top 10 in points after Michigan, he's going to catapult back up into them. He's going to be 8th in points leaving here.
It's Denny Hamlin who will fall out of the top 10 to 11. So, yeah, nice engagement present for Jeff Gordon today.
I got to believe he'll be a pretty happy young man today. She's a happy young lady. There's his future wife. I'm sure she's feeling a lot of relief because Jeff hadn't won this year and he needed to badly, so that's great.
Daryl, I go back.
We were just watching this earlier. There's Kyle's back there.
Kenseth.
91 car.
The Goose.
Goosens. Oh, there's a lot of damage on the left rear of Kyle's car as well. There's that left rear fender is tore up pretty big.
Second, go back and see if we can take a look.
Oh, wow. Kenseth just dove on the inside of Kyle, and I don't think Kyle had any idea he was there.
On board with Kyle Petty.
I mean, Kyle had no clue that Kenseth was down on the inside.
What the fuck was that? The fourth that reached Sorensen is smoking.
He's got a lot of damage. He hit somebody or something.
Try to get it going if you can. Return left if you have to.
Talking to his spotter. Stay under green.
That's the last couple.
Ooh. Just lost it coming off that corner, that right-hander down the hill and hit the curb. Looks like he was already loose when he hit the curb, which just made it worse.
And now the caution comes out. So Reed Soren. McMurray started on the pole. Matt Kenseth has gone around. This is not Matt's favorite place.
Come on.
Road course racing is not exactly his style.
The Williams team picked him up, put him in their F3000 ride, won the championship, beat out Nick Heidfeld. Of course, the story's going to F1. And now here in Nextel Cup, on the verge of winning his first ever race. His wife Connie looks on. Can the fuel hold out for Montoya?
Less than a lap ago, white flag in the air at Sonoma.
Just keep up as much speed you can through here.
He's got about 4 seconds on Harvick right now, so if he can just drive it smooth and keep the thing running, he's got a good shot. He's done a great job today. I mean, it really has run aggressively, but he's raced everybody pretty much clean. Got a half a lap to go.
All good. It's clear by like 30 or 40. All clear. Lots of room.
There's Harvick in second. Montoya told Matt Yoakum earlier this week in the piece we ran earlier today that he didn't think his childhood dream of becoming a professional racer would ever come true. Because you don't get many professional racers coming out of this country of Columbia. Final turn into 11. Then the short jog for turn 12. Juan Pablo Montoya coming to the checker flag. The fuel lives and Montoya wins at Sonoma. That's amazing.
That is amazing. And there's a
great job, everybody. Oh yeah. Good job, buddy. Good job, driver. Good job, everybody. Good job, Rudy. Good job, motor guys.
Bobby around.
Boy, that's going to cost him a lot of spots.
Their race strategy will change from that. You know, we talk about it all the time, and I know the fans out there are going to get tired of hearing strategy, but this totally changes these guys' race because they had hoped they could stay up front and pit accordingly.
I don't think anybody got into it. He just jumped on the throttle and broke loose on him.
But, you know, they struggled a little bit with forward bite, and they said they had struggled a little bit, and you could see as he come up, as he throttled up, he kind of, the rear steps out, and it gets away from him.
Qualified in the 4th spot. TNT Sports at Infineon Raceway in Sonoma, California for the Toyota Save Mart 350. And yes, we are under the first caution of the race. There are some tires on the track, not race car tires.
Well, they may have been at one time. But
oh, that's big.
David Reagan.
Look at these tires.
Yeah, look at that. They're tied up good.
It's David Reagan in the 6.
You have to hit those tires hard to move them that far. Look at the nose of this thing.
There's a lot of damage there. Joe Nemechek, the 78 car, is the other car there.
Yep.
Oh! And he loses a brake duct and everything on that deal. That's costly right there because I saw a brake fan fly out of the bottom of that car.
And it looked like Kyle Busch might have gotten around Montoya. He's just going to jump back in line here. Kyle Busch did grab the lead. Sorry,
it's just going to catch up with him later because now he's going to have brake issues. But you see Tony Stewart taking a look on Harvick.
Moments that changed the game, brought to you by Viagra. Juan Pablo Montoya won the 2007 Sprint Cup race right here at Infineon Raceway. Montoya coming to the checker flag, and Montoya wins at Sonoma. That's amazing. And it was. Started 32nd. Got fuel on lap 68 and made it last.
He's there.
Good.
Oh, he's going to hit
Montoya!
Yeah, there was no way he was going to hit Montoya. That happens so often here. You're concentrating on the car you're racing and forget the next car.
Caution is out. And between Carpentier and Nemechek to see who gets the lucky dog.
I think the 42 is going somewhere.
I think the 42 is a little
He wants to have a conversation with a certain 21 car.
I think they've calmed him down by the time he got there.
And just like Kyle said, I mean, Ambrose made a good move here. But he went in really, really deep on the 26 car, but didn't get it slowed up enough to not hit the 42 car.
Diving a little, leave room, come.
Oops.
You see the 42 out here. He's not blocking anybody.
No, but when Ambrose made that move, the 42 car was not in front of him either. Did not cut in front of him. So that wasn't real. I'm not going to say that's Marcus's fault at all.
It's not, because the 42 hung out to make his sweep into the corner, and when he cut across, he cut right across. And
Heartbreak for Marcus Ambrose and the Wood brothers. He has spun on the racetrack and come to pit road as we stay under green here in Sonoma.
Take a look here. You see Elliott Sadler trying to outbrake him, and he just locked up his brakes and went straight into Marcus Ambrose. You can see the front tires were locked up on the 19 car. Once that happens, you can't turn it.
And you look at the 19 car, he loses the position, so he doesn't gain anything either. You know, he gets in there. He did not mean to get in there.
He tried staying off the 21. He was on the brakes hard.
Yeah, and then you see the 29 turns right under him, so it's not like he spun him and gained anything. He lost everything on this.
On board with Elliott Sadler.
Yeah, once he locked it up, he just tried standing on the brakes harder.
Come on with it. Inside, right side.
Couldn't get it slowed down to stay off the 21.
The Toyota Save Mart 350 from Infineon Raceway on TNT is brought to you by Toyota moving forward. By LifeLock, #1 in identity theft protection. By Aflac, ask about it at work. And by Volt, drinks like a soda, kicks like an energy drink. Volt, get to it. The Toyota Save Mart 350. That's where we are. Kyle
earlier with the 2 car, Biffle just tries to get up underneath him. He just cuts it a little bit. He slides up into the 48, just taps him, but it doesn't take much to get somebody around right there because you're already on the edge of spinning out going through that corner without any help.
On board with Jeff Burton, right behind the incident.
Spin in front of you. Stay down. Stay down. All clear. No caution.
15th to 23rd. And we have a car off the track directly across from us. It looks like it's David Rudiman, and he's nosed it into the tire wall. Caution is out.
Yeah, I was sitting there looking out the window, and that car never even started to turn. It was like something was locked up on it because he just went straight, and it didn't even make any indication that it was going to make that corner.
Full course caution with 9 to go.
Here he comes.
Yeah, something left front tire went down.
Left front tire goes down.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And that's a harder hit than what it looks. They've done a good job here at this speedway, putting those tires in place. When we first came out here, there were some guys that got into the guardrail and would roll over the guardrail. Remember when you get on the other side between there and the wall?
Robbie Gordon helped the 43 back.
Harvick goes in. Harvick just took out 3 guys, 4 guys.
That was incredible. Oh, one just barely got by that.
And Harvick just got in there way too deep, got on the brakes, got it loose.
That's an incredible dominoes effect. That's an incredible. I don't think I've seen 3 cars spin like that either. Synchronized spinning, and there's Ron Williams
was the other car.
After a great run that he had today. You got to give him kudos for that.
Watch here. Now you'll see the
caution is out, by the way.
Harvick just got loose and tried spinning it down. I mean, unfortunately, he tried avoiding the 26 and everybody else, but there's no way that everybody is sitting there.
Full course caution after this. 33 races since Jamie McMurray has been to victory lane at Daytona in July of last year. 29 races since Tony won at Watkins Glen.
That's ugly.
That is, and this is when you know, golly, look at that. It's like bowling pins. When the ball hits, it just knocks them in. It's just a chain reaction.
He'd still be sliding if that 26 car wasn't there to stop him. I mean, he went in there.
On board with Kevin Harvick.
This is the turn before where he gets into him. He gets a good run on the 38 car right here. And you see him go to the inside.
Left side, right on in there. Left side, good job. Left side, clear. Left side, ooh.
He may have got a little wheel hop on that deal, too, because I heard something shuddering back there.
Now, Todd.
Poor Tony's probably going, what the heck? Yeah, open racetrack.
That's cool, though, man. I mean, you heard him as soon as it started to spin, he lit it up. trying to keep it out of the dirt and trying to stay, and he pretty much stayed off the dirt. He just spun around.
And look who's second right now.
Look who's second. Look who's third too.
Right.
That's what's killing me. We've heard Jeff complain, but the 38 car of David Gilliland has. Man.
Yeah, but he just couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah. Gilliland got through there good, man.
Oh, they're jammed up back there. That's somebody spinning off to the side there.
Oh. It's 11 car.
Hamlin. Yep. Denny Hamlin.
And my man Tony. These guys are just all over right now. Ooh. 5 car was way out there then.
The longer we go, the crazier it gets. Kyle Busch leads David Gilliland. Caution is out. Full course yellow.
Pruitt.
There's Pruitt.
Normally Reed Sorensen in that car, but Scott Pruitt doing the driving this weekend here on the road course. And we're going to go past 110 laps.
I think there's fluid on it. I think this thing's dropping fluid because when he dropped her down in there a little bit, it got a little loose on him. Like it's dropping water out of it, if nothing else. See the flames
like
up on it.
There's probably oil now.
Go back and see if we can find out. See a little fire under there. Scott trying to get that car back to the garage.
Oh, he just got run over by Tony Stewart.
Oh, my goodness.
Like we said, it's time to go.
It's time to go. I don't care if they're stopping for this corner. Let's push you on
what
through there.
What do you think we'll see on the onboard?
Contact.
We're going to see Tony's hood bow right about now.
They did jam up in front of Stewart.
They did jam up.
Yeah.
They did. That is not Tony's fault. That's not Tony's fault. He's right.
Looked like up there around where Jeff Burton was, they were jammed up.
Then they went to dodge the wreck. That's why the 11, when they jammed up, somebody went to get away from the wreck and got to the 11 car.
Now this puts us in the same situation as last week with a green-white checkered finish. Elliott Sadler has moved out of the racing line and cars are passing him. He's dropped to 14th.
You know, it made it a lap. When a tire's flat like that, it builds up so much heat in it. It just begins to come apart, and he's just got to. He's trying to just get as much as he can. But hats off to Elliott Sadler. Look at this car. This guy is not. He has not missed his mark all day long. Just like Marty and those guys spoke earlier. He has been right on message, right on spot. He's taken it easy this last couple of laps. You saw him. He really cut that corner tight just to get it in there and not wash out.
And the car's been consistent. The most consistent car out there all day.
And this is a strong comeback for this team. Kyle had 7 top 10s in a row, including 3 wins before finishing 43rd at Pocono and 13th at Michigan. A lot of talk that maybe this team had lost its edge. They had good strategy, a little luck, a solid driver, and a good run. 2 more turns for Kyle Busch. Through 11. Then a left-hander 12.
You boys are number 1.
Checkered flag in the air for Kyle Busch. He wins at Sonoma.
A great run for David Gilliland.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Tony Stewart comes back to a 10th place finish.
He was 19th on lap 108. And I'm just checking here. Do you see Sadler 19th?
You knew it from the beginning, didn't you?
It finally went away on him then. Because obviously he spun and backed it in the wall at some point in time here.
I believe that's right over
here to our left, turn 1. Yes. Where I thought it was going to blow. I'll say where I thought it was going to blow on the restart. Right there. I thought when he really barreled it off around there.
And when you add up the points at the end of the season, keep in mind that he got 19th. Because he easily, with 35 cars on the lead lap, he easily could have been 30th or 35th.
He could have been 35th easily. He could have played it safe, come down pit road, and easily have done that.
9th career win for Kyle Busch. Here's Elliott Sadler.
Now remember, he's got a flat right rear right here.
Oh, he was getting it all right now, though.
Coming to take the checkered right here.
You heard it.
Yeah. Sit.
Yeah. All right, man. P19.
They're telling him P19 as he's sliding backwards. As he's sliding backwards. That's all right, though, man. Great job by Elliott Sadler, man.
There's AJ out in the dirt. Ooh, those are hard on the splitters.
Look at that splitter digging in right there.
He's got a left front flat tire. Or something broken in the left front, because that car's definitely down.
One by one here, they're coming.
What's going on, Matty?
Wally, the issue for the 44, he had flat spotted his tires earlier. He was actually going to hit pit road this time by. Now his day has really taken a turn for the worse.
Go back and see if we can't take a look at this.
Yeah, it must go flat right there because he's going straight across the racetrack. Now, whether it was up,
no, it's down.
It's down, but it goes down right there. You know, when he turned in, there was nothing there to hold him, and he's out there.
He made contact with somebody. Yeah. That's the.
You see him go in. He feels like it's up. He turns in, but it's going straight right there. It was down when he got to that corner.
Yeah.
And you see, poor Kevin. Kevin doesn't know which way he's going. So see, Kevin gets passed on the outside by his teammate because he didn't know where the 44 was going.
But those guys did a good job not wrecking behind that.
Yeah, they all comes automatic on a road car. So they commenting on brakes at all?
Allmendinger had just gotten his lap back.
Yeah, Denny had him locked up. Wow. There's not a whole lot he could do on that.
Sorry about that, Wally. The only thing I can tell you about that, as far as what I've heard up and down pit road.
We're going to get jamming up here.
Right side. You're coming right side 99.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
That's the 02 possibly.
Brandon Ash.
I'm going to tell you, when you saw him go through that one area there, side by side, that's like getting two cars a running start for a garage stall and trying to get them both.
We got some more dirt flying up there, and that looks like Mark Martin might be in a little bit of trouble.
Might be in more trouble.
Yeah, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He must have a tire or something. He must have a tire issue because Mark's way slow.
Got to be a rear tire. Look how high the valence is off the ground. Look how right rear.
Trying to get over.
You could see how high the valence was, and poor, you know, the 29 car Harvick.
See, clean there. I think that was the Brandon Ash situation. And then the next corner is where Mark got drilled.
And Brendan's an innocent guy in this case. He was on the outside. Tony just stuffed it down in there 3 wide and pinned him. Oh, there you see. 17.
That's Matt Kenseth.
And Kenseth drilled him.
17 drives back across, and the 17's trying to spin and get going again. He runs in the back of Mark.
Let's go on board with Kevin Harvick.
Ready, slow on the right.
Oh, that's already Mark's in trouble there.
Yep.
Nothing like getting hit when you have a right rear flat. Boy, that's fun
and turning you over and turning you that way, so you're on that right rear. That's incredible. But Kevin just got down in there and couldn't go anywhere.
Down to pit road.
And guys, the tire for Mark Martin's car here, and amazing that he was able to limp this thing back home because they had to pit here on lap 57. Mark Martin will be 11 laps short, and they had just gotten the car to where Mark wanted it, of course, and now they're going to be way short on fuel.
Yeah, Mark's, I don't even know. I'll have to get Larry in on this one. I don't know if Mark's got a strategy now that can get him the track position.
We saw Matt Kenseth go around. He fell from third to...
The role will be reversed. I think once those guys come, they can't be far behind.
Wow, these guys are really
Cornish goes around off the front of Kyle Busch and got him back.
And Kyle Busch.
Still behind.
Locked up that
light going.
And then Kyle Busch falls forward and gets into the side of the 83 as he pulls off.
But Kyle Busch just got in there a little bit too hot, and he locked up that right front, and he just slid into Horner.
And we see the damage.
Hot, and he just slides straight. He can't turn the car because he's got the right front locked. Spins around. And couldn't tell who gave that shot there. But watch, he can't turn the car. When you got the right front lock like that, it's really hard to turn the car. So Cornish gets clobbered. Now watch the right
83
front.
right here.
83 breaks there, goes to the inside. And then watch him get knocked off. Boom, right there.
And that's why he's got either something broken in the right rear or he's got a flat right rear, the 83 car.
That's the pole sitter, Brian Vickers. So Denny Hamlin leads, Kurt Busch is second, then Boris Said, Marcus Ambrose. Joey Logano's in that 4th spot in between them. Wow, it's starting to get wild at Sonoma.
Told him, let's stick to our game plan. All we have to do is stop one more time, and we are good to go. The other contenders can't make it on one more stop. And then the spin, he brought the car in, he shut it off in their pit box. They went to work on the right front. He said that something definitely felt like it was bent. The handling definitely had gone away. They worked on it. He lost over a lap on pit road. He said,
oh, man. I was just getting ready to say that was a good, clean pit stop for the 47, and that's what they needed.
Man. Bobby's just trying to find the track at this point in time. I mean, but you can't see anything. There's so much dust. The car's full of dust. And that's not a knock. You're just trying to tires. They're going to pick this up.
I don't think Marcos has a whole lot of damage to that car.
And Jimmy Johnson did a great job. Look at Jimmy Johnson. I mean, he's got him locked up going to the outside, going straight at him.
And this is just one of those deals where Marcus was all the way to the left. He couldn't really go any more to the left. And it was just, these guys were all racing for that same real estate.
But you come up there and look, you can see the position, see where they're at. Boom. Bobby's trying to cut to get over to the curb to set himself up for the next turn. And that's where he's looking. You're always looking to the next corner.
Oh, man, I'll tell you.
That was ugly right there.
Yeah.
But you're always looking to the next corner on a road course.
Brandon Ash is the lucky dog.
Coming outside.
It's the 47 on
Front of
board.
you, right in front of you. Come on, keep taking.
Saying Marcos dodged a big bullet on that one right there.
And so did Jim.
Here comes Scott. That's Scott Speed. He's got.
And he has a rub.
The 98 goes around. So here we go. What was I saying about everybody's patience going out the window?
They dropped the patience off in the pits. The last time they pitted, they just handed their patience out the window. Because it's time to race, and it is time to race.
Here's a replay looking for Ryan Newman.
I'm not sure if he got helped by the 77 on that or not.
The 77 was way out to the left. If he did, he just...
On board.
It's like he just gassed it up and got out from under.
Quarter. Clear.
That's hard.
He could have got touched there in the left rear. Boris gets in there way too hot. Hits the 71. Or 77.
Right.
And 77 stays in the gas. Drills the 71 of David Gilliland. And it will take a shot from Boris's car. Kyle, I don't believe Boris was going to make this corner without the other cars he could have pinballed off.
Yeah, right here, Boris is headed for the Save Mark sweep. And the 77 pulls back in front of him, cuts into the corner the way he should have. 77 did nothing wrong there, and neither did the 71. There's two cars that are...
Now the caution is out. Flag is out. Field is frozen.
Attaboy, go get him, dude. Go get him.
That was pretty cool.
Wow. That was a pretty cool series of corners there. Because and it all starts, just as Wally said earlier in the day. I don't know what these corners are.
Way up there on the other end.
Yes. But you saw
what? I thought that was the opposite. Actually, Jimmy was on the outside.
Jimmy was on the outside, but here's the deal. Yeah, you're right. But Jimmy's on the outside, but watch this right here. You see Jimmy come at you. Watch Jimmy's car when it hits the curb.
Yeah.
Boom. The car sets to the right, then comes back to the left. And as it sets and comes back, Jimmy's just hanging on.
That's a hard call to make for the two to let off the gas there.
No, you're right. The two should not have let off. That's a bad call on Kyle Petty's part right there. Let me say it. The two shouldn't have let off.
The two's brakes are as good as everybody else's. He seems like he's really been struggling under braking. And Kyle Busch has got more problems. He has transformed that car into a rubble.
Man.
Still under green.
Fire.
I heard him say it will not fire.
He was trying to crank it.
Yep.
We're sitting here with a Nick car seeing some stuff. He was trying to crank it. It wasn't like he was just sitting there.
Yeah.
And NASCAR did a great...
Oh, we got another one. Can't tell by the smoke yet. Oh, they're jamming them up now. We got a bunch of guys involved in this.
6 car out here to the right.
Boris said. David Reagan, there's Boris is on board.
Oh. Well, I thought that was
the only thing that Boris didn't hit yet.
I thought that was concrete. Junior's involved.
Take a look.
2 wide, 83 right in your lap.
It's on board with Kyle Busch.
Still 3, still rolling. 3 wide.
Wow.
3 wide, 4 wide, 3 wide, 2 wide, 2 wide, 7 right side. 31 now. Keep rolling. 2 wide at your door. Corner, still down here. Oh.
Yeah, he had somebody, I think, to the right side of him right there.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing any give or take here. That's all it is. These guys are just racing hard.
Look at this. This is 3.5 wide right there, just about. Reagan gets hit and gets spun by the 99 car, which sends him into the 88. If you go back and look at that, the 99 got right into the corner of the 6.
I think
which
Boris
sent him
got
in.
turned.
And Boris got turned just trying to slow down.
Yeah, he got turned by Robbie.
Yeah,
he got clobbered.
Cars in the middle.
David Reagan only has one top 10 finish in 2009, 6th at Daytona.
And how many times have we seen that today where the car that causes the accident?
Oh, no.
Caution.
Wow. Wow.
Caution is for the 87 car stopped on the course.
If Casey does win this, he has dodged more bullets in one.
Wow.
Boris has seen a few people today.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. From about that same angle, right off the left front fender.
Sam Hornish gets a free lucky dog again. He's currently scored 7 laps down. Larry?
Yes, Bill.
Did you put your calculator away? White flag in the air, last lap.
I'm not sure. Tony Stewart's going to have to get a lot closer if he's going to make any kind of move. He's got till now till turn 10.
Oh! It's Mark Martin, Robbie Gordon, Jeff Burton.
These guys got to keep going. I don't see anything.
Stay under green.
I don't think Stewart.
They all
He's got
away.
enough, but Ambrose is definitely looking at the back of the 14 car.
Five back, bud. 5 back.
Less than half a lap. Second, third, and fourth behind Casey Kane.
Clear by 5.
Yeah, no, I think they're too spread out unless you see a real bonsai from somebody. Hey, Casey's done a nice job. It's a lot of pressure doing that over and over again.
Casey Kane's father supported his racing career from a very early age. Sent him off to the Midwest from Enumclaw, Washington, to further his racing career after he got out of high school. Now he comes back to the West Coast, and Casey Kane wins at Sonoma.
That's incredible, man. That's impressive.
Montoya in 6th, Allmendinger a top 10.
Great run by Elliott Sadler. He passed on the outside there to end up 10. Patrick Carpentier in 11th. How about that Pappas? Some of those road course ringers kind of worked their way up in there.
The King is headed to victory lane.
Headed to victory lane. But what is that? 3 cars in the top 10 for Richard Petty Motorsports? That's big, man. That's big.
And Hugh.
A year ago, now we have problems. Point leader Kevin Harvick and Jamie McMurray together. No caution yet.
Wow.
And Harvick was running in the top 5. No, that's Boyd. That's Boyd.
That's a strange place right there, too.
From the rear, the car looked exactly like the 29 of Harvick.
Yeah.
Both drivers pull away, and now we get our first caution of the day at lap 10.
That's not a place you usually see unless somebody's forcing it.
And it happened to be the 43 maybe forced the issue.
Oh, and gets the 43 gets up on the curb.
See the tire marks on the door there.
And then the 1 gets hammered by the 18.
18 and turn. Oh, look at the 19 in those guys.
So the 2 innocent cars in that whole deal are pointing in the wrong direction.
The wrong direction.
Now you ride with Clint Boyer.
And watch, it's hard to see here, but right here, the 43's up on the curb. And then you see him turn him sideways.
That was kind of past the curve there.
Yeah, look at Busch. Kyle, heavy damage.
Wow.
Now we ride with McMurray. Coming off of turn 7 down to the S's.
Right in front of you.
Oh, he's got some damage there, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's big damage.
Heard the spotter say right in front of you. By the time he got that message, the damage had been done.
The spotters here, this is a tough deal for a spotter to really help you in a situation like that.
Oh, look at the grill on that.
You know, Kyle Busch has had a tough weekend. He started 27th.
Yeah,
not a good qualifying day, and he was off track twice yesterday in happy hour.
And that's why that is why qualifying is so important on a road course, because you get back there with guys you're not used to racing with, and things happen.
It did look like Kevin Harvick from the back. For all you Harvick fans, breathe easy. The point leader riding 3rd. Jimmy Johnson leads under caution at Infineon. Again, Tough break for him, who still had his eye on making the chase. Here you see what happened to Jamie. This just after the restart, top of the hill.
Yeah, and that's...
It didn't look like he had anybody behind him, but...
It's hard to say. They scattered so much,
Yeah.
you know, whether he got tapped or whether he got up on that inside curve and it just got away from him.
Kyle Busch.
He got hit.
Yeah,
he definitely got. When you hear the R's go up like that, that means somebody's jacking you up off the racetrack.
News, bad news situation in Sonoma, California. The good news for Jimmy Johnson, who leads. The bad news for Denny Hamlin.
That's some driving right there.
Still clear by 10.
He's got to be driving.
I know.
Out the driving window.
Yeah. Okay. Here's what happens here, and we'll look. Obviously, when he came down pit road, he's doing. I can't believe he's keeping this thing on the racetrack right now. Maybe his spotter's talking him around, but he's doing a great job, and he's still carrying some speed, man. But let's go back to the pit stop here, down pit road, and when the NASCAR official reaches up under that, I want you to see the NASCAR official when he walks over to the grill, or to the hood. He'll walk over and he'll flop it. Watch how much it moves up and down when he walks over and he grabs the hood. They go to the other side. The NASCAR official's right here. He'll walk in. You see him push it down. Watch him lift it up. Look how much that moved up and down. It got so much air up under it that it sheared those hood pins. There's nothing he could do about it. The official checked it. It was right. But you carry so much speed around this place that this is what happens because you couldn't fix it under.
Look at it again, headed to turn 7.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon got into the 83 car. 83 car got the 6 car. Actually, Gordon really dodged the bullet there. Probably has a little bit of damage on his right front, but I don't think it's going to be anything to really be a concern.
And actually it's Gordon. Gordon starts this because he's up all 4 tires there. Gets into the 83 and then.
Come on, stand on it. Still to your left. Keep digging. You're in the middle of 3. Clear left, clear right. All clear.
When in doubt, stand on it.
Yeah.
And when they got into turn 11, Martin Truex Jr. off the bumper of Jeff Gordon.
What is Jeff doing right here? That's 2 times that Jeff got into the corner in a bad place. And he just drives down in the corner right here and boom.
Pick up.
There was plenty of room to his right. What I'm saying is where the tires were, Jeff was outside where the mark was. And he in
turn 10.
There's a couple of guys that needed this. Jeff needs it about halfway to get his stuff back together.
Oh, lots of damage on the left front. Splitters all tore up. To there and just never could catch it.
And that looks exactly like Hornish the other day in practice.
Yeah.
Same thing. Once he got through the corner, it got away from him, and he ended up in about the same place.
Heavy damage. The green flag going back in the air at lap 66.
Wow.
Ooh, a lot of wheel spin back there on that. Oh, we got trouble. They're stacking up back there.
3-4 cars involved. Paul Menard, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., Max Pappas among those.
And that was all
got a piece of it.
all due to that wheel spin. Those guys, when they got on the gas, there was a bunch of guys that got loose. Their rear tires broke loose, and it stacked them up behind.
Yeah, that inside line just didn't go with Boris when he spun. And we were just watching out the window here, not what was on TV, but watching that.
Just watch everybody almost from the middle to the front. As soon as they go, you'll see guys.
This is where it starts.
Yeah,
it starts at the beginning. Let's be real clear. It starts in the first 4 or 5 cars. Yeah. But these are the guys that look at them back here.
Man, some of those guys just barreled in there.
Yeah, they were going, man.
You know, Truex had been good all day long. He had been penalized because when he pitted, a tire got away. He had to start at the tail end of the longest line, and here you see the results.
Wow.
Check it up.
So we go from our 4th caution to a red flag at Sonoma.
That bumper camera, is that one? He just said I got killed from behind. I think that was one. These guys, that's at the front of the pack, and that just, it's the accordion effect that everybody talks about. You see it on the highway, you see it at stop signs, you see it at stop lights, man. You see it everywhere. This is why I feel Truex had a great day running, and then got spun and got put in that position.
Most drivers have driven away. Martin Truex Jr. has climbed from his car. Safety workers at the machine of Sam Hornish Jr. back in a moment. NASCAR on TNT, happy to be bringing you live coverage of the Toyota Save Mart 350 from Infineon Raceway. We had just cleaned up our third caution of the day. The restart has left a big-time bunch of debris on the front straightaway. Martin Truex Jr.'s car still sitting idle. And as we sit here under the red flag, we take you to today's Verizon Race Summary. 6 leaders today. There have been 7 lead changes. Our average speed, 77.178 miles per hour, and there have been 4 cautions for a total of 6 laps. One more time, we check out the last restart, and while we were in break, Wally, you and Kyle both making note of some different things that happened back in the pack.
It started at the 42. The 83, 42, and 2, and that's where those guys had trouble, but the guys in the back were going.
These guys in the back, as you see that bunch up, you see these guys, they're coming, they're still on the gas. These guys back here, we're following the front, but as you follow the back, you watch this. Right as we come around the corner here, if you look at the 42 of Juan, the 83, and the 2 of Kyle or Kurt Busch, watch those 3 cars kind of bounce off each other way back here. This is right back here at the turn. Watch the 42 accelerate into the back of the 83. Boom, right there, he hits him. Then he's out of shape. Then you see these guys in the outside line trying to dodge stuff. And then you see all these guys, they're coming. These guys are on the gas right here.
And you can't really see around that corner.
No.
So when they say green, 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 you hammer it, and you come around the corner, and then all of a sudden these guys are stopped.
Ready? This is Juan. Listen to the spot. Listen to the audio here, too. Boom.
Ready, green. I got killed from behind.
See, and Juan just said, I got killed from behind. He runs into the back of that car, but at the same time, he's getting hit from the back. So it's absolutely a chain reaction.
So it was Kurt Busch that got into the tail end of Juan Pablo Montoya. Matthias Ekstrom was the Gano sliding off track.
No caution.
Yeah, I'm not.
And now we have the caution.
Wow.
And it's out for our 5th time today.
That was a bad place where he ended up stopping.
Yep.
It's hard to see it on a road course, but that was a bad place setting crossways. Driver's door to oncoming traffic. They just about had to throw the caution.
That's why he dumped that clutch and got off of there as quick as he did.
You see, this is coming through the S's here, and this is where you start through the top part of the S's. Oh, he just gets hooked right here a little bit. Oh,
a little bit.
He got run over. He didn't get hooked.
It doesn't really get any more intentional than that.
That's pretty blatant right there because he got tapped a little bit, and Joy, they were already too wide. That's not a great place to be too wide. This starts back at the real tight corner up there, and you see Juan stuff it down in there. This is not a place where you pass right here, unless you're Juan Montoya. Okay, let me say that. But he's free right. Yeah, he let him go. He let him go and then ran back into him. That's not.
Come on, clear.
I guess it's okay. Have at it, boys.
I don't know about that.
This is have at it. Oh, listen.
I mean, he hit the curb and got in the 42, which
Exactly.
ticked off the 42.
That's right.
And, you know, when Montoya gets mad, that's it.
Yeah,
he stays mad.
That's it. That's it. But see, you see right here where he's at. You saw those cars go through there. He's driver's door in the speed area. And right here, he's driver's door, and you can't see anything. So they have to throw the caution as quick as they can.
All right, stay on the track.
Because it's a bad thing, man. See, he's just sitting right there.
I'll tell you what, McMurray.
Just as we were coming back from break, welcome to NASCAR.
I think I was mentioning earlier about these. They don't really know how to race these guys at the end. He's doing a great job. I mean, he's running clean, and they get down in here, and then it really starts to get ugly.
And right here, this is where you say they don't know how to race. He's got position right here. And that's a bad camera angle. We got position. Okay, but he brakes early and lets the 12 drive back to the outside of him. A Cup driver would have just drove on in there and let it wash out all over the 12. The 12 clips the corner. They come to the same place on the racetrack and they get together. Nobody's gonna give you a quarter at that point in time.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if
Too wide inside, 38.
If it would have been a regular in that 83 car, that would have never happened. Because the 12 wouldn't have clipped them.
Yeah, but the 12 right here would have been out in the dirt because the 83 would have drove back in and just slammed him back out to the outside of the racetrack. Yeah.
Come on, stay where you're at. Come on, keep coming. You're still green.
That's Cup Road Racing 101 right here. You know what I mean? He just learned something.
Yeah, don't be nice.
Yeah, don't be nice with 20 laps to go. But these guys are, You see the 12 jump back across as he comes across the curve. They're almost in the same place on the racetrack. So that's
I didn't even see that part.
I didn't see that one either.
I missed that.
Wow.
It's David Gilliland in the 38 that went around.
Yeah, that's a get away from me. I mean, Lake's brakes locking, smoke going everywhere.
Casey Kane does a really good job getting right through that. Look at that. That was close.
Who ends up clipping Gilliland? Oh, it's
Carl Edwards.
Carl Edwards. They're still running hard because the caution's not out. You know, the caution was not out at this time. Let's be real clear. These guys are still racing.
NASCAR on TNT back at the Infineon Raceway. We've got trouble. 2 drivers running inside the top 10. Elliott Sadler and Clint Boyer. No caution as of yet in turn 11.
Not too
Boyer
bad.
drives away, and so does Sadler.
These guys were having a really good run. I was just watching Sadler when we were in break, saying, you know, he was up, I think, the 9th spot there.
That's Casey Kane to the inside of Boyer.
Ooh, Sadler. He got, he got tagged.
Wow, man.
Boy, Jeff's
on a mission today.
He really is, man. Oh, look at Boyer just letting them loose. Not very happy.
Yeah, and there's nothing, you know, but Jeff gets down in there. You see the 20. You see him. He gets right there, and boom. He takes out 2 right. I mean, these guys, that's incredible.
They were in 7th and 8th when that happened.
And Boyer can't go anywhere. You see him on the gas trying to spin that thing because he's into the back of the 19. So the 19.
They've tried to correct that. We've got to spin on the racetrack.
Oh, Brad Keselowski and J.J. Yaley both going around. Some debris on the track, but out of the groove. No caution as of yet with 9 to go. Now he's got fluid.
He's putting down fluid. This is putting down fluid, so this is going to be a caution. He's in the middle of the racetrack, driver door to oncoming traffic, and fluid all over the racetrack.
Keselowski.
Is that the 38 car? Yeah, that's Gilliland.
Yeah, he's backwards before he gets there. That's the spoiler over there on the right.
And Yaley, J.J. Yaley, I'm not sure if he got turned or. There's the 46 car right there. Looks like he got tagged by Elliott Sadler.
Sadler perhaps taking out his frustrations from the incident that he was involved in a moment ago that was not.
See Jeff come on. Oh,
there goes Ambrose into Burton. The 31 goes around. Off track, but no caution as of yet.
How many times have we seen Jeff Burton make it to 5 to go with a decent run and somebody or something happened to him?
Look at Jimmy Johnny off course. Jimmy Johnson not concerned about that. For the first time in his career, he's going to win on a road course. Johnson wins the Toyota Save Mart 350 at Sonoma.
Thank you, get out. Thank you, boys.
Side right to the right. It's really strange. I mean, it's almost like his throttle hung. It's just, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, this is not a.
Something was definitely wrong there. I'm not sure what it was, but it just, you know, he came flying on the inside like he couldn't stop. Yeah, he backed it in there pretty good.
Man, tore the tire barrier right out.
Pretty even right there. I'm shocked how good these guys came through on these first couple of corners.
I'm not sure with Kurt Busch lane mattered. He just had a superior race car there.
Once he rotated through that top of the hill on turn 2, he just drove that short shoot. And Denny probably gave him a little room this early in the race also.
So Kurt Busch grabs the race lead. He pitted under green at lap 32, anticipating the caution that we eventually got. Denny Hamlin running second, last pitted at lap 20. Give you an idea of the varying strategies we're playing out here.
Montoya trying to make a move on Kyle Busch in the 18. In a good spot, going down 11. Oh, that's going to leave a mark. Wow, he stayed off the wall.
Oh, he locked it up.
Vickers around.
Vickers locked it up, and he gets into McMurray. Newman spins around.
Dale Jr. got a piece.
And you know what? That really all started with Kurt Busch and those, or with Kyle Busch and Montoya.
We got the local caution, and now we get the full course caution. Yellow out for the second time today.
When you come around that corner and you're back in the pack and you see that dust, you don't know where that car's going. The 18's off in the dust. There's dust. They don't see anything. Everybody begins to check up.
Kyle Busch, Montoya racing for 13th here.
Yeah, and Montoya just, you know, he didn't give Kyle a whole lot of room. He bullied him off the racetrack on that deal.
And look at it from this angle. As he's off, think about you being in one of these cars back here behind. You see, but you're coming through there.
But see, I think Vickers just went in way too hot. He was way hot in there. He had no chance of slowing that car down for that corner. Not with that many cars in front of him.
It was Tony Stewart right behind Vickers, and now we ride on board with JPM.
Still out there. Still out there. Still out there all the way.
He's way out there now.
You're all clear.
Vickers just, he had no chance.
Clear, go, go.
Yeah, I wonder if Tony pushed him into him, though.
Could be, yeah, right
Look
there.
Look at him, he's on him. That's not Vickers, that's Tony Stewart right there.
Looking at that angle, exactly.
Stay left.
No wonder Vickers got in.
No way, yeah.
Come on. He's coming.
Yeah, no wonder Vickers got in there so deep. Tony shoved him about an extra 4 car lengths. So that's all Tony pushing Vickers in. Vickers is an innocent bystander. So was.
Uh-oh.
Denny Hamlin sideways for second.
Truex again.
Again this year, man.
In the exact same spot.
He's to the top side. Here, the 43 got into the 11.
Running up front.
Keep covered.
I'm going to lose about 10, 15 positions off that deal.
Last year he...
Yeah, it looks like the 43 obviously got into the 11 car. Got into Truex. Take a look at this is a good angle here, and I think Denny just slowed up a little bit more than the 43 was anticipating.
And typical chain reaction. I mean, we've seen it like 2 starts in a row. We've seen that.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, he's going to lose a lot of spots.
Yeah.
And look at this. I mean, Kurt Busch is
in a league of his own.
He restarted back around 20th position. So, Larry, we're 452 laps into this thing, closing on halfway.
This ain't over yet. Hang on a second.
Look at that. Joey Logano sending Robbie Gordon for a ride.
And like Kyle pointed out, this started way back there, you know, about a half a lap ago. And I think Robbie rubbed up.
This looks like a Tennessee inter-squad football game, and the teammates don't agree on this one.
And you'll see Robbie go down and make a huge, you know, block here on Joey. Now, this wasn't where it started. This was just this incident right here. This incident right here.
It started
back in 7.
It started back in 7 on this lap. Joey just didn't let it develop any farther. He's like, I'm taking care of it now. And you got to give him tip of the hat to Joey there for it.
Bobby Labonte having some issues of his own coming down the hill to turn 4.
Yeah, I believe this is going to just trying to avoid Rudeman there on the outside.
A couple of Toyotas dancing together. Now we go back to the front. Told you when we came back, Kurt Busch's lead was Gordon's. Won here 5 times, and he's struggling here today. And as we see Gordon on track, look at Bobby Labonte.
Caution's out. Turn 11.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got into something incredibly hard with the front of that thing. It was dropping fluid all the way down the front stretch.
4th caution of the day for this, racing with Michael McDowell here off 11.
He just gets turned.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess.
Wow. Yeah, just absolutely turned in the middle of the straightaway by Michael. Is that who's driving that car? The 66?
Yeah.
Wow. And Michael's taking out his frustrations from yesterday on this.
And both drivers were outside the top 25. McDowell yesterday driving the 18 car in nationwide competition.
Making us tight in turn 1. I'd say it's better than most.
I would definitely say it's better than most.
I'd say it's better than most.
Here we go again. 43 around, and the 17 goes around.
And this is where when you're in the 17, you can't move. You just have to sit there.
Two more coming. Go ahead. All clear.
Matt Kenseth had moved from 33rd and was knocking on the door of the top 10.
Looks like Keselowski got into the 43 and the 17. Kenseth, he just turned it down to avoid Allmendinger and spun it out. But you're right. When you're in that spot, you got to wait till everybody goes by until you can get it going again.
Because how many times have we seen a car pull out in front of somebody and just get wiped out? You see the 17 right there to the left, turn down across. He might have got hit by the 20 car right there. He might have cut down across the hood of Joey Logano from that angle if you see the way his car kind of takes off. You see Logano's car right here in front of us, and you see, yeah, he got hit right in the left rear and just spun him around. And Joy, the track's blocked. Track's blocked. I'm not defending Joy, but
this is on board with Marcus Ambrose.
Right in front of you, stay low, stay low. Come on, Sammy. All clear, all clear.
Everyone able to drive away.
Do that up, show him.
Right.
I'm back at Infineon Raceway, and yes, that is a live picture.
You know, payback sometimes, well, a lot of times it happens around this place. Tony Stewart just got paid back for what he did earlier to Brian Vickers. And that's the result.
Yeah. Sixth caution of the day. And that is an interesting position. Here is the replay coming into turn 11.
I'm not sure.
Those are the guys just in front of him.
Yeah, but there's Vickers. Already made contact with Stewart.
Vickers had worked his way into the top 5. Had to make another pit stop anyway. So the attitude kind of, what the heck, I'll let him go and then pay it off.
And I can guarantee you that
all clear.
All Vickers has been thinking about since he got turned by Stewart was getting in a position to do this.
Looking for him. Where's that 14?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when Vickers got turned around earlier, Ryan Pemberton, his crew chief, was giving him the play-by-play of what happened. Vickers said, I know, I felt it.
Yeah, this is early. Okay, no, this is just now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Vickers comes from the left side of the racetrack, or from on your screen comes from the right side of the racetrack across to run in the back of Tony.
Now, this is what happened earlier in the race. They're on board with Stewart. That's Vickers up ahead. They're going down to 11. Stewart just leans on him and keeps leaning and leaning and just pushed Vickers into the tires down there.
And you know what, really, and Tony, and we've seen this twice, Tony got on him and would not get off of him. I mean, pushed him. We saw it a little later with Joey Logano. There was no other cars around. It was just a one-on-one, and Joey's like, I'm tired of messing with you. I just pushed you out of the way.
Guys he's racing with.
Trouble. Somebody's around there. I can't tell who it is.
That's going to be Dave Blaney who turned it around in turn 7.
Well, any good that he had on the tires, he just left over there in turn 7. Looks like he may have got some help from Ambrose right there. Just stayed in the gas.
Marcus Ambrose 13th right now. Not anymore. Up into turn 2.
And watch. I mean, there's not a place there to go. I don't know what Juan's thinking. Juan goes from 5th to, oh my God, I'm going to 7th or 8th. What a great move on my part. I mean, that was just a bonehead move. There was not a line there. There was not a place there. There was not a hole. That's not being aggressive. That's not being smart.
Yeah,
is what it is.
It's not, okay, you lost patience. Like I said, he's not going to make patience. Sometimes at the end of these deals like this on a road course, he just unplugs it. He you know, pulled away from Montoya, although he had fresher tires and looks like 00 Ruderman went around, but he's back in the right direction. He may have gotten some help. Look.
Yeah, Jamie got down on the curb. You saw the wheel hop right there. Oh,
you know, he got him all right.
I'd like to see that again.
Yeah, I think they got together.
Yeah, I think Ruderman was kind of moving and making some moves out there right now. And again, he's on better tires than all these guys.
Brad Keselowski got him.
I was getting ready to say, you mess with Brad, you messing with the wrong person.
Kyle Busch went around as well.
You messing with the wrong person.
Trying to get it going here.
You know what?
Help him get on track.
That 42 had worn the bumper out and tried every shot that he could. 42 runs over that way.
Yeah.
Just enough. And Brad didn't appreciate that because Brad had given him room.
Yeah.
And Brad's like, tough. See you later.
And you know,
I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's right. But
I am.
What I'm saying is, there's how many laps to go? 7?
Yeah.
He has paced himself nicely.
Again, these guys are evidently going
at the back end of Paul Menard and Ryan Newman.
You see, Ryan's trying to block. And the 27 is there, but he's in so hot he can't get a turn. Gets on the brakes, and he slides up into him. Mark King's right, goes through the tires, and there's Casey, who's been spun. You know what? When you're Casey Kane and you were the first guy spun, a lot of times it works to your advantage. Because the more people they flag on this race, that these two guys would be in the top 3.
Yeah.
These two that we're watching right here, after listening to
15
Jeff
laps
Gordon,
ago, like I said, looking back at the monitor, Jeff Gordon was way back in the field.
Yeah, and complaining the whole time about not being able to turn into the corner. And as you said a minute ago, he was one of the fastest cars on the racetrack here towards the end.
And he's about a second faster than Kurt Busch is right now. He just doesn't have the time.
You know, I think this speaks volumes for this. We're on the final lap here. I think this speaks volumes for Carl too. He's focused on winning this championship. He had an opportunity to leave. He decided he would stay and work on this thing. Still didn't get it the way he wanted it, but he's driven it today.
I think he'll be real happy with this.
Yeah, the way a championship driver could drive a car. And he knows this is a big statement to the other guys. If I stick around and stay here, you're going to have to think about it.
Another name you may add to the list of those who are thinking championship, the driver who has been so consistent the last few weeks. Kurt Busch and the program really on the rise at Team Penske.
Incredible. So much was made out of Kurt Busch and things that went on early in the year, things that went on the radio, things that went on within that team. But you can say what you want to. He's passionate about driving a race car. He got those people up off their butt, and here he's getting ready to win.
Checkers this time.
3 poles in a row. Should have had 4.
Kurt Busch a winner at Infineon, first of 2011.
Incredible.
Carl Edwards, big jump today, all the way to 3rd.
Boyer in 4th, which I figured he would be a top 5, and Ambrose up there as well. And Logano.
Great run by Logano. Yeah. Jimmy Truex salvages something, comes back for 8th there. I thought Truex had a great car. And Brad Keselowski finishes in the top 10. Great run for him.
Man, Harvick's car got beat up early, and he comes back to finish. Back, and there's Tommy Dreese. Hit the wall hard yesterday in practice, and he has done it again. Our first caution of the day.
Just hold there, man.
That will be a caution. Hope everybody at home sees this one.
Took us 81 laps, and finally we get our first caution of the day at Sonoma. Replay of what happened.
Yeah, and it's hard to see. That's the shot we have. It's hard to see whether he got help at that point or not. We talked about it earlier. When a slow car gets in front of you in that area, we saw the 51 get into the back of the 22 right through that same area, push him out of the way.
Top 7 cars stayed on track.
Jamie down on the inside.
Jamie
got
did that to himself. In trouble there, yeah.
Yeah, he did that to himself. He just drove in. Great job by Biffle hanging on to that.
McMurray was in the 18th position. Now he's the final car on the lead lap, 10 seconds off the race lead.
But that's just being a
stay on the outside on that left-hander.
Another spin here.
Yeah, got one around. That's Denny Hamlin. He was running inside the top 10. That's not going to help his day. And now Harvick has nowhere to go.
And that kills Harvick. Harvick had just passed all these cars that you see going by Harvick. Harvick had worked his way back around.
His teammate.
Yeah, his teammate just kind of gets down in there, and I don't think he expects Denny to come back across right there because he had already stuck his nose in there. That's what we're seeing this time of the race, and you see Harvick go to the outside.
And that dropped Harvick back to 20th in the running order.
Well, that's all 3 Gibbs cars. All 3 Gibbs cars.
And they were all running in the top 10.
All made contact.
All made contact with each other.
That's a car owner's nightmare right there.
Denny Hamlin 21st right now, running in the top 10. So Clint Boyer, the race leader, with 16 to go. Let's go through the field. Presented by McDonald's. Chris Neville, get us going.
Well, I think Clint Boyer's going to be tough to beat today. His crew chief, Brian Petty, is telling him, stay focused and make sure that 15 is straight before you pull the trigger trying to get off turn 11. That car rarely locking the right front going into 11 and rarely sliding the rear coming off 11. The 15 looks...
It's their mind. Here we go.
Here we got problems. Kyle Busch, Paul Menard, Juan Pablo Montoya all going around in turn 7.
You see the 27 having to sit there and wait until he can clear and turn around. And Yep.
And we get a caution, and that changes everything.
Changes everything.
Way out of the way over there. And Kyle Busch just got loose under braking and tagged the 27 car. So
yeah, I think they were trying. I mean, I think Kyle, like you said, Kyle just mashed the brakes, the rear to come around on him, and he got in the back of the 27. Juan was trying to stay out of the way. He was not even involved in it. Let's hear if we see chatter.
Yep.
Yeah, hear that wheel hop?
Wheel hop.
Yeah.
Clear.
That's just what happens when you drive these things in too hard like that. If you go in just that little extra 2 or 3 feet, that wheel hop.
All clear. All clear.
You can't get out of it. Well, you can get out of it if you hit the gas, but that's hard to do when you're hanging on for dear life.
Yeah.
We're going green. It's
Kurt Busch got a good start.
Yes, he did. Hung right there on the inside.
Yeah, looks like Stewart.
Stewart going to try and get inside at turn 2.
Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Now, Boyer drove off that corner and got the spot. Thought maybe Kurt Busch was going to stay underneath him for that left-hander, but Boyer did what he needed to do. That was drive straight off that corner.
The best thing that can happen for Boyer is if Kurt Busch keeps that 14 of Tony Stewart behind him. But I'm telling you, on cool tires, you know, after these tires have cooled off a little bit, Kurt's right there on him.
See Jeff Gordon trying to work his way through the traffic back behind him.
And something has happened here in the middle of the pack that we've missed a little bit, because you can see there's a big separation. There's Junior's car.
Yeah,
there's a big separation. So some of these guys at the top of the hill got together.
Let's look at the replay on the restart. Back behind the leaders.
This goes up over the hill and to the right, down to that, and you see these guys. They just get together right at the top of the hill. And these guys, that's the blind part of the racetrack. Right as you come over right here, you see they're already backwards. There's Junior already backwards coming across the racetrack. Oh, he gets hit hard by Eric.
Keselowski, Harvick both spent time off track there. We will not get another green-white checker finish. Clint Boyer, the race leader, and Kurt Busch stays right behind him.
And Kurt Busch is doing a great job of holding off that 14 right now. As he said, we're not going to be able to finish it off. We just hope we come out of here with something. Kurt Busch is carrying this car. If there's something wrong with it, with the back of that thing, he is carrying this car at this point. Tony got to look at him because he got up over
drove in there really deep.
Yeah, look at him smoke the tires.
Stewart makes the pass for the runner-up position, but he might be running out of time. Boyer in turn 7.
See Vickers there.
Yeah, Vickers up to 4th now. Jimmy Johnson in 5th. And there goes Truex off course after a great day.
After a great day. Top 5, top 6 car, obviously.
You're going to be clear by 7 back to that 14. Clear by 7.
Yeah, obviously somebody's got into him, it looks like, and spun him around. And that's what happens when everybody gets aggressive and tries to make something happen in these last 2 or 3 laps. It can ruin your day.
One of the great stories of 2012, the resurgence of Michael Waltrip Racing.
Tony smoked it down in there.
Today, Clint Boyer going to get him their first trophy of 2012.
Great job.
He drives it back to the start-finish line and wins the Toyota Sabre 350.
Over here and doing this with us, my friend.
Great job by Michael Waltrip Racing. Clint Boyer, great run. Vickers finishes 4th, and you go back to the 56 of Truex. Just a bad end into the day, but those
19 getting together on the pit lane. Paulie Haraka, there you see him in the 52. Got into Alex Kennedy, both set to make their Sprint Cup debut today, and here's a replay of what happened.
That's just guys not paying attention. That's all that is.
19, the white machine of Alex Kennedy, and Paulie Haraka apparently not watching what's going on in front of him, just drilled him.
I have no idea what he was doing on that.
And that's not the only problem pre-race. Bobby Labonte, the 2000 champion, driving the first time today at Sonoma. Paulie Haraka making his Sprint Cup Series debut off track. Made contact with one of the barriers. And so he will get on the hook and go back to the garage area. Not the start he was looking for as he makes his Cup debut. And there you see Bobby Labonte. And we get the caution once again. And this time, It's for the driver of the 19, Alex Kennedy. A native of New Mexico, making his Sprint Cup debut today. 14 starts in the nationwide. So this is where Rudeman went off track.
Yeah, Rudeman had to check up, though. Yeah. I don't think Joey was obviously not expecting that.
Because Joey, that's right where you're getting ready to get back on the gas. You see him turn right here. Joey gets ready to get back on the gas. They all check up right there in front of him. Joey's got a little damage to the front of that car right there.
And for Rudeman, it was his teammate in front of him. He surely did not want to take out him in that situation.
And they probably checked up in front of him, too. It's just a chain reaction right there.
And while that didn't happen immediately after we went back to green, that's a product of tightening up the field on a restart, Kyle.
Yeah, it is. And tightening it up on, and again, we're on hold. He gets position, and Carl gives him that position.
And now we get a caution. It's our 4th of the day, and this time for Danica Patrick. Looked to be some pretty good damage there.
Got a flat right or left rear.
I think the whole rear.
Here's Danica.
Oh, it's flat before
already.
she got there. Before she got there. Yeah, I was getting ready to say as she got there and started to turn in, it never even turned in to get down to the corner. Bad place to have a left rear go down.
It's been a trouble spot all weekend. This would not have her own making.
Yeah.
Texas, where he led 142 laps and got beat off pit road and finished second. So this is going to be an unbelievable deal, and it would be Chad Johnson, his crew chief's first win, if they can seal the deal.
And he's now taking the white flag, Larry.
Yeah.
Less than a lap to go for Martin Truex Jr.
This is amazing right here. I don't think anybody would have picked Truex as we come out here.
Look at 42's out of fuel.
42's out of fuel. Wow.
Now does Truex have enough fuel?
And he pitted at the same lap as Truex, which was lap 69, Marty.
He said, "You're kidding me," on the radio. "We could have saved fuel, guys. We're out." And he ran out going up the hill, worst possible spot.
Truex through turn 7.
These guys pitted on the same lap. We're hearing these guys that the 56 and the 42 pitted on the same lap. So does he have enough? But he's got such a cushion. Such a cushion here.
He can coast from here.
He can kind of ease it back in from here.
Martin Truex Jr. has won a couple of nationwide series championships and won fairly early in his Sprint Cup Series career. His only win coming in June of 2007 at Dover. Since that time, 27 different drivers have gone to victory lane. 6 runner-up finishes for Truex since then. But today he's going to get the checkered flag. Martin Truex Jr., a winner at Sonoma.
Not bad from old Clammer from New Jersey, buddy. Good job.
Yeah, for a modified driver from Wall Stadium, man. Pretty good job turning left and right. Good job.
I think the 41 car of Kurt Busch kind of went to take that line, and then his prerogative, he's in front, went to take the line, and I think Vickers just ran out of room. This is a passing zone right here. So if the 47 of AJ, you see him draw.
Tonight, 9/8 Central, TNT and Michael Bay present The Last Ship, an explosive new series premiering tonight, 9/8 Central, only on TNT. Under caution for the first time today, 31 laps in. Now, we will occasionally get a local caution here. That just lets the drivers know, slow down in your area. But this, a full course caution for Landon Castle, who went up in smoke.
Yep, blew that thing up good, and looks like that's a bad spot, too.
Yeah,
to lay oil down.
Came to rest just over shy of turn 1.
And this is, like I said, and this was down in 4. This is just a difference between tires.
Now, Jimmy's last.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Jimmy's last pitch. Murray doing battle for position. That's for 7th on track. Ooh. Got one off, and that is Matt Kenseth. Hard hit as he came down.
Wow.
Caution is out for the 4th time today.
The tire barrier.
I don't think he'll be driving that one back, Matt.
It's a radiator on the ground in front of him. He just got
the front end of that thing.
Yeah, it looks like he just got turned to the right out into the tire barrier there. And you saw
Which we've seen that happen before. It's so easy to do. You get somebody on your right rear quarter panel, and he got hooked in the right rear, and that's what was it? Was it Kurt Busch or something? I remember a few years ago, got in that same area, same deal, got hooked.
And you see him right here. He's on the outside, and Junior gets up over the curb before he gets there. Junior gets into his left rear, but at the same time, if we have that other shot, watch Junior's right side of Junior's car as he hits the curb. Boom,
and it knocks him into
and it knocks him straight to the left, to the left. And we've talked about it before. It is really tough to go through this area of the racetrack side by side. There's just not enough room. And when Junior's right side got up on the curb, there was nothing he could do. It sends him to the left side of the racetrack, right into the left rear quarter panel, or excuse me, the right rear quarter panel of the 20 car.
Heavy damage to that.
Yeah, and you don't have far to go before you hit something, so you have no time to slow the car down.
That's a whole nose over here to the right. You see it just with the bars and everything in the piece that went out of the shot there. That's the whole front structure of the car.
Free pass under Boyer as they go to turn 11. Move Jimmy Johnson up to third now, and Boyer goes around.
And he gets clobbered by Zed Harvick.
Nowhere to go. Contact in 11. And look at him. The track position. You continue to lose it. And finally, Boyer able to pull away. And Harvick's left front is crushed.
Yeah, and that is so frustrating for Kevin, especially when you feel that
to the 15 and just goes ahead and takes him out of the way.
Yeah. And Harvick had no place to go.
But, yes.
Yeah. And frustration on two different levels. Harvick trying to win for the third time this year and prove that he is the guy to beat for the championship. And Clint Boyer knows if he can win today, he can put himself in the chase.
And Boyer, you see him get back in the 48 here, but he got off the 48. If you watch Jamie gets in him, and then kind of finishes him off here.
Yes. Yeah, and he's got a flat left rear. Left rear.
Yeah.
The 15 car had a flat left rear at that point.
So that could be why Jamie finished him off, because he saw that.
Yeah, you see him start around the corner of the 15, and he's got nothing right there, and boom.
That's an ugly picture when you're a driver.
Yeah.
Pointing the wrong direction on a racetrack.
Right now with Kevin Harvick into the corner. Doesn't appear we are going to get a caution.
Oh, and there it goes.
Nowhere to go. The 38 of David Gilliland.
And like I said, this is typical of the road course racing. We get down to the last 25 laps, and everybody,
no caution.
It's going to be a lot more aggressive.
And you heard the audio, no caution, as David Gilliland takes a drive through the grass to get back on track with 24 laps remaining.
You see him right there on the other side of Earnhardt. He popped Earnhardt with the right front there. He just like a pinball after that. And Vickers, unfortunately, got a piece of that as well.
Yeah, you see the 88 on the inside. Yeah, just gets pinched in the outside wall right there.
Let's go to Marty.
Hey guys, AJ Allman, you're not very happy with Dale Earnhardt Jr. You see him coming to pit road. This is a
They make the turn off the corner and head toward the start-finish line.
Yeah, Vickers just ran into Stenhouse, which I'm sure that was something that Stenhouse had to do prior. That looked like a little bit of a payback for something that happened before we caught this wreck.
Alex Bowman receives the free pass under our 6th caution of the afternoon.
Somebody's got your rear tires off the ground. You don't have much traction. You see the 31 get into the back of him.
Racing back around the 15th position here.
Really really careful right here.
One more time. He's about 8
Because he just lost over half a second to Jeff Gordon on that last lap.
Yeah, that was a pretty conservative lap. We saw the car step out, getting into turn 7 a little bit, kind of bad. Made his way through the S's and was very, very careful getting into turn 11. And it goes back to what Larry says. You get to that white flag lap, then you just got to maintain this pace.
There's going to be no overtime today in Sonoma. The leaders working their way off of turn 4 for the final time this afternoon. Down to turn 7, one of those passing zones, but Gordon not close enough to make anything happen.
Boy, Jeff is, I know he's running everything he's got right now.
And this,
because he's only got one more shot at it, and I don't think he's going to be able to get close enough. But
and we've seen that 99 smoke the tires of Carl Edwards, smoke the tires getting into turn 7 the last 2 or 3 laps.
Through the high-speed portion of the track for the final time. Gordon closing in as they head toward turn 11. Gordon driving it in hard. Edwards locks it down, maintains the top spot, and drives off of turn 11 clean. He's won 22 times in his career, but never on a road course. That's going to change today. Carl Edwards, a winner at Sonoma.
Oh, yeah! Awesome!
Great run for Junior.
Good work, man. Good work.
Watkins Glen is fast. A lot of speed.
David Gilliland is in the tire wall at turn 10. This will be a full course caution.
Man.
The first one of the day. The 2-time Southwest Tour winner here went in deep into the tire wall.
Yeah, he
running
knows her.
21st.
Knows her into those tires.
The window net is down, the indication to safety personnel that he is okay. We talked about what a
off the track, you're done. And wow, what an incredible, I mean, that's a sudden stop. And look how he knocked all those tires loose. That's huge.
And we've talked about turn 11 stay out, and we got Martin Truex Jr. in the tire barrier.
Buried in there.
He has drilled the tire packs.
Yeah, he's
side 2 into the tire barriers, Cole.
Now that is about turn 8.
Not giving any room.
See what happened.
He was running 19th and said he wasn't given any room. There's Truex coming out of 7. Reagan off the course, kind of in the dirt, and hooks him.
Yeah. You know, there's in other sports there's unavoidable contact and there's avoidable contact. That's could have been a little give and take there on either guy's part. I'm not blaming either one of them, but that could have been avoided. Right there.
Darrell, you talked about him in the pre-race, the man that started the season off, the first 15 races, 14 top 10 finishes. It won't happen today.
No.
A little bit of fuel on 2 laps out there. We should be good after that. And looking at the left rear that came off the car, we saw that chunk tire early in the race. Well, the left rear looks good.
Here's trouble, J.J. Yaley.
Man, that car is...
And that's turn 10.
That would be us.
Exiting turn 10. Caution is out.
Heavy contact to the left side of that car. I saw the dust fly over there on turn 10.
And you heard you heard JJ say that would be us, as the spotter says somebody's crashed in turn 10.
Just gets off right here, and man, this thing comes around and bam! Man, that's a hard lick on that driver's side.
Matt?
Sticking with their game plan. Great pace by Kyle Larson in the 42.
Larry nailed it. These drivers, a lot of them lose their mind at the end of the
Whoa!
year. Like right
Reagan
there.
and Edwards, there they go, into the wall, hard. You were saying?
Yes. I said there will be another caution. Some of them will lose their mind, and in the process, they're probably going to lose their car.
But these cautions right here, that's what Johnson and those guys need. They'll be able to save plenty of fuel.
They were banking on this, Larry. I mean, they're smart. Like, look, you study trends, they study trends. Oh my gosh!
Pull it over.
That's look like maybe busted oil cooler. Got some oil coming out on the headers. Wow.
Darrell, that was just way more than push comes to shove.
Yeah, no, it's just crazy. Yeah, look at this. I mean, that is huge. We've seen almost every car get off right there and hit the wall. We saw it with the J.J. Yaley, we saw it with the 95 of McDowell. We've just seen a lot of guys have trouble there. Uh-oh.
Casey Mears has lost a wheel and axle broke.
Wow.
A rear axle broke. You see it's still attached at the hub.
Gotta be a caution.
Is out.
Rear tire.
I saw him limping down the back straight into turn 10 there. Wasn't sure what the problem was. I thought he had a flat. There she goes. Wow. Haven't seen that in a long time. But I think, Mike, no kidding, that's hopping those curves. It's one of the things you worry about is, you know, breaking something in the suspension.
Now that was just coming out of turn 11. And Casey got the car out of harm's way as the wheel and axle bounce into a catch fence.
Say this is a caution that everybody's happy to see, probably except Jimmy Johnson, because it gives them one more shot. I mean, just look, that is everything to do with that side of the rear end housing.
That's the brake rotor, the brake, the caliper.
And Larry, let me correct. That axle didn't break. You can see the splines on the end of it. The axle's there. It's, as you said, the axle housing, hub, everything is out there. The axle housing looks like it broke.
Exactly, the snout where all of that is fastened into. Yeah, the axle just slides up in the gear, so it just came out with everything else.
Wow.
11 laps to go in the Toyota Save Mart 350 at Sonoma Raceway. And what does this change?
It gives everybody from Clint Boyer on back another chance.
Go, track is clear. McDowell has pulled off.
All that Kyle Busch needs to do right now is not make a mistake. There's Samantha, his wife. They just had their new baby. I mean, this is a big, big, big day for this team.
This would be a big day for Adam Stevens. Took the job as the crew chief for Kyle Busch this year. It would be his first win as a Sprint Cup Series.
Yeah, they worked together in the Xfinity Series. They really looked forward to this year being together. Thought they were going to be able to do some great things, and today they've proven it.
Last time to turn 7.
I mean, you have to admit, this is an incredible accomplishment for this young man. To come out of the hospital, get back in his car. He won the Xfinity race in Michigan, and here he is. He's going to drive this thing into victory circle here on a road course where people thought it might be his Achilles heel.
Kurt closes the gap, 5 car lengths. As Kurt wobbles off turn 10. One last chance at turn 11.
Watch his 4 and the 15 back there. They got a pretty good battle going on for third.
And off the final turn. No crutches necessary. Kyle Busch wins at Sonoma. And for the first time in Sprint Cup history, the Busch brothers finish 1-2.
First and last at Michigan 2 weeks ago. First and second today.
Well, next check mark, try to get to the top 30 in points.
And there goes our camera.
Right. It actually held on good.
Put it out.
No.
Put it out.
Wow.
Oh, poop.
Amen.
Now, McDowell's one of our better road racers, so something mechanical must have gone awry that he could not make it all the way back to pit road.
Now, will some come in and get tires? Larry, what do you think?
Intact. Look, watch the red car.
Sorry, it was the 22, the 19, the 88. I thought the 4 was in there. Oh, that's heavy damage to the left front of the 88.
Really was.
13 to go. Dale Jr. stays on track with that damage. He's fallen to 12th.
Yeah, you got to.
Is where it could happen. Off 11. Coming to the
flag this time, white flag.
And the white flag waves. 1 to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Well, this is the closest Hamlin's been in a few laps.
I tell you, I think Hamlin's he's going to pounce. If he's got anything, Tony better not do what he did in the 7 this time or he's in trouble.
Try to dive you down here.
They're working him.
Not close enough.
Nope. Tony's right where he needs to be, man.
See if he can make a gain. It's all about getting off of this corner. He gets in there. Oh, he missed it a little bit.
We're about to. Be ready for the dive.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's wheel hopping. He's going to hit him.
Hamlin is there.
He hit him.
Hey,
oh,
got him.
Goodness.
Oh, no. No.
It's not over.
Get him back.
Denny got in there and wheel hopped. I don't think he meant for that to happen, but then he made contact with Tony. I think Tony was also pretty loose getting in there.
Well, that was what happened to Tony lap before, you know, when he got loose into 7 and that allowed Hamlin to close up.
Hey, this thing's not over, guys. Watch what happens into turn 11 in this heavy braking zone.
2 more corners. Hamlin trying to pull away.
Close enough.
I think Tony used up his stuff. I mean, we knew he was having, you know, issues
Here we go.
With the car.
Stewart inside. He is there. He gets Hamlin. They hit. And Stewart comes off turn 11. And he's coming to the flag.
How did that
Tony
just happen?
Stewart wins.
How did that happen? Are you kidding me?
Oh, my goodness.
All right, man. How does that feel, buddy? Still a champion, buddy. Yeah, I'll take that.
That's funny.
We started our season in Daytona with an unbelievable side-by-side finish. Denny Hamlin stealing the lead from Matt Kenseth and beating Martin Truex.
Killed that car.
Fine. Sorry, guys.
You've been putting down some pretty good laps.
Yep.
She's done. I mean, he used that at both ends. Got a little work to do.
I saw him start to go around, but I didn't see what caused it.
Really early.
Boy, this is going to hit hard, too. He's trying, man, but the front comes around and slaps it right there, and then the back pops in there.
Yeah, he even went past the tire barrier.
Yeah, that is not safer barrier. Those are those concrete.
You get stuck on those things, too.
You can still dig your line. I don't see nobody else there.
Oh, yeah.
Right past the car, fine. Make sure you back it down. Hold on.
So that was the downshift from third to second, maybe even the
spin to turn 11 here.
Back to the next guy. He's right with me.
Whoa, little block by Danica. Not a good idea.
Loses it under braking.
Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, he clips Larson.
Oh, no.
No. Right
Are
in
you
front
kidding
of
me?
Well, now that was one of those late race situations like we talked about. Junior pulled to the inside. Danica came down to give him not a whole lot of racetrack. He locked it up and spun.
There's so little rear spoiler in these cars. Not a lot of grip.
You see her move over a little bit, which
I thought he made a great move. I thought she left just enough open, but when he got on the brakes hard and maybe went to that downshift, the back end came around.
Has 6th and 7th place right there. Quite a battle.
Watch the rear tires. Just steps out.
Yeah.
Wow. And just come around. She kind of blocked me down into the slick stuff there. Help our buddy.
Yeah, definitely.
For that first win of the year, lap 14, Junior, Dale Earnhardt Jr. slides through turn 11 into Kyle Larson, and in the 10 car, Danica Patrick.
Yeah. Wow, I think a little contact there.
Did Blaney get together?
No, the two of Keselowski, or yeah, I think it was maybe Keselowski.
Because you can get going down this hill right here faster than you realize.
And the 23 goes around. That's the Israeli driver, Alon Day, from the NASCAR Euro Series.
It's going to make for a long day.
Whoa.
And caution is out.
Yeah, somebody.
Some damage to the 17.
Oh man, that car is destroyed.
What happened?
That baby, look at that left front is. Let's see what happened here.
Damage
All right,
to
we're going to with Danica Patrick.
Whoa.
Somebody made contact.
Wow.
There was contact on the inside, the right side of Danica. Oh, they were 3 wide.
Yeah.
Is that Larson and Dale Earnhardt Jr.?
Yeah.
Forces him into Danica, turns her around.
And that's the caution flag.
And she,
bam.
Man, backs right into Stenhouse.
I'm sure Stenhouse thought she would lock it down and keep it up. But not that you have that much control when your car's out doing what hers is doing. But I know that's what he thought was going to happen. Gosh, oh, that was a hard lick.
She was in 19th place.
Having a great run. The car is good.
Ricky was 22nd.
Yikes, right there.
lone slats in 3 wide here in Sonoma. Dangerous. And again, Danica Patrick, the victim, and boyfriend Ricky Stenhouse Jr. involved.
Well, just the passing zones are...
Running along there pretty good. 18th and 19th. Not bad for a kid that started, had trouble in practice.
Wow, Allmendier, oh, he's going to lose it. Yeah, he's going to come around. He tried to go 4 wide. Oh, damage.
Oh, man, he really lost it.
That could take one of our major contenders.
Oh, that sounded pretty serious.
That was...
Looked like Larson just missed him.
That was very aggressive.
Ty Dillon caught up in that. We're still green, by the way. Watch the white number 47.
Yeah, I think when you get down on that inside, you see him kind of bottled down on that inside. There's a lot of dirt, trash down there.
Yeah, that's Buscher. He's on the outside and going around.
Yeah, and I just don't think he expected all those cars like De Benedetto to move to the left. He's been seeing cars block that inside lane. He could go the outside, roll around there.
Yeah, I saw that.
But that was just too...
I think Kyle Larson might have clipped him. Clint Boyer definitely did.
Oh, he wheel hopped.
42 is going to be covering the bottom here. Hold on to it.
42 got him.
Matt?
Great observation, Jeff. A wheel hop by the 47.
Help. Just a little bit.
Billy Johnson.
Yep. Denny Hamlin takes evasive action. So does Joey Logano.
Denny was down the inside, making debris and dust to the outside.
Mike, that's why I say there's a couple of places where I want to be really good. Spin, turn up in that trial, up in the S's. Looked like a couple of cars around. Kenseth's one of them.
Still coming.
I think Billy Johnson was the other. They spun around up there in the S's, and they both kept going. You'll see right here, real close racing.
Battle between Buscher. Kenseth gets into the side of Billy Johnson. Oh, Johnson makes contact with the left rear. Kenseth turns him around.
Yep. That happened to Kenseth here a few years ago. Him and Clint Boyer made contact in a very similar situation.
I think Matt thought he had the pass made, but he didn't clear Johnson.
Wasn't quite there. He's in 11th spot. He lost a couple of spots. See what happens. He just got in there hot.
Thought he had a chance at Jimmy Johnson, and that hole closed up.
Outside, trying to make a pass.
Let's see what happens
McDowell,
right here.
maybe? I think he just got out in the debris.
Yeah, he just got dirt. He just got out in the loose stuff and then just went straight in the fence. And boy, it pushed that wall back.
There is the barrier I was talking
that
about.
Wall right there. They just moved that thing back out of the way. And he hit that a ton.
And those are sponsored by Credit One Bank. Let's enjoy the ride.
Back off, Mark. Back off, bud. Back off, man.
That's just great advice. I mean, these two guys are racing for position.
And he has a 13-second lead.
He just needs to let them go. Good call there, Clayton Hughes.
When he last won at Sonoma in June of 2013, it was only his second career win. Rounding turn 11 and headed for home for Barney Visser and Furniture Row Racing. Martin Truex scores his 18th career NASCAR Cup victory.
That's awesome. Congratulations, bro. Hell of a job. Thanks, Clay. Awesome job all day, man. Way to be.
Eventually we went to 17, but I love that car.
Oh, already one.
I knew that was going to take long.
Well, the sweepstakes is over early. Who would be the first off-course excursion? Give it to Bubble.
Nice tight line to the inside of the carousel. Oh, look at
Kyle Busch again.
I'm telling you, there's something there. I don't know what these guys are doing. We'll have to find out, but they're up to something.
Turn one.
Oh, got wide right here.
Way wide.
Got into the loose stuff, and around goes 18.
Yeah, so he just carried a little bit too much speed in there. Maybe the car got on the splitter a little bit, but you got to be careful there. If you overdrive that section and you start to try to slow down, you lose front grip. Yeah, he got on the splitter really hard. He was carrying a ton of speed.
Well, let's see. He's been off at turn 2.
Well, what's the...
Whoa, Bubba goes around in turn 7.
Bubba started a day like this, and it's going to end a day like this.
William Byron is only 22 points above the... Oh, spin! And that is McDowell, veteran road racer.
No caution, though.
Really quick spin and go. Did he have some help?
Oh, looked like he was trying to go to the inside of Jimmy Johnson. Gets to his rear bumper, and there goes the 4 of Kevin Harvick trying to sneak his nose in there, makes contact.
Yeah, the 48,
McDowell lights it up and keeps on cooking.
The 48 was holding the 34 up a little bit. Harvick saw an opportunity, but then the 34 closed the door, and they made contact. Right here. Close the door.
Not exactly sure where Kevin Harvick was going to go.
I think he thought he found that 48 out a little while.
Really got dehydrated and was right here in Sonoma. This place is really tough on you.
Tough on Eric Almirola, who's around.
Yeah,
right back on.
You know what I'd tell him? You need to fix the car.
It's back of the leader in 5th, under a little pressure. Paul Menard, turn 11.
Gotta hold on.
Yeah, no kidding.
After the 77.
Oh, man, it's so frustrating when you spin out right there.
He was 23rd. Here he comes in bright yellow and black.
He's kind of putting a block, I believe is at McDowell.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see he moved down, and McDowell was just already committed to that braking zone, and I just don't think he could get it slowed down enough to stay out of the right rear of the 21 Menard.
And Mike, again, that's that entry I was talking about. You will stay out and make a little late entry, make good time that way, but you can't do it when somebody's racing you.
Ooh, now there's some heavy damage to the nose. Start-finish line, the 18 Kyle Busch. About 4/10 fastest. Ryan Preece goes around in turn 11.
We had a lot of damage to the right rear. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if there was some contact or not.
That would have been your car. The 17 got him there.
Oh, no. Sorry about that.
Down here into turn 11 under heavy braking. Stenhouse looks to the inside.
Oops.
For a hole that was not there.
And, you know, it's so hard for these spotters to see that section. I'm not saying that's what happened there, but, I mean, when a car dives in that late.
36 laps to go in the Toyota Save Mart 350 on FS1.
I mean, yeah, it was a late move by Ricky Stenhouse Jr., but as a rookie here, you've got...
Oh, spinner, William Byron, or rather, Michael McDowell turned 10. Wow. Byron had just gone by.
And that's the second time we've seen that 34 car around.
I'm afraid so. Maybe the third.
On a good day for the old 34 car. And you notice everybody's got the same nose. Yeah, they're not showing him any love. Might go come to pits.
Oh, he loses.
I saw Byron going into the corner, and he's gone.
Wait, was that a little help from the 22 of Logano there, or did the 34 just get wide? There's some debris that gets put out there from the tire rubber.
Doesn't matter the strategy, these guys can get to the front.
Whoa. What's this?
Speaking of the 47 of Stenhouse, that's
out of turn 1.
Oh, he's gotten into the wall hard.
Carrying
and
a
the
lot
right
of
front
speed
tires
into turn
down.
1. And caution is on the speedway.
This is going to shake things up.
Ooh, man, look how hard he has hit that barrier. That's on the front straightaway before you get to turn 1. Or oh, man, that right front tire's already down.
Yeah, I'd be wondering if he had a tire rub or something. Pretty hard hit right there.
Well, that's a fast section of this racetrack. You just don't, you take it for granted.
Cameron lived.
Yeah. And I think back go by him, but also the 9. Oh, we got an issue here with Alex Bowman.
And Corey LaJoie is turned around at turn 11.
Dang it.
Caution waves.
Oh, big damage here to Kevin Harvick's hood.
Both ends of his car. Right front and the left rear.
LaJoie ekes.
Oh, it looks
Swiftly.
like the 42 of Chastain maybe got into the tires, or I didn't see what. Oh, I see. He checked up because something
It
going on
happened
with
ahead of that
LaJoie.
picture. Yeah. And man, William Byron's front end is really messed up right there. Just up there with Chastain. I think he got into LaJoie.
And how many times have we seen stuff like this happen down in turn 11?
All right, now watch the 7. It'll be a white car coming into frame on the
Chastain.
outside, and Chastain tries the dive bomb.
Yeah,
that doesn't go well.
7 of LaJoie, you know, he kind of got the car slowed down and was going to make sure he made that apex, but you know, that's the thing, when you're on older tires.
But guys, he had his best career finish at COTA, 4th on a road course, and we've got a car off track.
And that would be Cody Ware, who has brought out the caution with 5 laps to go. Ryan Preece also involved. They were not, yes, they were on the same lap. That was 4 positions.
Gonna shake things up.
Oh boy. Not what our leader Kyle Larson wanted to see. Probably trying to run side by side through these. No, I think did he just lose it? I don't know where Cody Ware came in.
I saw Matty D was really close to him.
He pulled right out in front of him.
Right
wow.
there.
Oh boy.
That was one of those Days of Thunder moments right there.
It's a dust cloud.
Yeah.
That was that time when you don't want to head for the smoke.
I'd like to go back and see that replay again. The 21 I thought was right on the back bumper of Preece when he got loose.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious is how Ryan Preece lost, traction in the rear and the car came around.
You're going to win this race for me because it could be out of my hands.
We've already packed the pit equipment up.
Yeah,
it's already in the hauler, Clint.
Well, how about the opportunity? I guess you're going to have to see who's got tires.
Yeah, about everybody has tires except, as Jamie Little reported, Tyler Reddick in that 8 car. Of course, he's fallen all the way back to 16.
Got into him a little bit, didn't get him past.
6th place in doubt, and Alfredo is around.
That place, woo, easy boys.
Hope he can refire and get going.
No, caution is out.
Caution is out.
Caution breeds
That'll make
caution,
you nervous,
right?
won't it?
White car with a black roof. McDowell, the yellow car alongside.
Oh, man, they're just all checking up, and Alex Bowman made some contact. Then the 20 goes around.
20's got a lot of contact. He got straightened up.
So Bell was the first to spin, and
well, I think he had some help from Alfredo after this contact. Yeah.
Actually, it was Bowman that sent Alfredo into Christopher Bell.
Yeah. I don't think we can express how crazy these restarts are on these left and right switchbacks on these road courses. It gets nuts out there.
Well, let's try it from the visor cam.
It ain't over yet. I'm Roland's teammate.
Fact.
I'd be let down if there wasn't, Mike. Classic turn 11 here. Look at everybody driving in super deep into that braking zone, and the 99 of Suarez sends McDowell around.
Man, what a letdown for McDowell to get dumped.
Just get off over there and stop. Get out.
And that will put us under the first
car.
caution of the day at turn 4A. On lap 10. Now Larson and Ross Chastain, and see what transpired.
Well, Ross just blocks. The easiest way to stay ahead of a guy is run a faster lap time than him. Ross Lewis unfortunately spends way more time looking in his mirror and moving around to put his car in front of everybody else than worrying about going fast.
And he ran it absolutely as far as he could, and now we've lost a tire and a wheel.
Oh, no. Pole sitter Kyle Larson.
Caution's out here. Caution's out.
So there's the second caution flag for cause of the day.
Oh, wow. Soon as he fed the wheel to the right, exit stage right.
Now, Larry, this will result in one of NASCAR's costliest penalties to this team.
Yeah, it'll be a 4-week suspension for crew chief Cliff Daniels and the jack man and the tire changer. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is the 10th
laps right now, and he's going to be in good shape.
Oh, no! Allmendinger. Oh, here he's coming back on. That's turn 3, I believe.
But that's why he wants to see that white flag, stuff just like that.
That's exactly why.
AJ down to turn 3.
Oh, he got off.
Yeah.
Got the right sides off in the dirt.
But he got restarted, and there's the white, sponsored by Credit One Bank, waving over Daniel Suarez.
All right, white flag. About a 5-second lead. You had one come back on here at the top of 3A. Take your time through here. You got no pressure.
That's very good information.
I wonder if that steering just locked up on Allmendinger. Something had to happen there.
I think he just got the right sides off in the dirt here.
Okay.
But the good thing is Daniels through that section doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Just has to make another good, solid half lap here and get this win under his belt.
He's got almost a 5-second lead over Chris Buescher, that's 17 right now.
So team owner Justin Marks, as we mentioned, Bay Area native. His dad, Michael Marks, up there on the pit box with him. Awaiting what would be the crowning of NASCAR's newest Cup race winner. Through turn 10 for the final time. Headed for the hairpin and home. Well, the Fox season opened with Pitbull doing a concert at the racetrack in the Coliseum. He's a partner in Team Trackhouse. And through turn 12, Daniel Suarez is a NASCAR Cup winner. And this is at turn 11 at the exit.
So he can get it fired up here.
Yeah, I think they'll give him a second. He's out of the way.
He's running 17th.
He's at the
there he goes. He got it fired up.
At the entrance to Gilligan's Island there, the alternate pit road they use can happen too.
Ty Gibbs.
We should have stayed on Ty Gibbs for one more lap.
I want to see the entrance of 11 if we get a chance. I don't know if you'll be able to see that shot, but I think there's some Paul Harvey going on there. There's the rest of the story.
Oh.
I'm glad you asked because I was getting ready to.
Your age, Mike, you should know that.
Yes, I did. Here
Austin
we go.
Dillon missed, got loose. See that? Trying to slip around. That was not Ty Gibbs. Let me correct that. He kind of slid right in front of him.
A lot of luck with a lot of great storylines we can hand over to carry through the rest of the season.
Whoa, a storyline. I can't say it. Denny Hamlin spun out on the front stretch.
Bad, Gabehart.
Yes, it is. Unbelievable. I didn't see what happened. I looked up. I was talking to you, Mike, over your shoulder. Denny Hamlin's backwards.
Just spun right at start finish.
Yeah, but let's see what happens. See, he's already up against it. It kind of takes me back to turn 11. See the skin on the tires? I think he may hit those tires off of 11 maybe.
Or he could have had contact maybe on the exit of 4.
We're going to see. Yeah. There's going to be more to this story.
Coming off turn 12, he got up into the wall. A lot of damage to that right rear quarter panel. And then he spins into the inside barrier.
The way that car, and it was bent on that right rear, it takes me back to those tires in turn 11. Did he get into the tires and bend that toe link?
Yeah, he's definitely had contact with something. There's nowhere else to get off.
Long ways around from there. Missed pit road entry. Oh, he's going to go around.
Wow.
That's a pretty heads-up move. I don't know. Can you do that, Larry?
I mean, I don't know if you can do
the racetrack off.
Well, there's the help.
Yeah, but he already had the flat tire getting down into that.
Oh, Almirola.
Top of the hill in 7.
Gets going again. And Kyle Busch is within a car length of Martin Truex at turn 11. Let's take you one final time side by side. Well, let's not. Eric Jones around.
Top of the hill, 3A.
Fires it up.
Yeah, and that's a blind corner for all of those cars behind him.
Very dangerous corner. Nobody can see. That was lucky, unscathed.
And he may coast off the track here. We'll see.
I'm going to tell you, he made the right decision. If he would have kept going around there, we would have probably been under caution, and who knows what's going to happen. Speaking of caution, another one in 7.
And that's one of those situations, guys, where you stay out, right? You're not on as good of tires. You're doing everything you can to hold those guys up. They get tired of it. It gets down to the end of the race. There's no give. It's all take.
He was running 6, Blaney. Oh, Allmendinger slides in there. McDowell
I think Allmendinger was going to wreck if he didn't get out of the way right there. And you see a little
He tried to cross
effect.
back over behind Allmendinger, and McDowell got in the back of him.
Here it is from Kevin Harvick's view on the Ford onboard camera.
Yeah, it all started with Allmendinger, you know, just like you said, diving in there really hard. He tried to
go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
There's no better feeling than when you have a car like Truex does. You have a 3-second lead. You get to take the white flag lap, Clint, and just savor it and kind of enjoy all of it. Don't have to run it 100%.
He'll hear these words. Just bring it home. That's
right.
a good phrase. And nobody's done it better than him. Man, I'm telling you. Again, I joke, but it's honest. Like, he's a boring winner, man. He dominates. When he decides to go out there and lead these races, he takes care of business. It's a few more corners down through the S's. Take your time. Huge lead. No mistakes. Nothing. Clean sailing in front of you. Nobody's been off the racetrack. Track is clean.
So our top,
give me about 2 or 3 more good clean corners here.
Our top 10 is going to be half Chevrolets, 3 Fords, and 2 Toyotas. But the one at the front is Martin Truex, looking for his 33rd career victory. Through turn 12, and Martin masters Sonoma. Martin Truex for Joe Gibbs Racing, and Toyota gets his 2nd win of the season.
Oh, yeah, brother. Oh, yeah. I told you I was lining up. I felt bad for him. Good job, man.
I felt bad for him. I love him.
No, he didn't.
Great job, guys. Thank you, man.
Truex gets his 4th win at Sonoma in his 17th start here. Second only to Jeff Gordon on the all-time win list at this track.
Man, what a turnaround for Kyle Busch, Joey Logano. Busch, a solid day, another solid day. Big turnaround for Chase Elliott, capitalizing on that. Poor McDowell having a bad pit stop, but these guys, unbelievable. You called it. Called it, buddy.
Well, we called it because you took my credit later on in the broadcast, so that's good. Great day for the 19.
They came much clearer at
towards the end. What about it? Ross Chastain? Been a struggle the last couple weeks for him. Nice way to turn that around with the.
By Gibbs in the wall. Turn 1, and caution is out for Gibbs. Oh, the right front is destroyed.
You get away with that now.
2nd caution of the day. Pow.
Pass. Oh, no, I think that's Chase Briscoe off the track.
It is.
And
the yellow
waves. Track. That's that blind corner as you come up over the hill in 8. Man, he has got a lot of rear damage.
Ricky Stenhouse involved. Pavement is, much less where anybody else is.
Well, we see Chase Briscoe around. We can't really tell if he got any help.
Barely a miss by Truex.
Oh. Man, I love the Logano strategy, but this is the other side of that, Clint. The risk of the track position. And he's in big
there's
trouble.
Logano coming across. He's already been hit, though, and then hit again by Harrison Burton. A lot of damage on the front of Harrison Burton as well. Man, oh man. The same thing happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Lose that track position, mired in traffic, get yourself in trouble.
Caution waves for the third time today. This is from Chris Buescher, looking to see what happened to Austin Cindric here.
Yeah.
Whoa, he almost turned over. Did you see him hit that hill out there in the dirt?
Oh, my
wow, God. That was close. That'll get your attention.
Yeah, and it looked like he just got wide, got up in a speedy dry, got offline, and wound up almost upside down. That's actually turn 10, but he went off in turn 8, and every restart he has made up ground.
And out of turn 10, somebody took the long way around.
Yeah, that's Bubba Wallace, I believe.
Barry in trouble, locks him up, catches Truex, Cam Waters, Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski, William Byron, and everybody else.
Unbelievable. Boy, you saw him slide, and he was way off the track and in big trouble.
I think he was in there probably too deep, and when those tires get locked up like that, almost like you're on ice.
Marks. That started all the way back at turn 10 with, was that Allman? As they came out of turn 10, the lowest portion of the course, 14 feet of elevation there, as we re-rack that replay for you.
My gosh, the cautions.
And it just gets harder the more they fall, especially for the guys that are out on the racetrack still.
Okay, here we go.
See the car way off in the dirt, going to come back across. That's not going to be a factor, is it?
Well, he made a block on Eric Jones behind him was the thing. Eric Jones was already there, pushed him into it, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them. He wrecked them all. A lot of pushing and shoving on these restarts.
A wild one into the inside of turn 11 here. Blaney holds him off for third. Elliott fifth, Bowman sixth. And Jones, who was involved in that incident, oh boy, there goes Cindric all the way to the tire wall, and two more. Yellow flag fever. And McDowell and Noah Gregson.
We're going to run out of cars. My goodness.
Tires are up. Get caught up here.
Another one.
Bank and Kyle Larson drove through the field and back to the front after that final pit stop at lap 81.
Keep an eye on Martin Truex. He's give up another second there. I don't know what's going on there, if he's getting tight on fuel or what, but I think he's given up on the race for the lead. Now we're just managing second place.
Michael McDowell 2.5 behind Truex. Jamie?
Well, Truex's crew chief, James Small, right when they came across the finish line, said, hit that fuel switch now. So it's certainly a concern.
Well, Chastain and Busch got together.
Oh, my God.
Imagine that.
For fifth.
He's going to fall all the way back to at least 11th.
The hits just keep coming for Kyle Busch and everybody on that 8 car. That's going to be unfortunate. Had a top 5 going.
That's a tough one. Last lap.
That is a tough one.
Last corner for Elk Grove, California's Kyle Larson. The 31-year-old is going to power off turn 11. Take this little kink here to the checkered flag. And Kyle Larson scores his 26th career win. 3rd of the season. Hendrick Motorsports, Chevrolet.
Hold on, Truex is out of gas.
Way to execute. Way to be there all day. Good job.
Truex is out of gas, guys. He didn't make it back around. McDowell's going to be second. Buscher, he's still not around. He's right there at the start. Not going to finish. Wow. I thought something happened, and then when Jamie said that they told him with the new rules and that flipped the switch, that doesn't get you a lap like it used to.
Caution flag now waves. And he is on the starter motor trying to crank it across, I believe.
Well, it gets worse for Kyle Busch. He's run out of gas and just now crossed the finish line. He fell all the way back to 17th place.